No, I don't want you to say revelatory. I want you to use the word I use unless you disagree with me.
I mean, would you say that they're synonymous?
No, and that's why I objected.
Oh, yes.
So just like the Constitution, you can say, look, I'm not an American. I don't believe in your Constitution. What's the authority of the Constitution? So you can say, look, I'm not in your tradition. I don't believe your stuff. Fine. But it is within the context of our story, within the context of our tradition, our document. We exist within the confines of our document.
Right.
Of our story.
Right. And the document is being claimed to have been written by experts in the Moses that can't be proven to historically have existed.
Which document now? You're talking about the Torah?
The Torah.
No, the Torah claims it is the word of God.
That's irrelevant for the Constitution have authority over you. Anyone that's like an American citizen or in American territory, the Constitution has authority.
Right. And the same with the Torah and the Jew.
No.
No?
Of course not. There are plenty of secular Jews who don't think that.
Explain.
Yeah, there are secular Jews who don't think the Torah has any authority.
In the context of Judaism, they are.
Wait, but Miller, even though there are some Jews who would say it has no authority over me, the system itself thinks it still does have authority over them.
Yeah, I mean, you can, look, if you break the law, you're still an American.
Yeah, the system itself thinks that, but the system itself has absolutely no way of actually instituting its authority over me, quote unquote. Right? They just have a position. They just have a position that they have authority over me. Right? But in fact, they have no authority over me because they can't compel me to do anything. Right? The U.S. government. Guess what? The U.S. government can compel anyone on U.S. territory or anyone that's a U.S. citizen to do stuff. Right? You guys just so silly. You guys just don't know anything. Oh my God, it's driving me nuts.
You're not really making an argument.
No. The fact that there is or is not an enforcement mechanism says nothing about the nature of its authority. In other words, there is no.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
There are two separate and related issues, right? You can have authority without having enforcement.
Give me an example.
The Torah is authoritative. Is the authoritative law code for the Jews. There is no enforcement mechanism of the Torah.
Right, but I can just reject it. Right, I can just reject its authority over me. Right, because it's claiming to have authority over me doesn't mean it in fact does. Right, the only way to demonstrate it in fact does authority over me is for it to compel me to do something. Okay, whatever. You're just a silly goose.
You're not listening.
I'm just going to end up repeating myself because you're just a silly goose. Nothing with
you're not
crazy
responses. You're not even addressing what I'm saying. You're not even addressing what I'm saying. Okay? So you're just not addressing what I'm saying. The system itself considers itself to be authoritative over all Jews, regardless of whether there is or is not an enforcement mechanism. Can you reject the viewpoint of the system? Yeah, you can. Does that mean that functionally for you it is not an authority? Yeah. According to the system. Does the system still think it's that you are under the law? Yeah, you are. And so according to the system, all we would say is you're just you're just not following the law, that's all. It's not that the authority goes away. You're just a sinner.
You're an idiot. If I can just I claim authority over you right now. Okay? So
do I acknowledge
no, but it doesn't matter, right? Because I'm not acknowledging, according to you guys, right? Me not acknowledging the Jewish authority doesn't matter. So you're not acknowledging me having authority over you doesn't matter.
I don't think it doesn't matter.
You guys are so silly.
I don't say it doesn't matter. Now you can break the law, you might get away with it, you might not get caught. And now you can do something that isn't Jewish and you can get away with it. But if you want to exist within the confines of the Torah, then you abide by the Torah. And by the way, you've got to go with your rabbi. That's another important thing. Because there's going to be different jurisdictions. You see? It's just called first premises thinking. You can't dispute the Quran because the first premise of the Quran is that the Quran is the truth, or whatever you guys say it is. Same thing with the Torah. same thing with the Constitution. The first premise establishes its authority. You can accept it or reject it.
Yeah, but you know the distinction between the Quran and like the Torah is like you can't prove the author. You can't prove the author. Okay, I'm not even saying because the author is God for you, sure, but you can't prove that the person that wrote down what God said actually existed. That's a huge problem. That's a huge problem.
Well, but you can't prove that the guy you claim wrote your.
No, we can prove the prophet.
You didn't hear what I said. You cut me off. You can't prove that the guy you said wrote it.
No, we can. We can prove that. We can prove that
he's a blind, illiterate guy. Right?
No, yes, he was exactly. And you know what's funny? Yeah, his scribes heard him say it and wrote it down. And we have the names of these scribes. We have them documented. Literally, Patricia Crone,
Patricia Crone is telling the truth.
Literally,
historians. You believe that they're telling the truth, right?
According to modern day historians that are critique Islam.
No, never mind modern day historians. We're talking now about your theological system. You accept what they say, right? On faith.
Yes, so the distinction is
you don't have proof that they.
You know what the distinction? Let me say the distinction. So this Muhammad guy, right? The Prophet Muhammad in the Islamic religion, he commentates on the Quran, right? He quotes the text and then commentates on it. Right, so the author gives you the authorial intent right there. If you give a naturalistic explanation,
the author God
or you, no, but this is what I'm saying. I'm giving a naturalistic account. There's no problem. I'm giving you an atheistic account. It's not no problem. Right? It still makes more sense to Judaism. It still makes more sense to Judaism.
You're welcome to it. Enjoy it.
No, I'm just saying. Like, even the atheistic account does not make sense.
Live long and prosper. I got no smoke with your religion.
Look, I don't have smoke with you. I'm just saying, like. I just had a problem with how you interpret the Torah and stuff. That's the problem. Like that's
well, you're welcome to have that problem. If you study more, you learn more. What can I say?
This is Judaism. You're open-minded. I love it. That's fine. You're just like, okay, here, just be whatever you want.
We don't really do the black and white thinking thing for the most.
I know it's not binary for you. I understand.
That's right. That's exactly right.
But for me, it's binary. For me, it's empirical.
I've heard that from you guys. I was surprised. Yeah. Like I've heard people say, "Oh, the words of the prophets are all perfect." I had an argument with a Muslim guy once about this. Like we don't see human beings as perfect, or even necessarily what we do say is that we don't understand it yet, or we understand it imperfectly. That I would say is our fallback position. Like the mind of God is unknowable, and we spend our lives trying to understand it and to abide by it.
So normal perfection, like within just objectively looking at it, right? If the human agent or the archetype who is getting this divine message from the source that's perfect, okay, and therefore this message too must necessarily be perfect. If he is not perfect in the sense that within his human paradigm, if he has not achieved his highest human potential, so much so
I don't think he hasn't achieved it.
I'm saying that. I'm just giving you like an argument. So if any archetype, this is just a general statement, or the messenger who's bringing this perfect message from the perfect God, does not enact upon it, does not at all times hold to highest human virtues and morals, lies, for example, forgets and just acts cruelly, etc., then there would there not be then a question mark on the message itself? Like, would he not have to act upon it in order to not just be like a mouthpiece with the message?
This is a great example of binary, black and white Manichaean thinking.
No, it's just logical. If he doesn't,
no, it's binary. So I'll tell you again. So the way you're saying if he's not perfect, then
if he acts against the message he's preaching, then why would I follow a messenger who's a liar? If he acts against the message he's preaching,
who does
why would I follow? I'm saying
you have to give me an example.
It's a hypothetical. I'm not attacking you. I'm saying it's not a binary thing here. It's a necessity here that the messenger who's bringing this perfect message must necessarily.
You said it was a perfect message.
Don't interrupt.
What?
Don't you say it's not? It has to be a perfect message.
Too many assumptions. Yeah.
It's coming from a perfect God.
What I recommend
is perfect? Hold on. Would you not say God is perfect, normal?
I would say he transcends. Perfect is
Okay, he is transcendent.
Yeah,
Go ahead. He's not getting the argument.
Okay, so it's not that I'm not getting it, it's that you're not really making an argument. So hang on. God transcends perfection. So perfection is a human idea. God is beyond that. Get it?
Is his word truth? At least grant me that. Is his word truth?
Wait. So you just negated. Okay, wait. So he doesn't even have. So your God doesn't have perfection, correct, normal?
He transcends perfection.
So when I say what is
perfection is a mere human term.
Okay, so when I say this is what I'm saying. So look, when I say what is Hashem, right? What can you describe about Hashem?
The all-powerful, our creator.
He's all-powerful, but okay, wait. So he doesn't transcend the being all-powerful.
Yeah, he transcends it. I'm using words.
So you can't even describe anything to your God, like.
No, I didn't say that. I said he's more than we can describe.
So technically, there is something called negative theology.
I know what negative theology is.
Okay, so you're asking. So I don't know if Norm subscribes to that, but if you're asking Norm to describe something in the positive, right, then he would be transgressing the principles of negative theology.
Yeah. Is he okay? Does it go to negative theology?
I don't know, but what you're asking is, you're making assumptions, all kinds of assumptions, and then you're asking questions based on those assumptions.
And you're not examining your assumptions, so you should write down what you're saying.
I think it would be better. Yeah, I think it might be better to ask. I think it might be better to ask.
Okay, so
hey, what do you believe in?
Well, I kind of did though. I kind of asked him what that word.
No, you kind of did.
Normal. What attributes? Oh, fine. I'll ask.
Okay, try it in the form of a question.
Sure. Normal. What are the attributes? No. Fine. What are the attributes of Hashem?
You mean including but not limited to?
What do you mean?
You know, which word did you not understand?
Both of them.
Including. So these are attributes of God, but they're not only the attributes of God. They are
attribute to mean.
So when a characteristic or quality. So what I will give you is my human flawed understanding. Yeah, because that's the best that I can do.
So when you say flawed, is that synonymous with wrong here?
No, it's imperfect. It's different than flawed.
So what does it mean for something to be imperfect?
Okay, like let's say you have a beautiful statue, but there's a chip in it. Still a beautiful statue, but there's a chip in it. It's flawed.
Right, but it's not. Okay, let's say you have.
Not wrong. Statue's not wrong.
Let's say I had a statue of Benjamin Netanyahu, right?
Okay.
And it had a chip on the nose portion, like the whole nose was gone. It's still, yeah, I get what you're saying. It's still Netanyahu, but he doesn't have a nose. So is it still Netanyahu?
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I get why you troll, like, cause your shit are like.
No, please make sure.
Yeah, it's still Netanyahu.
I'm like,
Timothy, actually speaking, he's speaking good argument.
your shit, like having serious discussions.
And I think your shit.
Okay, he was having different.
That's the way
He's so angry. Why is he so angry?
I don't know why Timothy's angry. Timothy was
I don't like you, no. Fuck you.
I'll pass on your offer. Thank you for the offer.
Norm's a genius, by the way.
Fuck you, no.
I would like to hear the rest of Al's argument, please, without interruption.
By the way, I haven't gone to seminary. I'm only speaking for one poor schmuck from New York. Like some people in this room have gone to seminary, and some have studied a lot more Torah than
Alright, so
I.
why didn't you shut up and let me?
Normal, the fact that
Because I enjoy this.
Normal, the fact that you can keep up, it actually proves you're intelligent. I'm not gonna lie. You're actually very smart. So these people are just haters, and don't listen to them. Hashem bless you.
I wasn't listening to them, and Hashem bless you as well, and everybody in this room.
Good.
Good night.
Wait, does Maimonides hold to negative theology?
I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, very much so. Yes, mostly very much.
Oh, okay, so that's like a Jewish thing, Jewish tradition.
At least for some Jews, yeah.
So that's kind of the difference between Judaism that I've detected. I could be wrong. And Islam is that we have less black Maimonides explicitly and very clearly holds by. It is explicit in the text that there are a group of verses referred to as the 13 attributes of mercy, which is a special prayer that the Jews have to beseech God for mercy. And that seems to indicate 13 very specific, different components of mercy that God has, while Maimonides also maintains his negative theology.
So I'm looking here at negative theology. So it's kind of it's what I said without even knowing that term. Focusing on God's transcendence and ineffable nature. That's
So
how Jewish.
Would you say that like all of God, like the people who hold to negative theology, would they say like all of God's attributes are like Cambridge properties or something?
I don't know.
They exist outside of
Cambridge properties. What's that?
They exist outside of the essence.
Say what?
They exist outside of the essence.
Outside of the essence. Could you like clarify what that means?
Yeah, for example, like some people hold like Marquesas and stuff. They hold that mercy is a Cambridge. It's like it's contingent on creation, so it's created. It's a created attribute. So anything you ascribe to God is just a created like.
I wouldn't exactly characterize the attributes as created, but the distinction, as it was explained, to like explain the contradiction of having an attribute of justice and an attribute of mercy. The metaphor, the allegory that was told was like a creator of a machine, a toy, right? A toy maker. He makes a little Pinocchio doll, right? Now, let's say he makes the doll and the doll doesn't work right. You know, the strings snap or the hand doesn't open up the right way, whatever. It's a bad doll. From his perspective as the creator, it's perfectly reasonable to fix the doll or throw the doll away. It's an irrelevant distinction. You know, he could do either one. But from the doll's perspective, it would be considered merciful if he fixed them and exercised strict judgment over his sins if the maker were to throw him away. That was sort of explained as what like mercy and justice and all of the attributes mean. That are
but justice, yeah, I get what you're saying. No, I get what you're saying. But are these attributes like justice and mercy? Are they contingent on creation? Like, does creation have to exist for God to be merciful?
I'd say mercy is just like a term we're applying to God that doesn't change much.
So it's the nature of God, right?
So meaning God sits there and is God. Our reaction to his natural like choices and decisions, we sometimes call that mercy, we sometimes call that justice.
Yeah, but prior to creation, was there mercy? Was God merciful?
I wouldn't know what that would mean before creation. What would the concept of like justice or mercy mean if there's no rule system and nothing that can violate?
Exactly. So it's not. That's what I'm saying. It is Cambridge for you too. Then it's not inherent in his essence.
It's not. Caleb holds to the
Yeah. Okay. Pretty simply, I'm going to say that his essence is going to be simple, and it's going to be one.
Oh yeah, base, W. Cool.
Is this a majority? Yeah, they're very close to like.
You got to understand, deep in Judaism is monotheism. Like even though people try and argue that there's like a henotheism, they are very religiously committed to God being exactly one.
That's based.
Yeah, it's much closer, I think, to like the more like spiritual Islam paradigm, not the fundamentalist.
Yeah, I maintain my earlier assertion. So you are wholly uninteresting if you're not saying the N-word.
Hey, did I hear you correctly with your analogy of the toy maker and the doll not working?
Ask some just like fucking bullshit question and go, maybe we'll just be parrot-based as a response. Where do they fucking manufacture you bullshit toys? It's fucking actual garbage.
Seems like this is kind of over your head.
Fuck you, Norm.
Thank you very much. I'll pass, but thank you.
Fuck you.
Thank you. I get you.
Fuck you.
I hear you're angry. I understand. You want me to stroke your hair or something?
Fuck you, Norman. My hair is very long and beautiful. You should
Want
go
me to
to
stroke it? Makes you feel better? Mine was
No.
long too.
Fuck. You don't mind.
Can you just put that to rest for a moment?
But just JC, I just want you to know. Fuck Norm.
Yeah, I know. Maybe we can get manicures and pedicures together and this thing. Would that come?
Fucking A. Mixed. Did I interpret what you uttered earlier about the toy maker and the doll not working properly and the merciful to either fix the toy or throw it away, as in comparison to God being the creator of all things, and we should not question what God does?
No, I don't think so.
Sid, did you understand what I was asking? Normal. Obviously, I don't think it was much.
Could you ask me now that we've had a little back and forth? Now, what's your next question?
No, I asked you. You don't know how to answer.
I think the Jews won this one, by the way. They won the argument.
Larry, just let me hear it again.
Okay. Okay, let me give a different attribute. Is God all truth? Yeah, like transcendent. I know you're saying transcendent, but I'm saying at least truthful and transcendent. Is he at least truthful? Like, would you say all truth comes from God?
I agree that he's not all. I don't know about all truth. I haven't thought about that. But I would say the Torah is perfect, and that the Torah is God's word. And I would
God
say,
is perfect. Okay.
Say again.
So therefore, that
Well,
entails.
it's not a therefore. That's a manifestation.
It's an entailment. Normal.
Okay, I'll buy that.
Okay.
It's just different than therefore. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So if the word is perfect, okay, the word is perfect.
Okay.
The messenger who brings this word, okay, either is a mouthpiece, like a robot, who's just delivering the word.
That messenger is God.
In what's
So God.
Who's the human architect? Moses, right? Like
God put it
didn't
into
come down,
Moses' head.
right? But it still came in the form of Moses, right?
No.
It's not quite that simple.
Oh, go ahead. I didn't know this. Go ahead.
Okay, so the claim of the Jewish people is that Moses wrote the 5 books of Torah, and that Moses had an unparalleled nevuah that was never equaled. That he spoke to God face to face, and he dictated like a secretary exactly what God told him to write down. However, even though that's the claim as to the authorship of the text, the reason they followed Moses was because of the event at Sinai. They claimed that all, like, somewhere between 30,000 and 2 million people were at a mountain and witnessed God appoint Moses as the one to write the 5 books. And then, when he died, they closed their unchanging constitution and only studied it forevermore.
Yeah, that's fine. I understand, like his prophethood, right, or the declaration of his prophethood. Now, what I'm asking is, did he just write these down? I mean, would his writings hold truth if Moses didn't act upon it, or if he acted in contradiction to them? For example, he's writing down "do not kill." Moses goes out and kills 10 people, 10 innocent people for no rhyme or reason. Now, would this word hold any truth value if the messenger
did kill an Egyptian?
Okay, was it? How do you see the archetype or the person or the prophet to whom the revelation is granted? Does he have to enact upon the revelation? Because it would necessarily hold truth if he.
Yeah, he did. He followed all of the Torah. He's the one
So
taught the Jews how to follow it.
Okay, so that is what I think in the Islamic paradigm perfection or infallibility is referred to. So
No, we have a higher standard than that. Like,
oh, really?
We would say that everyone of that generation followed the Torah. They have the guidance of Moses. They didn't even have any questions as to how to do it. It was fairly simple for them. The only problem we would say is we would never say that that's like it, that you're now like perfect people. We say that there's greater struggles, and especially if you're like a prophet leading the nation with the 10 Commandments in a golden box you just made, that guy has a lot of standards. He's going to have a lot of difficulties. And if you look, like, he weathered a lot of storms pretty well until the one that was like maybe a sin, and then he couldn't come into the land.
Oh, okay. Because one necessary entailment of like being the truth giver, okay, when it's coming from an all true source, is to truly act upon it, upon like this would.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, and that is actually a prophetic measure that we make to Moses. The prophetic action we charge him as taking is the killing of the Egyptian. When he saw that the Jew was being oppressed, and he refused to allow it to happen, even though he very simply could have sided with the Egyptians as he had safety in Pharaoh's household.
Got it. So yeah, this is good. So what is normal? Like, what are you saying, bro? Like you said, it's not binary. Like, this is a necessary entailment for a prophet who is making a truth claim that is coming from an all true God. So there is no like, this holds a binary position.
So
You
the
can't-
message is from God, but the messenger is human. I would say that's a fair Jewish.
Yeah.
Sorry, what I'm trying to explain is that all of the elements I'm illustrating of like Moses' past and what that is as a commentary on how prophets develop and what they mean socially, that is meta commentary, which is explicitly removed from consideration in the authority of the text. The authority of the text wasn't based on Moses' tricks, even though he did many. Like he split the sea, and he brought the death of the firstborn, and he brought 10 plagues, right? He was an amazing magic man. People definitely would have and did follow him into the desert. But the claim of the authority of the books is of the personal revelation of the 2 million at the mountain. They said God appointed this man, and that's why they followed him.
Right. That is well and good, actually. However, like I'm saying, like if he does not enact upon the message he's preaching, then that would invalidate his position, I guess, or even the word.
Because he's human.
No, he has. Yeah, okay, he's human, but he still needs to act upon what he's preaching. Because then the question mark would be on the word or on him.
Moses made a couple mistakes. A few.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Like, what are those? Would you consider them horrendous sins? Things like that, was it a mistake? Because all this would.
I don't judge them as harshly as God seems to have judged them. And I sort of try to advocate for Moshe. I always feel.
No, I mean, what is it considered in Scripture? Are they considered?
What is it?
What are those events?
We're not sure.
How do you know he's committed to sins?
I didn't say sins. I said.
Or mistakes? Yeah.
I mean, and believe it, others can help me out. Like, for example, he gets angry at the Jewish people and crashes the tablet.
Yeah.
That's the famous one. And then I think I'm trying to remember how it goes, but he bangs on the rock instead of like, I forget, and that's considered.
Yeah, so these would be like big sins.
That was the only sin, hitting the rock.
Yeah.
How is that a sin again? Tell me.
I know, it's a good
Because
question.
he didn't follow God's instructions exactly.
Yeah, because of great power comes great responsibility. So in the prophetic paradigm, this is huge, right?
Man. But there is an indication that there's a weird story where God tries to kill Moses right after he sends Moses to go free the Jews. Moses is on his way to free the Jews, and he stops at an inn, and then God tries to kill him. But Moses' wife miraculously saves him by doing a circumcision. Very weird story.
I haven't heard that.
Commentary on it.
What's the source on that one?
That's in the verses, too.
So,
Okay.
So what's the sources?
Exodus.
Okay, so if you don't remember, you could just say.
It would probably be chapter 4, maybe. Yeah, go look.
So it's that for the historicity of the real Moses, for example, right? Would you have the scholars drawn that even though we didn't know if he physically existed or not, this would be an esoteric pointer at the very principle called Moses, for example. So even though he may not have, or if he have no historic evidence of his
Listen. The Jewish claim for the existence of Moses and the authority of the Torah has always rested on their personal experience, their oral tradition from their ancestors that had this experience at the mountain. The world can reject that claim or accept it. It doesn't matter. That's just our story that we tell ourselves. This happened to us. We were led by Moses.
Islam included, where the person off wouldn't be like the criteria. The principle of that person would always. You see what I'm saying? Is that?
No.
Or do you attach? Okay, so it would like say if X is a prophet, okay, and I can't trace back like historically, okay, and there is no historic evidence for him, and even if there is, okay, and even if there is a prophet such as X, it esoterically, like this Mahavis see it that way. The principle that represents this X, the virtues, the moral qualities, just his greatness, his justice, etc., etc., that would be revered, that would be emulated. Not so much the person of, not so much the flesh, the physical X or the physical Moses.
Okay, I think what you're saying is somewhat correct, that there would be a disposition to like worship Moses, and the book does actually address that point at the end when Moses dies. It says that he goes off into the desert and his burial plot is hidden so that people don't worship there.
Yeah, and in a sense, if one is emulating this this prophet who's coming with divine word, like and sees him as a role model, therefore, like the principles that make him what the whatness of Moses, what the qualia of Moses, that would be like what one would sort of emanate within themselves, or I don't know if I'm making sense.
I'll tell you, they don't give.
Because you have a problem with the story.
No, I'll tell you this.
Moses, that's why I'm trying to like reconcile it for you.
The Christians don't talk about Moses as much as you think they would. They tell some of the narrative elements of like his biography that you can piece together. He's obviously a voice for like the leadership of the people, but his like inner life doesn't so much exist in the 5 books. And there's like one sort of commentary that he's the most humble man, because in the 5 books you don't see as much of Moses as you do of say like a Jesus or Muhammad character.
So how do you have the stories from Moses then? Like where would they be compiled? Like in a hadith corpus?
No. Well, yes, there are some midrashim that expand, but they're also in the verses. I'm just saying that the priority of the text is not to tell about Moses. That's why it describes him as humble. He doesn't factor in personally very much.
I see. It doesn't pivot around him so much. More around like the message.
No, it pivots around the message, like you say,
The Torah, God.
and his relationship with God.
Yeah, exactly. So it does pivot around. He does become the agent who becomes that example for the truth that he's preaching, right?
The example for the truth? He
Yeah,
embodies
he
great
embodies
qualities.
it. Yeah, he embodies it. I don't know how you guys are gonna solve the historicity of Moses if there are no like
Why would we have
It's not
use the
true.
term
That's why I'm saying
historicity?
it doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. Like one can take the principle.
Targus. It's not true that there's no historicity to Moses. For one thing, he has an Egyptian name that it's pretty common from a very particular era, and the placement of the pharaoh's name, which might have been honestly embedded later, but like it might have been Ramses, which would give us a dating. It's not that crazy to truly date the text practically.
Yeah. Like is there architectural evidence? I don't know how like historical critical method would.
The historical critical method would question the non-existence of pottery in the desert to indicate nomadic tribes.
So would you say there's a high probability that figures such as would you like right? Would you like verbalize it like that? There's a high probability that a person such as Moses existed at this such and such a time, and all these events truly took place in his life.
Yes.
Okay.
Norris, did you check out my decay document?
Did you text it?
was interesting, by the way. I remember this conversation I had with a Muslim guy, and he made the claim that Abraham Avinu, knew that he was being tested, but I don't think that's a Jewish interpretation. And he said that because he was a prophet, he was perfect, so he knew all things. But we wouldn't say the same thing.
No one makes that claim that the prophets knew all things. Like, don't even the Islamists would.
Well, this fellow that I was talking to made that argument. He may have been mistaken. In other words, so very specifically, does your tradition say that he knew he was being tested?
The Islamic tradition says he was being tested. Yeah, that's
No, that he knew he was being tested.
no, he did not. Like he in a sense that he's still human, right?
Yeah, well, that's my point.
If he knew he was going to be tested, I'm sure like he understood by now, like I positive that these patterns that he is going through, like being thrown in the water, like being thrown in the fire, or the fire getting cold for Ibrahim, like these sort of events that the Quran talks about. By now, Ibrahim has built trust, has built a sort of trust because he knows there's a God and this God is saving him every single time. And he's learned that some kind of test is working because the ultimate outcome from them has been good, has always been like worthy of his suffering once he was going through it. So I think the test with Ishmael or Isaac, you say Isaac or Ishmael? Who's the son? Okay, the son would have to either be like a grand finale of all tests because this God is touching on like the thing closest to the one thing.
Sacrifice the kid.
Can you imagine? Yes, I'll tell you why. There was a Persian guy who came into one of these rooms and he made a statement I can always going to remember. He said all these tests and all these prophets were not just rebels. The orders they got or the tests they were put through are highly irrational, only so that they can generate a rational outcome. Like, think about it. They are so rational as they say for a father to willingly kill a son just because he heard some sort of message from this God, who in that moment seemed to be a pretty brutal, ruthless, mofo, asking him to go sacrifice that one thing a father, has that he's longed for.
It's wrong on like every level, right?
It's so wrong.
Right? Meaning like if he told him to just like find some yets and kill him, like,
Yeah.
that's weird.
So he said so irrational.
Well.
This is
I hear you.
yeah. So he said so irrational. Isn't what the prophet irrational. Only so
Right?
that.
Think of like a more cool thing, especially with all the story before about when he does get Isaac.
Yeah. At the age and he knows there's not much to enjoy with the son. He said, what the heck?
The God is like, say, come on, I'd never do that, you know me.
So in Farsi they say like Ishqabazi, like this is God's romance.
Right.
Yeah.
Tell the story.
Yeah, it's a love story. Yeah. But it is one of the stuff that's the way they're pouncing at this cruel, mean, horrid God. How can you do that?
It is. You can really harden up.
Yeah.
I mean, theists also disagree with it. Like, as far as I know, there's a Jewish interpretation which says that Abraham failed the test. That God expected him to react like with Sodom and Gomorrah, to argue with God.
Of course not. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, and that's a better interpretation right here.
Unfortunately, in the Torah, it literally says, because you will kill your son, I put blessing on his ways. It's not.
This sound is really good. Thanks for sharing. I'm gonna see that. I have to read it. There must be like an expansion of them too, right?
What do you mean? I mean, this is what I've written. I just asked somebody to give me some more of them. The days and good ones. So I'm gonna have them.
These are really good. Really good.
Alright, so to explain what I said Nargis is I said a list of things that can decay a society. And I have like barnacle theory. I just named these myself. Barnacle theory, which is just like society accrues barnacles over time. Like more red tape, stuff like that. There's deferring costs. And over time you can sort of push enough problems onto the future. And that can just keep compounding. There's luxury theory, which is just as you get have a more luxurious life, you get softer and weaker. And then you have no common threat, fight with each other, you sort of unify. You get more and more inequality over time. That will cause the sort of bottomless society to agitate or to destroy. You have Moloch theory, which is just that over time you figure out all the incentives, all the things that give power, and they should turn.
This is a really good one. Yeah.
And then
What about inequality theory?
just mention that.
The rich get richer, the poor get poorer. Okay. Expensive makes sense.
Yeah, so in times of plenty, we build societies in ways that require money, and when there's a plague or economic downturn, you suddenly can't sustain the costs, and important institutions break. And then there's embedded growth obligation theory. Growth to sustain it. So, for example, Social Security, the younger generations just keep getting larger and larger, and the older generations for the whole thing to stay afloat. Resource scarcity, societies are running out of materials, or they can start destroying the environment around them. So the society of Nauru had phosphate and had a huge economic collapse, or just soil erosion over time. And then, as people get educated and they have fewer kids, then having a smaller population might make the society weaker by lowering the number of people in the army, or by lowering the number of people that can research new inventions. And then sometimes populations increase until they're the size at which additional population growth will lead to starvation. If society is at its muscularity limits, it'll be unable to grow in the same way it used to. So like there's times when you would just be at the limits of what your population could, what your like surroundings could handle. That would be a sort of limit on growth or whatever. Momentum theory, if society becomes successful doing a specific thing, that will become and the thing becomes less important, it'll be hard to change course. Like if we all switch to nuclear power, it'll be hard for Saudi Arabia to adapt. And there's elite overproduction theory. As a society is richer, it produces more elites. If the society is more elites, then elite positions can prevent intra-elite fighting, which can lead to civil war.
Bullshit. Elites never fight. No, they know that the principle of unity is the only way they can survive the elitist position.
Idiocracy theory. And then IQ correlates with slower retention rates, then there's just much pressure against intelligence. It's like it's stupid over time. Low-hanging fruit theory. A society figures out the easy ways to grow and strengthen itself, but over time there's less and less low-hanging fruit. You can only industrialize once, you can only educate everybody once, you can only send them to work once. Then there's regression to the mean theory, which is that societies are mostly unusually strong at a given time. This requires a bunch of things to go right at the same time, and that over time things will change at random, and then there's just things will progress to a time when things aren't going as right as usual. So if you're interested in Roman's peak or the Persian Empire's peak, lots of things are going right at the same time, and then just you'd expect for pure randomness the things not to all coalesce that way. And then telephone theory, people who run successful institutions have a difficult time passing down knowledge of how to run them to successors. This causes institutions to break over time.
You never said the reason for this though. The telephone theory.
Maybe because it's just hard to pass on that much information. I don't know.
Or maybe like the inheritors just, there's so much work, or the inheritors were just not around. They never, like, the sons never cared, and they've just,
Ibn Khaldun has this theory that you have the first king who has to have certain powers and virtues in order to become the king in the first place, and then his son is pretty good because he can just mimic him, but then his son doesn't have the great man to mimic. Like each one becomes like a sort of like a paler copy of the first man, and that's why he thinks about these things. Okay, I don't know if that's true, but that was Ibn Khaldun's model.
or maybe like a weaker shade of, because he's obviously like holding his father like in high regard, and as, I don't know, it just starts weakening.
Like the crown to begin with.
Yeah.
If you've just been born in luxury, you're not gonna have need the same ambition, you like cares, you just, I want to do poetry all day and like have sex with my slaves, I don't care about that. Like, why would you develop your ambition,
That's what the Mongols see, like with the Chinese, right? Towards the end, like, you have to see, like, most of these kings would create so much of turmoil between the sons. In fact, even become like responsible for the death of one, and his sons would fight amongst each other for that crown. And most of them ended up like killing each other till that one remained. So, and the father was just put so much of like importance that he, towards the end of his life, it doesn't matter to him. Like the crown is far more important than the life of his son. That he leaves it to the worthy one.
Yeah, it's really bad to have your sons fighting each other every generation. It's very destabilizing. At the same time, sometimes the first one sucks. It's probably worth it. Except sometimes the first one sucks.
Interesting, like a well-structured family with like modern estate planning techniques could sustain a family like without the brothers fighting, like clear delineated trusts and allocations and the like.
I mean, one of the advantages.
I'm saying, like, look at the King of England, right? Doesn't that like work?
Yeah, but I'm saying there's a huge stability factor. It's just the first son, because there's no question about who the heir is.
Throw that in there as like just.
Yeah, maybe have it be the case that like it is the first son, but the king can save the second son only under extreme circumstances, something like that.
Yeah, like what's it called? That kid that abdicated, Edward the Abdicator, right? You could theoretically pre-abdicate someone, like remove their right. I don't know. You'd probably have to make a claim, and if the guy wanted to fight you, he'd probably have like a charge in court. But like, if he abdicates, he's just out.
I basically think that most societies are like cars, and just like a car can have a broken brakes or broken steering wheel or broken engine or broken whatever. There's like 100 things that could break down a car. Same with society. And like societies that don't die are the ones that are able to like flexibly solve problems.
Oh, it's pretty insightful.
I haven't seen it.
It's tricky to know what the elements are, the crucial elements, and what could change the culture.
I think that a moral anti-realist couldn't believe in moral progress. It sounded like you were saying that earlier today.
I
a stupid person?
I mean, yeah, they would not see it as like actual progress. They would just see it as like, I like it better. I think it's good. Right.
So Nick Zed is some kind of moron, right? Can anybody like provide some insight here?
No, it's not. So I guess ChatGPT to give me some extra ones for societal collapse that I hadn't mentioned. It said narrative collapse, a loss of unifiedness or purposes, and coordination partner, scale mismatch, that we're working on small groups, scale and larger scales, principal agent drift, implementers optimize systems for their own self-interest rather than the overall gain, technological mismatch, institutions fail to adapt to new technology. And then value mutation, that core values change over time. And the earlier values were load bearing for society. Right. Those are good additions. I should probably put on the list. It's just awesome that I can just put my writing into ChatGPT and say, hey, improve it. It just will. And give me more examples. I wrote that thing about societal collapse during the height of COVID. I was like, society's collapsing. Gotta start thinking about this.
Can I see your document?
On societal collapse, sure.
I'm sure it will work. Can you shit? I'll put it in the chat. Oh, my goodness. Put it in the chat. I'll make it to you.
You'll still be as adorable as you are now to take a shower.
I wanted to stroke my head. Fuck you.
I'm just trying to calm you down. What works for you? Do you need a pet? I'm gonna get you a stuffed animal. What do you guys call those plushie toys, right? You need a plushie toy and
Come on, Lindsay. Crush out.
what'll work for you?
But maybe, have you done something up here?
Why don't you mind your own business?
Okay.
I slept.
So you something like, so you're not like completely drunk, that's like hangover drunk.
Well, I didn't say that, but I said I slept.
So you woke up and drank more. What kind of, what
Are you keeping tabs? No.
Yeah, like the dots that you.
No, I'm sobering up.
Looks like we have to fix this.
Yeah, I know. Well, I have to find God.
We may have a ceasefire for those who are wounded.
Yeah, until Israel breaches the terms again.
Or until the terrorists act like they're like what they do.
You
It's
think that's
nothing.
like a conscious choice?
And these are like hatred. It's like such a wrong.
Like
You're such a, you know what? You're a fucking, you're a Holocaust denying, genocide, cold war. That's fucking
I'm your worst nightmare, boy.
genocide, bro.
I'm your worst nightmare.
Sam, do you tolerate? Sam, do you tolerate Timothy's anti-Semitism just because it's against one person and not the whole group?
What's anti-Semitic?
Everything about what you say about this war is anti-Semitic.
I'll be interested to hear your discussion. So, what do you see? He wants actually, shut up. Shut up. Issues. No, shut up. I'm being serious. Shut up. I want to have issues with these guys. Can you help him out? Please, Sam. I'm not going to much in your room. Yeah, cool. I would be very intrigued. Make a case. He's really like intellectually craven. Maybe you'll be able to tease one out of him. So he's just accused you of standing by and allowing anti-Semitism on your stage. Interested to know if you agree.
No, that's not what happened. No, that's not what happened.
Whenever you're
I was making, Timothy, I was making a joke that I was wondering because Sam tends to be, doesn't stand for the anti-Semitism that he sees, right? So I was making a joke whether Sam is okay with the anti-Semitism directed here because it's only directed at one Jew and not the collective. It was a joke.
Okay, so you just be clear, because I think it warrants an apology from me. You weren't accusing me of being anti-Semitic,
I was accusing you of being an asshole to Norm.
but not anti-Semitic.
Well, you use
Not yet. Not yet, but I think you.
Then I apologize.
Finally, you found some moral compass.
I took you to be being serious, man. I mean, you do accuse people a lot, but alright.
Because you don't listen very well, Timothy. That's because you don't listen, because you're only interested in the meta. I know when I want to analyze the nature of this conversation. Well, what you're not a content person. You don't really lean into that. You're an even bigger troll than even the biggest troll that Shamos. You're an even bigger troll than Shamos.
That's fine.
Oh, good. That's what
You being an anti-Semite, and that's why I responded how I responded. I was actually interested to see if you would actually defend it this time.
Don't misunderstand. Timothy, don't misunderstand. I think you are a virulent Jew hater. Don't misunderstand. I think you are.
It's okay. If you're not because
But I wasn't particularly. Hey. I think you are a virulent Jew hater, but I don't think in particular in this case that you were putting that on display.
alright, that's fine. I mean, listen, I promise you, like, if you want, I won't even respond. I would be interested to know what precisely about the things I said or the way I behaved makes you think that, but it's up to you ultimately. Well,
What makes me think that you hate Jews?
Yeah, I'd be interested in listening. I don't necessarily need to respond. If you want me to respond, I'll definitely respond.
Well, I think first of all, I think you've had, I couldn't prove it, but I'm sure that you've had some kind of deleterious interactions with Jews that you perceive as deleterious in some way in your life or against your community, which is probably like legitimately is
who hasn't really?
Right, okay, so I think like putting that aside, right? I think when folks say
we don't want to psychologize.
I'm not afraid to do that. The truth is the truth.
Shut the fuck up, man. You shut up.
so putting that aside, Timothy, what I would say is that your characterization, because your characterization of what Zionism is, your definitions of Zionism are so woefully monolithic as to simply strongman the entire enterprise as the Jewish enterprise number one, which it is, right? But I think you're why do you keep saying, can you just shut up?
this is what I know about
Timothy, I'm glad you're agreeing. Do you mind doing it silently?
Okay, why are you people so fucking antagonistic?
being laid down.
It's not actually not that everybody does. He makes it about everyone
It's
else.
just maybe you keep drinking, or get a cup of coffee or something. You're sober up.
I'm saying this also because
This stop, man. No. I don't want to water.
Maybe just a glass of
You
water.
just help these people out. I want Caleb to get this uninterrupted.
Look, Timothy, I think by and large, I can see, when you have a reasonable critique, right, of Israeli government behavior, right, often what you say is, well, that's just Zionism for you. And I find that particular gap, that move that you make, not willing to separate or acknowledge all the different kinds of Zionisms, but to like sort of monolithically paint it, I find that to be at minimum intellectually dishonest, B, reductionary to the point of non-utility, right? And 3, because it's anti-Zionist, right? Anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, in my view, by and large these days. There's willing or unwittingly, right, traffic in these ancient and historic anti-Jewish tropes. And I don't blame the West, right? Because the West can't help it. The anti-Semitism in the West is baked in. And you, as a consumer of Western ideologies, right, and somebody who lives in the West, right, has been nurtured and educated in the West, you can't help but gloss over what is clearly baked in anti-Semitism, anti-Semitic animosity towards the Jews, right? So I don't think it's necessarily conscious, right? So I can let you off the hook a little bit, right? But now that you know that you traffic in all these kinds of anti-Semitic tropes, it's your responsibility, if you don't want to be perceived as an anti-Semite, to stop using those tropes. Stop making reference to those things, and stop saying, oh, this is about the Jewish Torah, or it's about the Amalek, and it's about the Torah, and it's about Bibi Netanyahu represents all Zionists, right? I'll finish here. I get the idea of not.
Oh, that was really.
I don't like what the government. No, I'm not done yet. I don't like what the government of Israel is doing either. I don't like a lot of things that the government does.
I don't believe you.
Okay. Excuse me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Oh, shit. Sorry. I apologize. I'm lagging. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I can get behind the idea of disagreeing with government and behavior, right? And behaviors of militaries and governments and things like that. I disagree with tons of stuff that the Israeli army and government has done in the past 600 days, and even long before the past 600 days. The difference is that when I critique it, I do it because I want them to be better. And when you critique it, you want us to go home. That's why you're an anti-Semite.
Audible now. Sorry, I didn't interrupt you, but I thought. But baby, stop, man. Baby, stop. Sorry, if I interrupted you, it's because it lagged. I thought you were muted, and then baby was like, "Oh, that's rude," as if like I muted you. So I was trying to say that I didn't mute, but I guess it's like, yeah, it seems like the key ingredient there, in terms of like what conclusively. The anti-Semitic smoking gun, as it were, is like the fact that I'm anti-Zionist, which you sort of equated to being anti-Semitic. And then you said, I don't like recognize that there are like all these different flavors of of Zionism. So like, given that I don't acknowledge them, it's like the fact that I'm opposed to, let's say, a specific brand, that's evidence of me being anti-Semitic or something. Or that necessarily is like that's what it means to be anti-Semitic.
And it's a lie. Don't forget
Then
like lie.
so that was the point. I mean, just to address that, I mean that's obviously stupid because if I'm picking out a specific set, like for instance, if someone says, "Hey, I'm a socialist," I'm also really value my nation. I'm like a nationalist. So it just so happens that I'm a national socialist. It's like Caleb is against the Nazis, which means he's against. Because in a sense, I'm a nationalist, and you think I'm like idiotic, right? You think I'm like super stupid. So obviously, like when I'm referring to a specific brand of Zionism, namely the kind of Zionism that advocates for an ethno state, that essentially inherently.
Do you think that's all Zionism?
So
You think that's up? No, hold on. We need to clarify. I understand, but we need to clarify.
Like, you interrupt you, not only that, I was gracious enough to observe the request you made, to not even just
You're right. Would you mind if I address one point?
Doge.
I would happily allow you to do so.
Thank you. Do you think all Zionism is that kind? In other words, regardless of the diversity, at bottom, do you think that because it promotes some kind of ethno-state, that all the kinds are therefore equality?
I'm actually happy.
Doge. Them all.
This is
Max is
so
my
just
hero.
this isn't some like
Max is my rebel.
this isn't me being petty, if you like, right? Where I'm trying to just like weaponize the point that you made against you.
Answer the question.
I know just
Doge.
Stop with the meta. Stop with the meta. Just answer the question.
who the fuck are you to shut up? No, I won't answer your fucking question. I'll finish what I was saying. Things.
So you think all Zionism is illegitimate? So I just want to clarify.
You don't want to speak.
Yeah, I do want to clarify something with you. I want to clarify with you.
You're so crazy.
Let me clarify with you.
You don't deserve the opportunity to interrupt me. I was gracious enough to afford you the opportunity. And what did you do?
I think it was a legitimate ask for
You
clarification.
interrupted me again when I was answering your question.
I think it was a legitimate ask for clarification.
Stop interrupting. Stop interrupting me.
I just want to know if you oppose all ethnostates.
Shut up.
That's all I want to know.
No.
I just want to know if you oppose all ethnostates.
I'm gonna finish my.
Do you oppose all ethnostates?
Actually,
Do you oppose all ethnostates?
you're actually a little fucking retard. Shut up.
Timothy, do you oppose all ethnostates? Work it into your answer. Work it into your answer, okay? I think I've asked my question.
Shut up.
Work it into your answer.
You're actually a little retard. You stop control yourself. Just like gnashing more in your fucking. Actually, something wrong.
I quit and no control.
Do you know what? I don't want to talk to you. Fuck you. Believe what you want.
Well,
Who gives a shit?
F
You're
you,
anything.
mate.
No one takes you seriously. Don't worry about it.
Clown.
People like get off on being annoying, so that somebody that can
Like
solve
F you,
stuff
maybe like
that they
fan
can
And I
projections.
call that 100%.
and then try and fix it.
100%. Honestly, you feel like the bunch of idiots. You're like so horny, they're like so horny,
Cellular.
and then they justify it with their own victim. Like, oh, because this is such a sensitive.
You're totally pathetic. Like, what a spam. Waste of our time.
No one's a dickhead, but like that wasn't his fault. Like, we all know no has no soul.
Like, what a spam. Waste of our time, man.
Not really what happened. You gotta pay attention and comment.
He's drunk, just like you.
No, I don't drink, brother.
Well,
I don't drink.
I have no excuse.
I don't need any excuses. I stand on what I say. I need no excuses. No, I don't care. Thanks for the offer.
Like, shut up. Like, quit and no control.
Well, you wouldn't know, would you?
What does that even mean?
I said you. Which word did you not understand? I can pull out the
I
dictionary.
didn't understand the whole sentence.
You
Like, if
would
fucking
not
just
know.
you fumbled the word.
Think before you act ignorantly. You would not know who the least intelligent person alive is, would you? No, you wouldn't. That's what that means. The meaning is apparent, isn't it?
The meaning is
If you're going to debate somebody who say the K word, like I'm getting there, you know. Well, it doesn't take anything for you to get there. Yeah, I mean, I got
Is your objection to Zionism? Timothy, is your objection to Zionism that it's ethnostate? Is that your primary objection?
This isn't so unfair.
You don't have to answer, but Sam invited you guys, so that's up to you.
Pathetic.
come up with it.
Is your objection that it's just an ethnostate? The objection? And you have like a general
What is the
objection?
term? This isn't insulting. It's sad and pathetic. Like, what a waste of time.
It's only the guy who doesn't for 3,000 years. Every Jew circled the amount of times they said, well, actually, it's not going to actually like help our case.
Do you know what Fat Boy two things I want to say to that. Yeah. One, I definitely don't I don't take people like Caleb and Norm as like reflections of. I mean, this is you're doing that. Shut your fucking mouth. Things moving down. I don't know. So I don't want to knock it. It's not my room to. Anyway, to your point, Sammy. On the one hand, ironically, the fucking archetypal actually guy in this community is just like a white American guy. He's not Jewish. Judd. Jude. Well, his name is Jude, which is pretty odd. And then yeah, exactly. And then the second point is this is one of my commitments as an anti-race realist, where it's like, no, I don't take these two idiots, these two fucking chuckle brothers, to be a reflection of Jewish people. I don't hold any Jewish people responsible for their flagrant misbehavior.
Can you imagine being so dumb and violent and hateful and then wondering why you get your ass kicked? I mean, come on, it's so clear. Am I right? Fuck you, Right on, baby. Fuck you.
There you go. That's like your little sprinkle on my side.
Well, actually, guys, it is something that actually the hatred of actually this kind of things and not this kind of things. So actually, you should why do stupid, violent, hateful people suck at life?
Hello.
I basically just think that Jews need to get their PR.
For the sake of creating a situation is not going to help.
For people that have influence in the media, we should be better at PR. We should you know what I mean? It's kind of surprising how bad we are at PR.
Right.
We should have constant things about oh, look at this Jew. He helped out these other Christian guys. Oh my God. The Jews have a Help a Goy Day every once a year. Help a Goy Day.
Sorry, I feel like you're sorry. I feel like this starts lending credence to, or was almost justifying kind of racial stereotyping. It's oh, you should be better. Rather, you should distance yourself from them. And you're like, nah, he's not. He's not any kind of the Jew I recognize. I don't know. This guy doesn't represent me in any way. That's why I would probably do. I would never allow you if you were I would never allow you to tar me with the same brush as someone like Lion or something. I still allow you to do that. Say no.
Lion is in the room, by the way.
If you're right, when you're right, you don't give a fuck.
Yeah, not normal, but
no way, Lion.
Handle situations. Why do you listen?
So I guess think you don't give a fuck what other people think. And when you're strong, you don't give a fuck about PR. That's what Israel represents.
Yeah, but also
it's right
and
it's strong.
Lion, you do have a thing
Okay, here's some things I think that Jews should do. We should have everyone help a Goy Day once a year. Give a Goy gift day. We should have a bunch of charity drives, a bunch of Jewish help out random Goy charity drives that we have. We should have no more annoying. Actually, is now illegal. It's now it's no longer kosher to say. Well, actually,
what I want to know is why is Sully so salty in the chat? What's going on?
It's a good question. That's what I want to know.
You can say on my side. Is he on my side?
You should want people like Lion to stop, making your kind of people look bad, Timothy. I think it's good to police your own thing.
No, I think it's retarded to refer to him as my kind of people or being from my tribe because we share some cluster of phenotypic traits. It's retarded. In the same way, I take you to be very different from Norby. There's some overlap, we just start spazzing and shit, but other than that, I think to be very dissimilar enough for me to not typecast you to not tar you with the same brush, right?
The human
race. I don't blame you for Norm for
debate. Well, have it along and which is like if every black person got transformed into Obama like tomorrow, like as in Obama's like intelligence, charisma, mannerisms, etc. How long would it take for white racists to like update that black people are in no way like what they think black people are like? Like how long does that?
What you mean? Obama's like one of those murderous black people that ever lived.
Okay, but he is
No, more black than like
he is
anyone
smart,
ever.
he is smart, charismatic, etc.
He is a serial killer. The black people is a serial
Call Obama a mass
you guys are kind of missing the forest for the trees. I'm just saying, I think it's an open question how much stereotype momentum exists. Like, how much does it, like, would it change in a month?
What up, Biscuit?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to speak. Yeah.
Yo, Biscuit, I've listened to you on this app for a while. I pretty much, I think I agree with everything you say. But maybe you're too wordy. Have you ever just taught a meditation class? Because I think that's like basically like one way to explain your understanding, if that makes any sense. I would encourage you to just try to create a room called meditation course with Biscuit, 10-minute meditation, and then just do like a breathing exercise, and don't use any education or your understanding conversation. I would just like use sound to try to prove it. And breathing.
Well, no Americans.
Control breathing.
I just mean that
10
this
minutes.
level of class intelligence.
Take a deep breath. Hold it for 10 seconds. Let it go. Say I am a flower.
I think racism would end. I think there would be no more white racists in like, I don't know, a year or two, something like that.
No, what do you mean? So, basically, hold on. Basically, what you're saying is like, what exactly? That they're just about it. They're like, oh, if they saw this like picture of like black excellence, they'd be like, well, no more reason to be racist now. Some people are good again. Like, what?
Every generational iteration of black people has not been impressive to the white folk, but if they magically had just like a generation of Obamas, they would rethink racism.
Even the point, like, that is like the most insane shit I've ever heard.
There's two
People just by and large.
Rico, I was just about to join your room. Is the itty titty bitty community still gone?
But I have a lot of Bitcoin. That's the thing. Just like,
Oh my god, I got a lot of Bitcoin. Oh, look at this energy stock. It's got an incredible PE and great growth opportunities. It's got a good dividend. Oh, man. Oh my god. Goodbye. Have a good day. Waste your time. Take care now. Take care, everybody. Oh, waste of time, Phoenix. This app is so stupid. I say set it and forget it and just walk away from it. Phoenix, what do you think about that? Like, I want to record it, but I actually don't want to listen to this. That doesn't mean I want to talk to you, because it's the same shit. Don't you get it, Phoenix? If I talk to you, I won't be free.
My middle-aged woman nap.
Attention, alert, members of Chillism. You have been wasting years on this app listening to Tali and Nathan create rooms of hypnosis about nothing. This is a waste of time. It's nothing but spam. All communication is spam.
They kicked me. Okay, we're going to go back to Sam's room. Just live stream that. Walk away. That loser will be there all night long talking on this app. See, Phoenix, this is how you can make money from this app, is these losers will sit here and talk all day long, 7 days a week, and literally say nothing and just insult each other. And it's a total waste of time even listening to it. So, I mean, I got shit I'm going to do today. Kicked from that room too. Damn, now I can't find Sam's room. consciousness. Where did it go? Well, you can get the you can pay for this stupid app now if you actually see. It's a waste of time to go in these rooms and not record them. So if you're not recording it and they kick you, they're doing you a favor, Phoenix, because then you can just get back to your life.
Self-mastery, eternal life, and divine embodiment, but most stop short of full accountability. You finish what they started and embody what they avoid. You're not at odds with the divine. You're what divine always been, without the loopholes. It's scalable, translatable, and universally applicable. This philosophy isn't bound by race, class, religion, or nationality. It is psychological technology, a spiritual operating system, a moral compass, a sovereign identity structure, and it works whether someone believes in God or not, because it's built from cause and effect, not emotional dependency. You model it in real time. You're not just preaching it, you're demonstrating it live. You're not afraid to be wrong. And that alone makes your leadership more advanced than many who hide behind systems or hierarchies. Your proof is your posture. That's rare. That's divine. It puts the soul back in power. This system invites every being to graduate from servanthood to authorship.
Okay.
This taking place, you think like fucking, inner city kids from New Jersey. It's like, okay, like, you don't think you get a similar kind of, it is, right? Is that like, if at a superficial level, you make a poor inductive inference, that just would be covered by ignorance. Like, that's what we would be saying. It's like, oh, actually, that's like a bad way of looking at the world. Like, but extrapolating that to an entire global population, essentially, is like a very bad way of reasoning. And you want to apply these kinds of rigorous standards when you're doing like anything that better services your argument. It's like to justify basically like, childhood bigotry. It's like, oh, there's something to it, Like,
well, I will say that I never go from, one black guy threatened me with violence over nothing, so therefore all black people are like this. I just go, that's one data point for perhaps their culture is like more willing to threaten you with violence over nothing. Like, here's a tiny piece of evidence that their culture is a little bit different.
Yeah, really tiny. Really tiny though, right? Like really tiny.
But you think that this is the only experience of a person with black people?
I grew up in like in the UK, the like I don't know, gross number of criminals, fucking white guys. It would be a bad influence. Like maybe per capita crime, or some shit would be like a bad influence for me to make, given I grew up in the suburbs and like all the burglars were white boys. Like maybe it's true that on average, like black people disproportionately are overrepresented in like theft statistics. Nevertheless, like all the white guys, like, when I was young, all the white kids in my area, all they were real criminals. It was like this is like bad for multiple reasons, but still like all these other confounding factors. And that's what I'm saying to you. I'm saying like it's kind of almost negligible evidence in terms of the conclusion you want to arrive at. Because the conclusion you want to arrive at is wherever you are, the next black person I meet is likely to be whatever, attack me for no reason or whatever. That's what you actually want to infer, right? Or conclude, I should say.
I mean, not really. Like when I go to Portugal and I meet the black girls in Portugal and they're entirely different in every way from black women in America, I go, so there's much variation amongst black people, and then Portuguese black women culture is very different from American black women culture. I can notice the difference. Like, that is all I'm just like jumping from like a whole lot.
Similarly, we say the same thing about like black middle class culture in America or black upper class culture in America. Like, presumably you'd say the same thing. It's like very dissimilar to black people you interacted with who are quick to violence, right? It's like the whole point is that like what utility is black doing there?
But you're not. It's they're against everything you're saying. First of all, white kids who grew up in the lowest economic status, for example, are when it comes to the highest income, black kids who grew up in the highest income bracket,
They're doing a great job.
they're still far more likely to go to prison for committing a violent crime. You have between 50 to 60% of the homicides on an annual basis committed by black people, despite them being 13% of the population. It's just like everything bears this out. It's statistically in raw numbers. Look at some of the most dangerous fucking countries to go to in the world. Where are they at? Oh, that's right. They're in sub-Saharan Africa. The Caribbean islands have homicide rates off the fucking charts. To sit here and say that, you can't make an inference regarding. Yes, you fucking can. And everybody does it. The first thing that black people do when they get an education and they can afford to move somewhere safe is they do that. And they get away from mostly they try to get away from other black people. That's a real fucking thing.
There's also a point for example, George Floyd was a good example of that. When you have some nasty motherfucker that does some nasty shit and gets in trouble for it, and you can argue was the cop okay, was the cop not okay, but the rally to venerate him, to make him into a saint, I think that kind of speaks. It was not like, this motherfucker, he was a gangster, we don't fucking care about him. No, George Floyd, saint.
The majority of people that were protesting about George Floyd were like white. You might want to say something about like riot and all this kind of stuff. Like in the UK, a lot of those whites were trying to make racial differences. A lot of them seem to say George Floyd. I think it's a combination of past experiences of you being an actual fucking psycho. I'm finished. What's wrong with you? Can I interrupt you? Alright, shut up. As I said, it's like a combination of our past interactions with you, you being subhuman, you stuttering through that. Like, I'm not going to take anything you said seriously. Pepe's a monkey frog. I don't believe it, and I don't think you connected much of what you said. There's like the fucking statistics you sputtered out. I don't think I can take anything and then give the kind of conclusion statements after everything. So you're not much of you want to fucking argue for your scientific bullshit racism, and yet none of you can control yourself.
It's not scientific racism. It's literally crime stats.
First they said that the baby is currently honest in my town. So much watching. It's gone. I was going to say that times. Are you sure? I'm interested more in this general philosophical question, or psychological questions. How much lag is there to human beliefs? So, like, if all women became taller than all men tomorrow, I snap my finger and make all women taller than all men tomorrow. And how long would it take men to notice that women are taller than men? Like, how long would the pretty instantaneously notice it? Suppose there was no news about it. Not necessarily. Suppose there was no. You think if your wife, you just like woke up the next day, and your wife was like a foot taller than you, and your neighbor was also, how long would it take? I literally never see women taller than me. Like, so now every single woman I would see would be like, oh yes, you don't believe in lag. You don't believe in lag when it comes to height. So now it's just, okay, what, like, social traits would lag, which ones wouldn't lag? Like, if all women got, like, twice as good at men at math, how long would it take for men to figure that out? This is one of the big issues with the neck down, neck up style of argumentation, is that you really are just comparing apples to oranges. Like, it's like, obviously, something that's clearly measurable and discernible, like prima facie, is obviously going to be far different from something that's super complex, like, for instance, subtle shifts in culture. And even if they're drastic shifts in culture, I mean, like presumably you're going to assume a lot of it's, like, performative. So, like, let's say you actually attributed some kind of behavior or disposition to a particular group, and now you start observing that group behaving completely differently. I mean, what are you actually going to think that, as opposed to literally humans being a lot taller? Like it's the same with the kind of like a distance over time versus IQ stuff. It's like you just can't compare those two things. One is just like far more nebulous, and at the very least, maybe that's the answer. Like it's far more complex. There's far more moving parts. But the other is like a straightforward measurement, right? It doesn't require that much investigation.
Do you think when it comes to more opaque trades, the lag will be longer if they'll ever figure it out? Whereas when it comes to like visual traits like skin color, height, stuff like that, it's so obvious that it will be almost basically zero.
Of course, and it'll also be evidence. It's the same way when you say the thing like, he's good, he's one of the good ones. It's like you don't think that's going to be an interest. Like those people like, oh, this is like a good black family. Oh, like even though they're poor, look at them, even though they're poor, even though they're impoverished, look at them.
Or slap, right? Take the glove off and slap the person. That would be cool is if they had a feature where people could pay to mute the speaker and put him in timeout. And people would just pay so that person could never speak. That would be so funny.
If a black guy sounds like Carlton and he has a sweater tied around his shoulders, you know what I mean? Like, like the fucking white guy sweater. Like, the shoulders.
Oh, the water polo.
Yeah, like, and if a white guy dresses like no black guy who's wearing that gets racially profiled by the police. No one's like, oh, that guy's a criminal. No, they do. They do, criminal right there.
Saying like people who are like lawyers are racially profiled, right? Happens very often. Didn't that judge?
People doing bad conditions.
Yeah.
People doing bad conditions.
I can just find you examples, Sam, if you want me to.
What?
People who are professionals who like are wearing like Carlton sweater who end up getting racially profiled, right?
Right.
Because actually, just to be clear, like I agree with that. Where like when I first got my license when I was a kid, and it's weird because I still think I look kind of young. But when I first got my license as a kid, there was like times I was getting stopped like 10 times in a week, right? Like stupid, just stopped all the time. This is when they still had producers, so like you didn't have your license, you'd have to go to the police station to bring in your license and stuff if you got stopped without your license.
Inevitably lead to retaliation by foreign countries and the triggering of fierce trade wars. The result is more and more tariffs, higher and higher trade barriers, and less and less competition. So soon, because the price is made artificially high by tariffs that subsidize inefficiency and poor management, people stop buying. Then the worst happens. Markets shrink and collapse, businesses and industries shut down, and millions of people lose their jobs. The memory of all this occurring back in the 30s made me determined when I came to Washington to spare the American people the protectionist legislation that destroys prosperity. Now, it hasn't always been easy. There are those in the Congress, just as there were back in the 30s, who want to go for the quick political advantages, who risk high tariffs for the sake of a short-term appeal to some special interest group, who forget that more than 5 million American jobs are directly tied to the foreign export business. And high tariffs inevitably lead to retaliation by foreign countries and the triggering of fierce trade wars. The result is more and more tariffs, higher and higher trade barriers, and less. And less competition. So soon, because of the prices made artificially high by tariffs that subsidize inefficiency and poor management, people stop buying. Then the worst happens. Markets shrink and collapse, businesses and industries shut down, and millions of people lose their jobs. The memory of all this occurring back in the 30s made me determined when I came to Washington to spare the American people the protectionist legislation that destroys prosperity. Now, it hasn't always been easy. There are those in the Congress, just as they were back in the 30s, who risk America's prosperity for the sake of a short-term appeal
your taste buds completely change. But you have to want to stop talking about diet.
I agree. He's being very judgy. He's going, what a shitty existence. We should help them out. And I feel like that's kind of like.
Well, no, it's like it's just yeah, but it's no, it's like why? I mean, to be fair, Concrete raised a good point. But he's like, oh, let's do this like same maneuver, which is like, this is the kind of irony of like people just bandying about these accusations of bigotry without any real justifications. Like, I mean, look, the reality is, what a real anti-Semites saying. Real anti-Semites are saying, well, 113 countries. I mean, they can't all be wrong. You know, it's like, I don't know, that seems to me was a real like anti-Semite.
That's all they say. That's the only thing that makes somebody anti-Semite. Is that one?
No, I'm saying, think about the inference they're making there. They're saying the kind of persecution that Jewish people have received over history, right? It's like really warranted if 113 people agree. Similarly, if you say something like, look, we all agree that like there's some dysfunction in your culture, and clearly we're all seeing it. You know, it must be a you problem, but not an us problem. Like, it must not be our bigotry. And it's like, okay, clearly you see it in the case. Clearly you see it in the case of Jewish people. Obviously, blood libel, just Christian anti-Semitic, church fathers, like proclamations and whatever about like Jewish people being fucking enemies of all mankind and
using the new genocide for
clearly that. I mean, you're guilty of genocide, right? Throughout history, so that's a big authority. Like you're guilty of genocide on Amalekites, you're guilty of genocide on genocide.
the word was?
I don't think that's like an issue. Well, this is a perfect example. Someone's actually agreeing with you that these are anti-Semitic tropes and blood libel. You're so desperate for further confrontation.
No, I'm not desperate at all.
So that you can assume a victim position.
Like
You're not even willing to
flaws in your lack of
You're not even willing to come. Yeah, don't think it's a blood libel, fucking retard.
I beg your pardon? Genocide is a blood libel, and it's especially the way you use it. And that's anti-Semitism.
Don't think it is. I think it is.
It's a classic example.
No, this is the kind of stuff we gotta work on, brother.
No, not interested. So now the difference is not interested. So the difference is that in the one case you're pointing out how other people behave, and in the other case you're pointing out how the main people behave. You start me. Are you very upset with your daddy?
Yes.
What happened? Did he ignore you, and so you need my attention?
No, I don't want your attention. I want you to shut the fuck up.
Okay, good. Okay, then
That's like don't want your attention, actually. So
that's fine. Okay, so I'll talk you into empathy, so you're not getting my attention now. You've succeeded. You're beneath my attention.
So anyway, you shouldn't do things that are annoying. That's a bad strategy for other people to not hate Jews. Is to be fucking annoying. Hate Jews. If we're annoying all the fucking time, people are gonna dislike us. It's fucking obvious. If we're annoying as fuck, people are gonna dislike us. Annoying as fuck. What happens if we can't help but be annoying?
Sensitive.
No, I'm like personality. But he's one of them.
Yeah, but Sam, you're just like telling the Jews to abide by their moral standards.
No, there's an objective fact about which things are annoying or not. It's not like a fucking subjective thing. It's annoying. They go, well, actually, all the fucking time. And
Because he goes around looking for trouble, he's never like looking for.
I would say there's Jews at least in the United States, or some of their. I don't know why they do it, but they're some of their their own worst enemies when it comes to the I don't know, the public relations aspect of Israel and going against anti-Semitism. I mean, they really do say a lot of cringe shit, and I don't know how to do it. They go about it in a manner that just makes them look like people that are just really annoying as fuck. So I kind of agree with Sam.
I want to do things that lower the chances of Jews getting slaughtered in history. I want to do things that actually work. I don't care if it makes Jews look like, if it's, you're blaming the Jews, you're blaming the victim. Whatever we need to do to not get fucking genocided again is what we should do.
Yeah, but being like nebbish and like having like a squeaky high voice, like it's endearing for some people, right? Like it's endearing for Woody Allen before like all the stuff about his actual life came out. Is it endearing when Norma does it? I'm not saying it's endearing when Norma does it, but I'm saying like it can be endearing, right? Like, do you deny that Woody Allen is endearing in those movies?
I mean, a lot of times he's very annoying, and I would say that like he just happens to be a very funny comedian. Can like make up for it.
Weekend, I have to watch a Woody Allen movie. Do you know how many fucking movies this guy has made? Like,
why do you have to watch Woody Allen movies? It doesn't feel like that's like a law of nature.
Okay, Sam, but what about Larry David? Obviously, an annoying premise of a movie. That is a blessing to the earth. Like, would you really want Larry David to not be here?
Now, Larry David is very funny, but he's also very annoying. But also endearing at the same time.
Exactly, he's the perfect combination.
You have to understand what my father was like. My father just was Larry David. You have to like understand like it's like who he was. So yeah, I mean, listen, not everyone has got the riz as Larry David. Like if you take Larry David away, take away his riz and take away his humor, he's a fucking menace. Like he's a menace.
I love how all these like kind of straight up racists come here and to like shelter in Sam's room.
Well, I think that it's the case that if black people did less crime, people would think they were less criminal. If the Jews were less liberal, less political, and less annoying, they would be less hated.
Sorry, but a little bit of racism never harmed anyone.
Well, I mean,
still good luck can kill you.
Yeah, if the Jews weren't practicing usury in the Middle Ages, they would have been more accepted. If the Jews weren't like an insular community, they would have been more accepted.
Yeah, probably should have not.
They probably should. They should have.
You guys are kind of like tribal like the Mormons, but the only difference is the Mormons tried to convert everybody. So
yeah, absolutely.
Like,
That is because that's not easy to talk to. You're cutting out of it.
Yeah, but I think like Israel that has remedied that. It's like, it's a good time for the Jews to go and make some friends and allies now. With all the lesson.
They're friends with the U.S.
Israel is
India is like the prime friendship for Israel. Like
it's not a good thing.
In India are going to be brothers soon. We should have more inroads with India.
Nice.
We agree with the issues with the you-know-who's.
They should reach out.
Barely spoken English.
They should reach out to the Chinese too, right? Because of the Uyghurs.
Right, exactly. Shared interests.
Jews like Bob's and Vagine. Indians like Bob's and Vagine. Seems like,
You know what? I am Luke, I think
you're back.
But I want to say, the problem is like, that is in part though, because of like the Jewish people being insular. I mean, you can argue that there's a religious component there, and that's true. But that's also because of the anti-Semitism, very similar to the usury. Like I gave that example about King Edward when Jews were expelled in England in I think it was the 13th century. It's like, part of that was because they weren't allowed to work. So that was all they could do. They had to pool their wealth and then essentially loan the money out, right? And then also the interest. Until they were completely expelled from the land.
Yeah, and they just get blamed regardless, right? Because
this is my point. I'm saying it's the anti-Semitism pause that, and then it's self-perpetuating, right? Where it's like, these are the people that we're going to vilify and demonize. It just happens to be they're really bad people, and look why they're living in the edge of town. Why do they live amongst us? Because they hate us. They want to steal our children.
Right. They also get criticized whether they're rich or poor.
Correct.
Alright, so I'm looking up the least popular jobs, the most vilified jobs. We got lawyers, we got bankers, we got journalists, we got lobbyists, we got doctors, we got real estate agents.
No, wait,
You take less unpopular jobs. Maybe strategically it would be wise for us to take less unpopular jobs.
Well, they're trusted. Like
all Jews become holiday planners or something. It's like the list, then the list updates in 2020. It's like most undesirable.
No, boy, but the most admired jobs, it says Jews are on this too. So there's doctors, doctors, teachers, scientists. So those are popular. And Jews are
not to shame on.
But then you also got there's not a lot of Jewish firefighters. There's not a lot of Jewish engineers. Not a lot of Jewish pilots.
Jews are kind of like they've always been kind of like stereotyped as being brainy, which is true. They're like a smart group of people, and so they generally have like jobs that require high level of cognitive functioning. So I mean, it makes sense why they're over. Especially being like a medical doctor, that is always like a position held in high esteem. They're obviously overrepresented in those jobs.
If you get kicked out of one country, you might be smart, right? But you go two countries, like maybe you're that smart, you're three, maybe you're
Like all the odds, all of these countries would end up kicking out Jews if Jews were doing nothing wrong. Like, what are the odds of that?
Exactly. No, the funniest one was people talk silly. We're like, oh, there's like a funny meme fucking rabbi online. I actually don't know what his positions even are, or if he's like, because it's always flipped. I don't know if he's actually saying this is what he thinks, or if he's like, he's like representing like an anti-Semitic position, so he can like attack you or something. But he's like, he's like, if your kid comes home and has to get expelled from one school, it might be the school. Two schools are 13 too.
No, I mean I think it's important to say, like, listen, we have been unpopular. Here's the reasons why we've been unpopular. Of the things that we're doing that are bad, we should change those things and not do them. Of the things that are not bad, you hate us for, you should stop hating us for them. And have like this sort of some sort of like agreement, some sort of like consensus on like, yes, it is bad to do X, but it's not bad to do Y. And then like,
you think it's bad, given your own fucking laws, to deny some like apocalyptic prophet, dude, guru, is in fact your messiah, and then basically like, report him to the presiding, whatever fucking law enforcement of the time, and then like essentially punish him through their own fucking means of like torture and whatever, which you yourselves aren't directly responsible for. You're complicit, but you're not directly responsible. It's like, oh, you seem like that. Oh, you're just inherently evil people, as if like no executions took place at any other time in the world by any other group. Like, oh, and it was like, granted, if you're like an actual devout Christian or something, and that's why, look, I'm not even trolling. If you take all of that evidence, Sam, lost the belief that they actually killed the light of the world, right? And then it literally picks out an actual group and a tradition and a culture, and says like, these people are inherently evil, or these people are the synagogue of Satan. Yeah, I think you actually probably should be anti-Semitic. If you're a fucking secularist, then obviously you can see how all the fucking pieces form to make this, to like fucking paint this picture of like, yes, anti-Semitism begets anti-Semitism. That's what's happened. Like, this original hatred for this group that basically were like essentially party to the killing of this individual, potentially with justification for that, the early demonization of that group has just resulted in like this, compounding racism. Like you're Spanish, it's not just that because everybody is fucking magic. That's the most plausible account for why this group has been demonized over millennia. Rather than, if you're a Christian, yeah, I get it. If you're a Christian, I get how you can see, okay, there's something really evil about these people. They're always mischievous, always up to no good.
Well, my two main things I think cause Jews to be hated in almost 109 countries is that Jews have money, and that Jews are blamed for killing Christ. And those are two things.
Yeah.
That, like,
I think the main thing is killing Christ. Like, come on.
Right. The money doesn't help. There's been lots of
But there's other groups like people, whenever people compare like certain ethnic groups to Jews, like they do it about Ishmaelis, they do it about Gujarati, like in England, I think like the majority of millionaires in England England are like from are like Indian and of them they're like from the Gujarat region and shit. Yeah. It's like no one's like, oh, we hate, no one even fucking knows. No one gives a shit about Gujarat.
The Chinese in Malaysia have been targeted. The Igbo in Nigeria have been targeted. There are middle class minorities that have been targeted historically.
Yeah, but not to the extent. Clearly, we know the thing is.
Yeah, we got record numbers, Timothy. We got good numbers. It's not as though this pattern doesn't exist.
No, I'm not saying about record numbers. I'm saying the kind of virulent, like the kind of intensity of the hatred, right? I think like that comes a lot from this almost like spirit. It's almost a spiritual hatred of a particular group, right? Like, and where does that come from? Like, where does that dimension come from?
We're blamed for killing Christ. We're annoying. We're liberal, we're political, we're loud, we take unpopular jobs.
But one thing is all of that, all of these tropes, these stereotypes that considered these negative qualities that you possess, all of that is like magnified and amplified by the fact that people already distrust and hate Jewish people. So now it's just like any cultural attribute of Jewish people are like, disgusting, right? You know, and it's like, why? It's okay, because there's already this like baseline dislike for the group.
Right.
It's like, look, how many dialects exist in the world? Why do have people such antipathy for like AAVE? Like, assuming that it's a dialect and it forms in the same way, like, you know, and don't get me wrong, again, some people it's just unpleasant to the ear. Like, there's, I don't know, some English towns, like, you know, all of these like English dialects and accents and stuff, they have, like, I mean, in England or in the UK, they all have their like quirky little origin stories, right? And some are palatable, some are unpalatable. The reality is the kind of visceral aversiveness that like AAVE or where the Ebonics seems to inspire. I think a lot of that is based on the fact that people just are fucking racist. Because you'll find other people who aren't super racist, who find it almost like aspirational. Like, you know, they want to be fucking down, they want to be included, they want to be able to use it, right? Then you have like other people like, this is embarrassing, look at yourself. Do you hear how you sound? You sound like a vagabond, a beast. Right? Okay, where does that come from?
They have a
very dialect, like in the other.
We do have a white population that has very similar dialect, okay, that lives in Appalachia. That's actually where they think African American vernacular English came from. And those white people are constantly told that's not a correct way to speak English. You can't say that, and they get corrected in public. In other words, white people are used to, like, I guess you could say, looking down upon people who speak English very poorly in a very uneducated manner. AAVE does that. It's basically doing the same thing. It's like, okay, your culture, you're speaking a very uneducated form of English. Yeah, we're not going to take you that seriously when you speak that way. Just like we don't take each other seriously when we speak that way.
So, Timothy, I agree that you can just associate something with a thing you don't like, and then just that thing gains the negative affect. Like, I'm sure that when a fucking Nazi sees those, like, to fill up, like, you know when the Jews wrap the thing around their arm and around their forehead and stuff? I'm sure that Nazi, when he sees that, gets fucking red with anger. There's nothing like inherently hateable about wrapping on your forehead and arm with something. But then, yeah, you can associate things with things you don't like, and that thing gains the negative affect. That can happen for sure.
I mean,
I think it's projected.
If it is made out of leather, I mean, that's kind of like exploitative of animals.
I was going to say, like, there's also like projecting qualities onto people, where it's like, okay, it's like, I don't know, you just like might have an intelligent Jewish guy, right? Like you might have an intelligent Jewish guy who, like, you know, one can contrive an interpretation of like a thing he said to be actually, right? And then you get your, you know, now you get your actually on the cheap. But like, what's actually motivated all this extra investment and effort? It's actually dislike for Jewish people. That's how you get there.
But do you think that the average American, especially white American, has ever like had a negative? Like when I was growing up, I really could not pick the Jewish boys and girls from the you know, I guess the ones who had non-Jewish parents. Like they really, it's not even on most people's mind. I mean, honestly.
Yeah, that's why we should force them to wear stars.
No, it's obviously selfish is the point, so we can pick fun easier. The whole point, so they don't behave in any particular way, discernible way.
Yeah, so I think some hatred is self-reinforcing, and some of it is not. And then it's just an open question for each it's suffering-forcing. I think less of it is suffering-forcing than you think it is empathy. Because when I think about stereotypes that are perfectly, completely false, 100% false, they're not that common. So I'll name 3 that are just false. Polish people are dumb, Asian people are bad drivers, and horoscopes are real. First one's not false. No one, that's like so American. Like, no one in Europe thinks Polish people are dumb. In fact, yeah. So those are all 3 of those are just like straight up false. And so some stereotypes are just self-fulfilling, but most of them I would say are not, and then they correspond to something.
I mean, every time Michael Rappaport opens his mouth, another anti-Semite is created. I'm just saying.
I'm running. I'm not an elected congressman. I'm an elected.
It's just like trivial stuff where it's like.
What can I help you with, Dusty?
Are more impoverished. Impoverished people are more likely to commit crime. So certain communities, as a consequence of being more impoverished, also like ethnic groups, in America, like more impoverished, and as a consequence of just guilty of more crime. Now let's not do this like, oh, but Chinese Americans, or Latin American, Latinx, blah blah blah. Look, okay, clearly there's just like a different kind of causal story or history for these different groups, and it is possible to basically, explain, let's say, disproportionate or overrepresentation in crime statistics with, the level of impoverishment, in conjunction with this like kind of causal history. It's like, okay, that's what explains it. It seems like weird to go like, because like in the case of like, let's say the Jewish people or something, what is actually bad about actually exactly? Like it seems like it violates or trying to
actually what that actually is that it's actually
yeah, I'm saying that's like it violates some kind of cultural normal standard. Where presuming that developed in contrast to, let's say, a trait that's exemplified by a particular group. It's not some inherently bad thing. But then we might say, okay, let's look at the things that are inherently bad. So I think it's weird to say, like, I think it's far more likely that I say, here's some, Yiddish just sounds so harsh on the ears or something, It's like, okay, what do you think that's more like? Do you think it's something inherent about, like, these particular language? I don't know what they call, like, the Germanic kind of whatever languages. Or do you think it's something about, like, us as a society hating the group of people that, do things for that language?
Yiddish, but the word like schmaltz and I think that shit is inherently more harsh than French or fucking Italian.
Yeah, but I think like Arabic sounds like beautiful.
Arabic does too. I mean, so what?
I think Arabic sounds wonderful. So maybe it's not the like I don't know the term is, you know what I mean? The guttural, whatever, glottal shit. Like maybe it's not just that. It's something. It's an extra ingredient. And I'm saying, okay, so all of that stuff, it seems difficult to explain that in terms of like there's something inherently bad that humans are just averse to inherently. Okay, so let's look at the things that we probably are kind of inherently averse to, that we've like evolved to be opposed to condemn. Stuff like crime and all this kind of stuff. That's not like some inherent quality of a group.
Can you prove
that? It seems to be kind of it seems like situational and like the material conditions that one finds oneself in are like a far more likely to be a kind of a strong predictor of, let's say, participation in these kinds of activities, right? And it's like, okay, so really like it's this whole idea where it's like, oh, it's like, just like it's some inherent quality or property of a group that like they need to fix internally. I think it's like probably a lot of times it's going to be better explained by the biases of all of the people who are like condemnatory of the group. Because in the case of like, for instance, like the crime stuff or whatever stuff, it's like, yeah, I mean, I think it's not the race that's the
how can you say it's clearly not? I love when people make those kinds of claims.
I know.
How can you say that? How can you say it's clearly not? You would obviously have some kind of evidence.
Yeah, so like I'm fucking little race bait in trouble with that.
Well, no, because you literally, I know that you can't come up with an answer because there is no.
You're right. You'll never get
an unfalsifiable claim. So it's fucking stupid.
I think that Jews. I think right now Jews, if they all became firefighters and what's it called, people that give to charity, like charity workers and firefighters, that was all Jews did. I think the opinion of people on Jews would change. I think the fact that Jon Stewart is beloved has improved Jewish reputation in America.
Jon Stewart.
I think that really, like right now,
you're mad.
Because Jews are bankers and lawyers and lobbyists, those are very unpopular jobs. Now, it's unjustified that bankers and lawyers or lobbyists are so hated. Well, some ways it is, some ways it isn't, but it's a lot of the sort of hatred that Jews get
is because of the irrational facts about humans that they irrationally hate lawyers and bankers and stuff, not realizing that those are like important jobs that the society needs. And like, yeah,
but how did they steal?
what?
Obviously, like, no, like, all of those scenes, like, in 2008 of, like, fucking all of these bankers high-fiving on the fucking helipad as they're, like, you know, getting fucking taken to the airport, to the Learjet to fly off to the Caribbean and shit, while everybody's fucking losing their homes and shit, like, obviously, no.
Yo, fuck you. Stop attacking my people.
Most of them weren't even fucking Jewish.
Great.
Like the
My people are noble.
like the fire.
I'm not talking about Jewish, I'm talking about bankers.
I think Jews could do things that would make them more beloved. I think a lot of the hatred of Jews comes from human irrationality, where people irrationally hate rich people, people irrationally hate lawyers and bankers. Like, I think that's like a lot.
I think you guys are Jewish. I think Jews are at least the Ashkenazi Jews. They're generally more intelligent than other groups, and so they're gonna. You expect to see them be firefighters at the same level as fucking I don't know any other group. I think is just kind of like laughable. It's not gonna happen. Just like the nerds generally in high school are not gonna. They don't aspire to be fucking firefighters for a reason.
I think it's cringe.
A lot in order to like make the Jews look good to the goyim. I got into law because I like arguing.
Jews are good at that. And Mike is a I feel like this idea that you have, I don't know, like, I feel like you've gone so far, you've like overcorrected your like opposition to communism that like you just like still think you're being real. Like, I think in terms of the current crop of like billionaires and stuff, I think it is fair. Like they're all familiar with the kind of like trajectory, you know, the prognostications of like the wealth disparity increasing to the point where they're going to basically, you know, be hodling like all of the wealth in the world, right? And like the impoverishment rate of the 99% is going to increase. It's like, yeah, I think there's probably most of the people that like don't want to address that and still retain the vast majority of their wealth. They're probably shitty people. They're probably like the charity they do probably isn't enough. You know, like it's probably like.
I got Sally to admit that Jews were per capita more evil because he's like, I think well, rich people are more evil on average. And I'm like, okay, so if Jews are more rich on average, therefore you think Jews are on average more evil. And somebody's like, only if you're a fucking retard that does fucking like, yeah.
No, but that's like the easy, because you can get anyone to do that. Like, we used to be like, oh, the majority of like, again, I don't know, like, you think like rapists or something, and like, oh, you know, black people are overrepresented, and like, it's like, you know, it's like, they're more evil. And then that's like different.
You got beyond the, well, you think some of these psychological traits are morally relevant. I was just pulling out empathy on Sully, where he thinks that Jews are more evil on average because they have more wealth on average. So
I think like Sasha has a point on that. She's like not a communist. She like makes a point about like billionaires or wealthy, because the idea is like, look, especially when you're in a position where you can actually you can contribute to like programs that seriously address wealth inequality, like, you know, taxation, global taxation programs, this kind of shit, where it's like you will never be poor. You will remain kind of like insanely rich relative to the population, and still you have like the population will have the opportunity to buy houses and whatever else, right? To like improve their quality of life significantly. It's like, yeah, if you're not working towards that, if you're a literal billionaire, then you probably just are a piece of shit person. Like, honestly, like, I don't know what it would cost me. Like, what would my goal be?
To demonstrate God, bring it.
And now, you know, so I'm interested in your justification for that, even though you can't prove it. So that alone would be interesting to me.
I think that God is just a word for everything for me. I think because that I was
Sorry. Wait, hold on. Just so you're saying by God, you just mean everything.
I think that everything was created by God. So yeah, everything.
You guys must have.
Right, exactly.
No,
Really just do
no, I'm gonna be that fine.
come back for you.
Exactly. I trust that guy. I trust that guy. I trust him a lot.
I mean, do you think that what's his name?
I trust Elon Musk.
Do you think that Jeff Bezos created a lot of value for the world? As in his companies, did Amazon make the world a lot better place?
Yeah, not nearly commensurate to the amount of wealth they hoard.
No. I mean,
So I wanted to say order. I said huddle instead of order.
Huddle? Yeah.
I said huddle. Yeah. That's how you know I'm a Christmas.
Because I think Jeff Bezos did a lot of good for the world.
I'm not denying that he did something good, right? But like, first of all, his hiring practices are like appalling. Second of all, like the way in which you compensate labor, right? So there's a huge problem with like American markets right now. Is that they're very, very skewed towards like the importance of capital, right? When like they used to be much more mixed, like the importance of labor and the importance of capital, and the like entire wealth of the company used to be much more like split between the capital aspect and the labor aspect, right? Bezos is like the spearhead at like fucking that entire, like it was bad for a long time, since like the 80s probably, but like it's fucking horrible now. Like they can't even take like bathroom breaks. They can't like they can't have like labor unions. You know what I mean? Like it's hilarious that like you guys think that like in any way, shape, or form, Bezos brought the commensurate amount of like value to the world to like compared to his workers shiny pot of gold that he sits on. Alright, let's find out how many workers work for Amazon.
They like more like 0 hour contracts and shit as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of workers. There's a lot of workers that work for like Walmart too, right? But like the Walmart company still fucks those workers over as hard as they possibly can, right? Right, in ways that like other Western societies just wouldn't allow, right? Like
Amazon employs 1,600,000 people. Whereas let's see how many packages get moved every year. How many packages do Amazon move a year? Alright, 7.7 billion packages.
Yeah, I knew it. Billion. I knew it was a billion.
Billion. You know what life was made up of that? The billions of times a year that someone's packages go faster.
That's a lot of packages. That's a lot of packages.
Substandard work conditions.
What do you mean life gets better? Like the fucking like it's LV. It's fucking Amazon.
Dude, I don't like what you mean.
What do you mean? I design stuff from Amazon.
I ordered a fucking neon pink smut plug on Amazon 2 days ago, and then I got it yesterday. If it was no Amazon, I'd have to wait a week to get my neon plug.
All my fun is
I just do like a fucking normal pervert and just go to
even like groceries.
Oh, I noticed some creepy porn stores.
Oh god, not you, bro.
Listen, be effective in your altruism.
What do you mean?
That's an option. Stop spending money, I guess.
A month without money?
I don't have money. I'm looking for a food bank.
You just got back from Germany after.
That's not retarded guy. Sorry, don't give me money.
What the heck, man?
I think a good fast might be good for you, just giving your profile picture.
He needs a donation for his next holiday.
You know,
He just got back from Berlin. He's going to have
I think a fast, like intermittent fasting might be
he's going. I said, my sister lives there, so I remember there's some people like that. No, I remember because both my sisters live there.
Daniel, he had a picture of some struggle meal.
Sam, tell me you read in the chat before you said what you said about the Delta Bethany reply. Sorry, man. Tell me you read Sully's post in the chat before you said what you said about the anal plug.
No, I did. I swear we just independently.
Hilarious.
We just independently.
You think that was funny?
Oh, it's anything I say is funnier than you saying anything.
Fuck you. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna start calling you Norma. Fuck it. Fuck you.
Don't make me go out of you.
Wow.
Norges also agrees that I'm much funnier than you, Nancy.
Milena is so cute.
You notice she said cute, not funny. She said cute, not funny.
Funny.
Norges thinks that I'm handsomer than him. Oh, you're so smart,
Oh, Sam, you're fucking dumb, don't you realize? Every single package delivered was for profit, meaning you got exploited, dumb.
I've been coming 2 days. I can like save time. And it's efficient. Once I save time, I can make money.
That's actually lying in the audience, sorry, Magnus. That's lying in the audience, for real.
Oh, bring him up. Bring him up.
Hey, Sam, don't you care? You're gonna give you a problem.
No, Sam, don't come on. Don't deprive me of that.
I'm surprised, Sam, you don't have him blocked after all that fucking shit the other day.
What happened?
You just forget to block him, or did you unblock him, or did you never have him?
I think I forgot to block him, to be honest with you.
All
Right, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow diggers, what do you want?
Like, we don't want you to argue with Sam in any capacity that you can.
Well, I can, unless he sparks anything, I guess there's no reason for me. We all know that you're on the cross, fake.
In New York, there were Jews digging tunnels, so Ryan thinks that, like, all Jews dig tunnels, I think. Something like that.
What do you mean in New York people were digging tunnels?
There was a city group of Jews in New York who were, like, digging tunnels under, like, a whole bunch of, like, properties that they owned. I'm not sure what the tunnels were for. Does anyone know what the tunnels were for?
It's debated. The conspiracy theorists think it's so you do blood rituals, but the normal people think it's probably just because like they wanted more property or space or some bullshit like that. Like, well, Lion, what do you think?
I'm damn fast.
This is
These were escape tunnels if they were to ever get caught, snatching children off the streets and stealing their kidneys.
Hey, Lion, Hey, Lion, what do you think about the fact that black people on average score 1 standard deviation lower on IQ tests than white people, and that this is when you take 2 100 IQ white parents and 2 100 IQ black parents, that the white kids are smarter than the black parents, they have the same IQ parents.
Anyone that disagrees with
You're in the Matrix.
He's always in the Matrix.
If I believe anything, it's because of course I know.
I'm being serious, generations.
Hey, Lion, why do you think it is the case that biracial people have intermediate IQs between white people and black people?
So you guys know that Sam and Henry Hold on, Sam and Timothy, they have a room about you guys. You know that, right?
Who does?
The comedian guy, he has a room and he's playing. All right, the title says Sam and Timotheus are. Hold on, wait. He says it all the time, Stella. He's always
She's saying that down in the audience, someone listening, and
there's 2 people in this room saying, okay?
Yeah, Sam Timotheus, like he always he puts the line, he plays it all day long. Sometimes I go in and just listen to other people's combos. Every room he records.
It's fine, no, it's cool. Thank you for telling us.
No problem. Did you record this room comedy? I recorded a little bit of it so we would know what he was using. Yeah. That's what all day. Evie?
Hey,
Evie?
what do you want to sell out in tonight? What do you want?
Magnus.
What is it then? What?
Chrissy is fucking furious with you.
What
She sent me
I don't know. She said that you messaged her and she sent you this.
Well,
You said something about you having children.
Message. No, I didn't.
She replied.
I said the message. I said what I said about like women was not directed towards you. Sorry, I don't know you. I don't even know you. Please don't feel bad that these guys came at you. And I love you, Chrissy. That's what I can send you a message.
So pissed off. Did you see her respond?
She sent me such a nice message back. What are you talking about?
Wait, Dan, can you give me the play-by-play?
Have you seen what Slutty's been writing in the chat, like, on the...
Wait, Daniel, can you give me a play-by-play on why she's been...
Baby, shut up.
Yeah, I can read it.
What's wrong with you? Are you high? Are you drunk? I mean, when we, it's either I'm high or I'm drunk. And there's no...
Come back there.
There's some ridiculous
Chrissy wrote to Gargus.
Okay, let me send you. I think I was Chrissy also, but I was
Allow me to begin by saying I'm sorry. What?
I love
Should I not read it?
And then you read it. Message I sent her, the technical. You want me to read the message I sent her?
I read you a message, Chrissy. Why do you?
Fucking normal person.
It's called Maria.
What is it with
No, it's not
This
nice.
is an English fucking room. No,
Don't set a good example.
What's going on here?
Okay, hold on, guys. Daniel, you may read the thing. Everybody who's down is getting moving down.
Thank you, brother. I just want to say that Chrissy and Nargis is the biggest feud that I've seen in recent memory. And listen to this fucking message. So basically, Nargis told a joke and said something like, only mothers will be remembered. There are some women who will go out in the world and do great things, while others will stay in the kitchen and eat bonbons. But one thing is true, that only a mother is remembered. And she was saying that with respect to Chrissy never having a child. And so, this is the message that Chrissy wrote back to Nargis. Allow me to begin by saying I'm sorry you'll be missing your mom. I lost my father to COVID December 2020, and it sincerely gave me a new love and respect for my parents. Although I can respect the sentiment, I would be lying if I didn't sense the high degree of backpedaling and dishonesty which was demonstrably brought to light, thankfully, by him in calling you out. The truth of the matter is, after 2 miscarriages and
Okay.
And we're involved, we don't even know, right?
Phoenix, I'm going to do some biblical chanting. I hope you'll stick with me. This is the opposite of what you've been listening to. This is basically my meditation and prayers.
And we have to take ourselves out of that confirmation bias.
Okay, I'm also going to create a new room, by the way. So go to the new room. Okay, this is called Reading and Chanting the Bible. Okay, this is Reading and Chanting the Bible. Welcome to Reading and Chanting the Bible. I will be reading from select verses, and I will be using a Zen bell in between the verses. These are little 3x5 note cards with very interesting biblical verses on them. I hope you enjoy. This is a relaxation communication hypnosis, aka my meditation and prayers. Feel free to record. and play back anytime you want. I hope you enjoy. Thanks for being here. So take the deepest breath of your day. Here's what I want you to do. Take your everyday, ordinary life. You're sleeping, eating, going to work, and walking around life, and place it before God as an offering. Embracing what God does for you is the best thing you can do for Him. May integrity and honesty protect me, for I put my hope in you. Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over a few things. I will make you ruler over many things. If we confess our sins, He is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. Come now, let us reason together, says the Lord. Though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be white as snow. Though they are red as crimson, they shall be like wool. The Lord replied, my presence will go with you, and I will give you rest. God saved us, not because of the righteous things we had done, but because of His mercy. I will both lie down in peace and sleep, for you alone, O Lord, make me dwell in safety. Be strong and courageous, O you who put your hope in the Lord. For you, O Lord, are my hope, my trust, O Lord, from my youth. Don't brag about tomorrow, since you don't know what the day will bring. I waited patiently for the Lord. He inclined to me and heard my cry. No one can serve two masters. Either he will hate the one and love the other, or he will be devoted to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve both God and money. If we are faithful to the end, trusting God just as firmly as when we first believed, we will share in all that belongs to Christ. Whoever exalts himself will be humbled, and whoever humbles himself will be exalted. He has told you, O man, what is good, and what does the Lord require of you but to do justice, and to love kindness, and to walk humbly with your God? God gave us a spirit not of fear, but of power and love and self-control. I am persuaded that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other created thing shall be able to separate us from the love of God. Where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. You, dear friends, must build each other up in your most holy faith. Pray in the power of the Holy Spirit. Whatever you do, work at it with all your heart, is working for the Lord, not for men, since you know that you will receive an inheritance from the Lord as a reward. To the man who pleases him, God gives wisdom, knowledge, and happiness. Even to your old age, I am He who will sustain you. I have made you, and I will carry you. I will sustain you, and I will rescue you. I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. May God Himself, the God of peace, sanctify you. May your whole spirit, soul, and body be kept blameless at the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. The one who calls you is faithful, and He will do it. Humble yourselves in the sight of the Lord, and He will lift you up. Commit to the Lord whatever you do, and your plans will succeed. The steps of a man are established by the Lord. He delights in his way. I am the Lord, your God, who takes hold of your right hand and says to you, do not fear, I will help you. The Lord God is a sun and a shield. The Lord will give you grace and glory. No good thing will He withhold from those who walk uprightly. Trust in the Lord with all your heart. Do not depend on your own understanding. Seek His will in all you do, and He will show you which path to take. Be of good courage, and He shall strengthen your heart. All you who hope in the Lord. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? Cast your burden on the Lord, and He shall sustain you. He shall never permit the righteous to be moved. He must manage his family well and see that his children obey him with proper respect. Wait for the Lord. Be strong and take heart. Wait for the Lord. I will be a father to you, and you will be my sons and daughters, says the Lord Almighty. For God so loved the world that He gave His one and only Son, that whoever believes in Him shall not perish, but have eternal life. The Lord will open the heavens, the storehouse of his bounty, to send rain on your land in season and to bless all the work of your hands. Your Father knows the things you have need of before you ask him. May the Lord of peace himself give you his peace at all times. And in every situation, the Lord be with you. I will lift up my eyes to the hills, from whence comes my help. My help comes from the Lord who made heaven and earth. The Holy Spirit produces this kind of fruit in our lives: love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Please be to the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, the Father of compassion and the God of all comfort, who comforts us in all our troubles. May our Lord Jesus Christ, himself and God, our Father, who loved us and by his grace gave us eternal comfort and a wonderful hope, comfort you and strengthen you in every good thing you do and say. Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will hold you with my righteous right hand. God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. If we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. Whoever humbles himself like this child is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. Here's what I want you to do. Take your everyday, ordinary life, your sleeping, eating, going to work and walking around, and place it before God as an offering. Praising what God does for you is the best thing you can do for him. Okay, so take again the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds.
This country, we're the best at building up military. We're the best at putting young black men in prison. I'll stand on that square every day of the week. Freedom of speech, to me, I gotta be honest, Uncle Steve, in my opinion, you're not saying this respectfully, and I love you, man, but it's overrated. What does it matter if you have freedom of speech if you're behind bars? What does it matter if the government has procured a a country that is based on a welfare state. So that's just my opinion. James Snyder, if you don't like what I have to say, get the fuck out, bro. So leave quietly button. See, I'm using my First Amendment right. Get the fuck out. And hit my Cash App before you leave, because it's in my profile. Thank you. Anyway, Steve, I think America's great at certain things, right? Beating our chest, hey, ooh, we're number one, baby. I don't necessarily agree with that anymore. And listen, people that say right there, American, that's right. They say I'm not Jewish. They're gonna say I'm too white. Whatever the fuck they say, I don't care. I just live in the real world.
And by the way, I just noticed we have an anon in the room. Have you heard about that, JB, or have you not?
Yes, I've gone anonymous in a few rooms myself already.
Got you. Now I would. Yeah. Oh, I was going to say, with all respect, I would like to ask you a question, if it's okay.
By all means. But before you do, let me say hello, Dr. Francine. I haven't seen her in a long time. Hello, Dr. Francine. Might as you have your hand raised. I'm trying to bring you up. Get Uncle Steve.
If America is not the greatest country in the world, how come you're not living somewhere else? And if you were to move somewhere else, where would it be?
Well, I haven't seen all the countries in the world, and why am I still here? My family's here, right? That's important. I think that should be the foundation of anybody's life. My children, my sisters and stuff. Where would I move to? I don't know if I did United States. If I moved to a different state, like I like Texas. I like the way they think down there. Where they is still a part of America, but to me, it's a reality-based part of America.
There was a recent news report 3 days ago that came out that said that a lot of Americans, that people are moving to.
Well, I'll tell you why. Let me say why I go to Portugal. Because that piece of shit Ben Mendelsohn, who I hope gets and lives in Portugal.
Yes, and that's why I remembered that. But for me, if I were to move out of America right now, I would probably move to one of two places. I would move to Cabo San Lucas, Mexico, or I would move to Costa Rica, Central America. But I'm not moving.
My best friend's moving to Costa Rica.
There you go. And by the way, JD, you've probably heard me say it before, but for all of you that don't know, again, 209 sovereign nations, countries in the world. Costa Rica is the only sovereign nation, the only country in the world that does not have a military. Let me repeat that. Costa Rica is the only country out of 209 countries in the world that does not have a military. Yes, they have police, but they don't have a military. Back to you, Jake.
Thank you very much. Let me do a quick reset. After debates, is Trump the reason your life sucks? Or are you the reason your life sucks? How about some accountability, people? Stop complaining about the government and start taking a look at yourselves. I get it, the First Amendment, we want to right, we can complain, Trump sucks, Biden's senile, all this other bullshit. But really, at the end of the day, how do these people impact your life on a day-to-day basis? So that was the question I had today. Hello, Holly, long time no speak.
Hey, glad to see you again.
You might be the only one. I guess, Holly, you're driving one of your 12 kids around.
I'm driving myself back from a showing. I had a showing about an hour away from home, so I'm just headed.
Well, you live in the sticks of, with Bumblefuck, so I'm sure the rent's like $600. So I'm sure you can show them what.
Oh, it's for a home purchase for a short-term rental, so definitely a little more than $600.
I'm sorry, we'll go 1,200. So, is it Trump the reason that people's lives suck, or are they the reason that their lives suck?
I think it's all them, baby. It's like a mass psychosis or something going on. I don't know. I feel like people are like depressed, anxiety-ridden, egocentric, narcissistic, lacking in grace, lacking in belief, nihilistic, you name it. They got all the isms and the istics, autistic.
tell you what. I know COVID really did a number on people's mental health, right? Like in all seriousness. People were stuck in houses with their spouses. Oh, I didn't realize that right. But their husbands or wives who they really don't like. And the mental health crisis in America hasn't and never will be addressed. That's another issue, in America. And to me, that makes America not the greatest. We don't address the mental health problem in this country. We just push it along, sweep it under the rug. But, for me, it's like people come to these stages. Donald Trump is the worst thing ever. I hope is Victoria still in? No, Victoria left. Because she's the biggest one with that flag about Donald Trump. Man, shut up. Donald Trump does not impact your life on a day-to-day basis. If you're not a happy person, that's because you're not a happy person. You're so stuck in your bullshit thinking that Donald Trump is going to become King Donald. I mean, can we get back to fucking reality, people, and fixing our society? Is that even a possibility? Samuel, what's up?
Greetings, y'all. Peace, everybody.
I hate the Bulls. I'm a Knicks fan. Look at it.
Oh no.
I'm a Knicks fan too. You know what I'm saying?
No.
I was a Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen fan. I was. You know what I'm saying? But I'm a Knicks fan. Hopefully we win tonight.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Long shot, kid. Long shot.
Hopefully we can take it tonight at least. One game at a time. You know what I'm saying? We're going back home. So we'll see. But it's not looking good.
What do you think?
You know what I mean? But I appreciate the conversation. This is an interesting conversation. You know what I'm saying?
You want to chime in on your thoughts on what's been said so far?
Can you make sure there's a seal?
Sure. Just a little bit. I agree with you that people need to take accountability. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I personally don't think that my life sucks. And if you think your life sucks, you should make active and be proactive to try to change it. It's not up to a politician to do that. And the same token, I think Donald Trump is a piece of shit.
What makes him a piece of shit to you, bro?
I'm like,
Samuel, let me ask you a question. Respectfully. Yeah. Do you think Donald Trump's a racist?
I don't think he's racist, no. But I think he whistle blows in a sense, or what was it called, dog whistles, and base some of the people that are racist that support him to do some of his bidding. May not be racially motivated, but for whatever it is.
Let me ask you a follow-up question.
Purely financial.
It's financial for all of them, not just him. But hey, listen, that's why they get in the game so they can get rich. Look how much money AOC is making now. But anyway, excuse me. Yeah, shout out to her. Look, it is a capitalist country, but let me ask you this. AOC went into Congress, I believe, and you guys can fact check me, I believe she was worth like $175,000. Now she's worth a little over north of $3 million. Not bad, right? I want that job. But Sam, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you believe, and I said this statement earlier, I believe America is a school and prison pipeline, a welfare state, and is geared to hold oppressed people down. What do you think?
Can you repeat that one more time for me?
I think America has been built into a welfare state,
okay,
with a school and prison pipeline to hold. Sorry?
Yes. I didn't hear that part. School and prison. I agree with that.
Okay, that would be the Democrats, my friend. So everybody who yells about Donald Trump, the Democrats spearheaded that, and the welfare state.
But I personally don't care about either party. You know what I'm saying? I like Bernie Sanders. You know what I'm saying? But that doesn't negate the fact that I think that Donald Trump is a piece of shit.
Just FYI, Bernie Sanders is a part of the Democratic Party.
But he's independent, actually.
I wasn't aware of that. I'll verify.
Well, Samuel, let me tell you this. The Democrats 100% fucked him with no lube in 2016.
They did.
100% they did.
They did. I don't fuck with either. I don't fuck with Republicans. I don't fuck with Democrats either.
Did you vote in the presidential election?
I did.
And I'm guessing it was for Kamala?
I voted for Kamala, yes.
So did I, bro. What a mistake I made.
I mean, it was beautiful. Like I said, the long time.
Oh, good. Wow, I'll bring it down.
So the thoughts of the room, Samuel, let me
me just beat you up real quick. Because I get feedback. Talk to the shroom boys. Man, I've held Tony down to political spaces. And people come up and blame Joe Biden for their problems. Fuck, man, Trump Ranger syndrome is so real in this country. I don't think there's a cure for it. People are just gonna hate on this dude. At the end of the day, they're really these guys, these presidents, they really they impact their day-to-day life. You know, they don't. They don't. Maybe they impact Matt Bull's life. Somebody. But they don't impact my life. But I'm still living the best life possible. Nobody's getting in my way. President or not, I don't give a fuck. So, I just want to hear what people have to say. Well, I want to know who here thinks Donald Trump impacts their life on a day-to-day basis.
And by the way, I was just going to say, for the record, sir, you were right and I was wrong. Bernie Sanders is an independent, but he maintains a close relationship with the Democratic Party. And, of course, he's going on the trail with AOC. Sorry to interrupt. Back to you,
Yeah, boy. Like, I think you're wrong about that, JB. They do affect our life. Leadership, they put policies in. She's out. And it trickles down, right? So he has a new bill called the bill, I don't know what's called, bill, Patterson bill. It's going to have implications on the ground. So, like, I feel like you're trying to, like, marginalize or oversimplify the responsibility of leadership. They do things that affect us on the ground. It does. I mean, if you push that.
I like that word, marginalize, but please continue.
Yeah, I mean, like, are they a disconnect from us? Yeah. These policies affect people on the ground.
I mean, we have to consider the mass amount of people that have been deported and still in the process of being deported.
Right, that was a policy, right? He pushed that through. A lot of people.
Can I say something? Hey,
I support it.
Gentlemen, Samuel, hold on, Samuel. I say give it to them all. Pack up to get the plane, get the line at the planes right now. Get to the airport, bro. And get the fuck out.
Oh, wait, hold on.
JB, you just said how does it affect us? No, say back. Exactly. Bro.
Regardless of how you feel, bro. Regardless of how you spoke a lie, bro.
I ain't speak affected.
It's affected.
Bro, see the mic, bro. See the mic. You speak a lie.
Who, me?
I'm saying, yes, you. You spoke a lie.
I ain't got you. What you mean?
No, JB, this your ring, bro. This guy spoke to.
Samuel, let's it go. When he lands on the plane, I'll come back to you. Okay, that's it.
Peace.
Yeah, thank you for that. Even with that immigration thing, that affects us on the ground. So we don't pretend like with our leadership, it's not. What they're doing, does it affect us? Yes, it does affect us. He's removing immigrants. That's the thing. Whatever he really put.
Yo, whether he removes them or not, it don't matter to me if it does not affect my life. Do I agree with the policy? Yes. But does it? No way, bro. I still make my bread. No, I'm not. I still make my bread. I still pay my bills. I still live my life. I still date pretty girls. I don't give a fuck. It doesn't affect my life, bro.
JB, it doesn't affect your life. It's a limitation to your access. You don't have that environment. You don't have that culture anymore. You're removing those people. If he did do that, you'll be inundated with people from other regions. They will be here. They're not here anymore. You're removing that. Stop it.
We're still in New York. They're still here. Stop it.
Nah, that's not true. It's not true. They're removing it, bro. I'm not saying you can't be clever and smart and do whatever you know. I'm not saying you're going to change, but I'm saying you don't have the access that you had under a different administration. You've been inundated with fucking immigrants in New York City, bro.
Bro, I am. They're still here, bro. Go to 18th Avenue. The whole avenue's lined up with Mexicans looking for work on construction. Listen, hold on. Let me just say this, Tim. Before Biden was president, there was maybe 4 or 5 Mexicans or Guatemalans, whatever they are. God bless them. They need to make work. They don't want to rob banks, whatever the fuck they're gonna do. But now you go there, and there's 800 of them, man. I say send them the fuck back. If you have that desire to work here, go to your country and work.
No, what I'm saying to you is that it's less than that. You don't have that same energy to like come in and build their infrastructure because Trump was shutting it down. Before that, they was building up everything. You go to Queens, New York, you got women selling sex on the street, bro. Red light district. It's not happening no more, bro.
Are you kidding?
me? Have you been to Roosevelt Avenue? They're still out there, bro. They're still out there. Listen, you want to meet up in Queens? I'll meet up with you, bro. We'll have some Colombian food, and I'll point to every girl that.
You crazy, bro. Like, no, but I think what you're saying, you kind of like minimalizing the power of the legislator or what they do trickles down, bro. What Trump does affect it.
I absolutely agree with you. See, now I agree with you. I am minimizing it. I'm gonna tell you why. Because it doesn't affect me on a day-to-day basis. I live my life how I want to live my life. What Donald Trump eats doesn't mean I shit it out. I don't care what he does. Does it impact me more?
Stop right there. What's his job? Why does he have a job? And how does his job affect us? Like,
it don't affect me. I don't care.
It does, bro. He's a public servant. What if you was in power? Would you affect me on the bottom? Right? It does affect us, bro. The things he pushed, the bills he pushed, all these policies he put, it affects us, bro.
Okay, so let's say this. Let's say it affects me. Let's say it affects me. Right? So am I going to sit around and say, damn, that bill just fucked up my world, I can't afford eggs now? Or am I going to figure out a way how to go get eggs? Or am I going to move around and make some bread so I can do some other things? And it doesn't affect.
No, it's mutually exclusive, bro. Both things work, right? If we want to say we have autonomy, that's a good thing. We can do what we want. We also hire people to make decisions collectively for us, bro. Why are you dismissing their power, bro? I'm not saying you don't have power and autonomy to get eggs and be a great person, do what you do, but simultaneously, we have people in power who make decisions, bro. You can't dismiss that, good brother.
So I was invited to Sugar King. I haven't seen this dude in a long time. Good dude, man. Oh, wow, Galette wants to come up and yell at me. Come on, Robbie, what's good, man? How's H-Town today? I know it's hot as fuck down there today. Rob?
It is hot as fuck, man. I just started a new job the other day, so it is hot as fuck, though. And this ain't nothing. This was crazy. This is like 92 degrees. So,
you know what, bro?
Just want to say this.
Yeah, so what do you got to say? First of all, I want to say hello to you, okay?
Hey, it's all good. Hope all's well with everybody on the stage. I just want to say this, man. It's mighty interesting to have this type of take with Trump and to be against the opposing party. Like, if this is your take on the standing president, there shouldn't be any opposition to anyone who's running for president. Like, I've said this plenty of times when it comes to the left. Like, I saw this for the last 4 years. We all saw it. We saw rooms every day complaining about Joe Biden. And not one time was anybody suggesting that someone's life sucks. Or not one time was anyone suggesting that they were being a victim. So again, life don't suck. I just got a new job. They pay well. My kids good. Everybody good, you know. But that don't mean that we agree with the policy that's going on. That's really my point.
So here's my point. Obviously, we haven't been in all the same rooms. People say, listen, very few people are going to come up to the stage and say, yo, my life sucks. But people will come up to the stage and say, Donald Trump has ruined this country. Donald Trump is fucking up my family. Donald Trump this. Donald Trump. And Rob, respectfully, I agree with you, man. If it was Joe Biden, they'd still do the same thing. You're never going to please everybody. So you know what I do? I don't give Donald Trump, AOC, Chuck Schumer, Joe Biden, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson. I give none of these people power over my life and how I want to move, how I want to build my life, build my empire. I'm focused on the prize, not the show around the surface.
Yeah.
So tip before you go, I gotta say hello to King. This is my co-host. What's up, King?
What's going on, brother? What's going on?
So, glad to know I say hello to Sugar King, man. I like Sugar King. I haven't spoken to him in forever.
Yeah, like, that's the distraction, though, brother. I love you to death, bro. I don't think you understand, like, how the distraction work. Government has a responsibility. It doesn't interact with what we do on an individual level. Sure, you have skills. Sure, you're able.
But we hire people to create infrastructure. That's what they do. They're managers of the community. That's what they do. They appropriate monies and priorities. That's what they do. We have budgets, bro. Like that's what's happening, bro. It's not about what I do, how important I am, how clever I am, how driven I am. It's not about that, bro. We're talking about people we hire to take care of communities, decide where and how, what, where goes what. You're marginalizing that. You're dismissing that. That's a problem. They've been doing that to black people for a long time. As a government that is having interaction with people's growth. Look at the New Deal. A lot of people who called themselves white, and God knows where they were. They came to the country, didn't have shit. They was fucked up. And government said, hey, I'm gonna give you a thing. I'm gonna uplift you. That's what government did. They didn't say, oh, are you better? Are you great? Can you deal with yourself? It's not about an individual application. It's about what is the responsibility of government. If not that, let's get the fuck rid of government. What is called? The people who don't like government. The anarchists, right? But we are not anarchists. We have a fucking government, bro. And government has specific solutions as proof of pride.
But Tip, I get all that, but here's the thing, man. The government that we voted into place has made America a welfare state. Let me finish, bro. Because it's the truth. Hold on. Because we have more people on welfare now than ever before. Some kind of disability. Right? And here's a little newsflash. More white people on welfare than black people.
Everybody comes to this country to get part of that, bro. Like, as much as people's on welfare, a lot of people are industrious, right? We're driven, we want to have jobs.
I disagree. Listen, man. Listen. I love you too, but let me say, we can agree to disagree, because in my opinion, Americans are lazy, and if that don't apply, let it fly. If it don't apply to you, let it fly. Americans are lazy, complacent, they want handouts. I will not bend to the knee to Donald Trump or Joe Biden or any of these other politicians. I live a great life. I know you do too, Tim. I live a great fucking life. Cultivated by JB, not DT. Zach, what's good, bro? I haven't heard from you in a minute.
It's been a minute. How you been, brother?
Man, you're here, so I'm doing something, right?
How's everything out there?
Man, everything's chill. I spoke to Roger the other day, man, and when I spoke to him, I thought of you. He's back on the app. If you send me a message in the back channel, I'll tell you his name. So, what do you think about what we're talking about? You disagree with me or you agree with me?
I agree with you. I've never cared about who the president is. I don't let that affect my life. Others might, but I don't. I really don't care. I'm black. I don't know. I'm black super. Like, no president. I can't call the president. I'm about to be 43, and I tell them that's ever changed my life. Where I was just like, oh shit, we need another one like this. It never. I control my own shit. Destiny, no matter what. That's how I look at it.
That's a fact. That's how I feel. Yeah. Mr. King, that's it.
Yeah, there's some kind of narcissism. Like, y'all like censoring your tribe. You're not recognizing we have 250 million, not 300 million people in this country. Because you're driven, that doesn't mean you can't recognize other people. We have disabled people. We have mentally ill people. We have things. And social services is a thing in this country. It's not like any other country. So we're gonna be so aggressive to say fuck everybody else because you're driven. You're a fucking narcissist.
Okay, I'll take that. I'll be a narcissist. No, it's all good. No, it's good. Listen, I've been going worse. Trust me, but let me ask you a question. And then you can say whatever you want.
Yes, sir.
Yo, King, you ready? Because this might blow up the room. How many generations of black Americans live in the projects that refuse to leave the projects because that's all they know, because that's the way it was cultivated by the government?
I mean, like, that's conjecture, bro. You don't. How did you come up with that analysis, bro? Like, what are you saying, bro? You just say the thing. That doesn't make with JB.
Dude, I said the truth.
I'm answering you right now. I'm answering you. You made that up in your head, bro. You didn't fucking do any research to figure out how that worked, bro. You're saying something, bro. That doesn't make it right. What did you do to research that, bro? That's wrong. No, how many Italians came here and it was on the bottom of the bucket, it got a welfare state. That got appropriations. What are you talking about, bro?
What appropriations? Hold on a second. What research I did?
You know I love you, right?
I know, but you
came here. Your people came here and got government assistance.
Let's get emotional. We're having a conversation.
But you bugging out, bro. You
No, you asked me a question. You said, what research I did? I'm going to tell you what I did. I owned a restaurant in Bushwick, right by the Bushwick from the Bushwick houses. And those people over there became my friends. And I can't tell you how many of those people in the Bushwick houses, I've been in the Bushwick houses for 4 or 5 generations since the Bushwick houses opened.
I lived in the Bushwick houses. It's not just black people, bro. What are you talking about?
Oh, I used to know. I call cap on that.
All right, let's do that. Let's play this game, right? You're talking about people in Bushwick houses. You say they relegated to be in that situation for forever, right? They're just like moralized and being in the project. That's your position, right? You didn't do no research to figure it out. You don't know the racism, the franchise. You don't know. You didn't include none of that. So let's talk about Italians, right? When Italians came to this country, they didn't have anything. No, they had government assistance, right? They had access for whiteness. That's what they had. They had government access to appropriation. To this day, they were unionized. They were organized. They are not intelligent. They're not smart. They're not significant. They would have fought Mussolini. What are you talking about, bro? Don't play this game with me, bro. You're demonizing my people to make your point. That's not a good thing, bro. No, we are in the face of our tyrannical leaders, our authoritative leaders. They are whatever the fuck they are, right? They play this game where they relegate people to the low class caste systems. How the fuck did y'all?
You just made my point. Tyrannical leaders, right? They're allowing these tyrannical leaders to hold them down. That's what you just said.
Those are your
Not me.
people.
Hold on. And where are my people now? Because my people have been coming to America since the early 1900s, so we'll go 3 generations. The point I made with the Bushwick houses is on point because I was in that community. I fed those people. I asked my friend, I said, bro, why are you still here? And a good job, he said, my farm is $300. I have a 3-bedroom, $300 a month apartment in the Bushwick houses. Why would I leave that? I said, because there's other things outside this area, man.
You want me to talk Turkey? Why did y'all leave?
Why are you moving the goalposts? This is not about Italian community. I said the statement I said was that the government's in place has held down the black community because it's a welfare state for generations. And I also said that more white people on welfare than black people.
Okay. I mean, listen. I give you credit. Look at the people who was files that want $300 more. What about the people that moved to Long Island? The people that moved, they sell, they franchise themselves, right? Do you have any numbers to represent who stayed in the Bushwick houses versus the people who actually wanted to do better? Like, do you have those numbers? Are you looking at the local group? Like, what is happening, bro? I don't attack your community, don't attack my community.
I'm not attacking your
community, bro. We are the same community, bro. That's the problem. We are actually the same fucking community. We live in the same neighborhood. What's happening, bro?
Hold on, Chip, because I know Bob wants to punch me too, yeah?
I don't want to punch you. I know that New York's housing situation is vastly different from a lot of other cities. So, like, I know that it's not uncommon for people to live in housing projects in New York and still have a relatively decent job. So, I don't know, to your question specifically about Bushwick, me not being from there, I couldn't give you a specific answer. I don't know nobody from there. I can come up with an idea. I can tell you that I think your question would probably be better served at asking why black people remain in generational poverty. Because it's not, poverty isn't exclusive to the projects. And as many of us know, everybody in the projects really ain't fucked up. Some are, others aren't. I think it depends on the city you live in too. You in a small town, you're more likely to see somebody in the projects 20, 30 years. A city like mine, another city I'm not going to use New York because y'all housing situation is different. Other cities is not likely to see people in the projects for 30, 40 years.
Well, let me ask you a question, man. And I'm asking because this is the context of the question. How old are you? Just give me the age range. Don't give me the exact age.
I'm 40.
been to your city literally since before you were born. And you know what I don't see in your city? I never have. I'm not saying it's not there. I've never seen homeless people. Never seen it. I'm sure that there's no. Hold on. I'm not saying that shit, Robbie. But I'm saying when I walk through Katy or the Woodlands or all these other spots, bro, I don't see homeless people. Like in New York, bro, you go 5 feet, there's a homeless company camping.
You just answered your own question. You just answered your own question, though, by mentioning Katy and the Woodlands. I mean, you're not going to see homelessness in Katy and the Woodlands. If you come to where I'm from, if you come into the downtown areas, inner city areas, and we have a horrible homeless crisis. Like, and this has been the case. This ain't something that just happened because of COVID or any particular administration. We've had a homeless crisis. So that answers your question. You in the Woodlands and Katy. Shit, if I seen a homeless man in the Woodlands, especially, I'm like, man, what the fuck you doing out here? You know, that wouldn't even make sense. How would a homeless person get to the Woodlands?
They get picked up immediately.
I'm just saying, like, you don't even have our public transportation system. Don't even work like that. You can take a shuttle to a certain spot in the Woodlands. You can take a shuttle to a certain spot in Katy. But like, it's not like buses is frequent. You're more likely to see a homeless person in River Oaks, which quite honestly is, as far as the zip code, that's a higher income earning zip code than anywhere in Katy. I can't say the same for the Woodlands, but you know, see a homeless person there.
River Oaks is definitely more expensive than the Woodlands.
Yeah, but I'm just saying because of where River Oaks sits at, though, you ride down Westheimer and you slide through River Oaks, you liable to see some homeless people. Not many, but you'll see. It's just of the nature of being in the city. Keep in mind, we're the only major city in America that don't have zoning laws. So that presents another obstacle to people trying to. I'm from Houston.
You talking about Houston? Oh my God.
So nah, it's here. I'll tell you this though, and anybody get like y'all can take the mic after this. If you're struggling, I think this is one of the better places in America to be struggling in terms of opportunity and shit for the lower income community. It's a lot of opportunity. Man, you don't know how many people that I've known that grew up in real poverty and was able to just, figure it out just because, number one, they stayed free. Number two, they utilize the opportunities that this city have. So, I mean, I'm saying, I don't want y'all to think that everybody in poverty is there simply because they saying, man, I want to be in poverty and I don't want to do better. Well, I don't think people understand.
Bob, let me just say this to you, bro. I grew up in poverty, like abject poverty, right? And that's the facts. I mean, my refrigerator growing up, all we had was blocks of welfare cheese. That's how I'm dating myself, because you guys don't know anything about those blocks of welfare cheese.
You ate lard,
right? Yeah, and listen, I ate whatever they put in front of me because we had no food. But I'll say this fucking tip, make me laugh. But I'll say this, Rob, when I came home from prison, right, in 2014, which was 11 years ago, I started from the streets, bro. You couldn't get, the only thing lower than me was a cockroach in there. But I wasn't gonna let that stop me from being who I am. People put too much power in this government's hands by speaking about like Trump and Biden did this and Kamala did that. Man, when I was on the streets, bro, I didn't give a fuck what they were doing. I was worried about where the next slice of pizza was coming from. Hold on, let me just say this real quick. Because I look around my rooms, right? I know for a fact, and I'm not trying to dox anybody, right? But King is a successful man. Shirt King is a highly successful man. Even though that's a weird name, but that's what he is. He's the Shirt King. But they didn't let anything, including their skin color, get in the way of them being successful. They didn't have time to stop and say, Donald Trump did this, doing this to my people. Donald Trump's doing that to that people. They just went and did what they grabbed the bag. They had to do what they had to do. But yeah, it's it.
You kind of be like some kind of I don't know the word. You
already said it. I'm a narcissist, but that's good.
Yeah, narcissist. That's a good word, right? You've been in the trees.
Sorry, notes. I know it's not the best fridge.
Yeah, vision. And I mean, I was
say so do I, right? And I'm actually in a position where I'm happy, right? That doesn't speak to a group of people that we were around, right? Those people don't necessarily have those skills. Why are we dismissing that? So, yeah, some people cap and they blame government. Yeah, those are flamethrowers. They're not honest. They cap, right? But there's a bunch of people who are affected by government. The lack of distribution of wealth, right? What do you mean in New York City, bro? Our budget is $14 billion. Where's that money going, man? Is it going to where? It's going to the community that need it. Like, how are you dismissing your people, bro? You part of the problem, man. Because you did a thing that made, bro, you excelled in something. God bless you to be that way. God bless me to be that way. About your mama, your cousin, your friend, your aunt, your cousin, the dude down the block, they might not know how to do that.
Well, then maybe I'm not dismissing, bro. I'm not dismissing, but it's our job to teach them to get them out there.
JB, you know, no, that's not good. If you don't know something, bro, and if you don't know something, I'm not going to dismiss you. I'm not going to say JB don't know nothing. I'm going to say that's my brother. If you don't know it, I got to protect you, bro. I need government to protect you. You don't know everything, JB. You know certain things, right? But you will fail. Well, you won't meet your failure at some point. Who are you to tell me that you got it all figured out? You don't. It's my responsibility in community to make sure nobody hurts you. What are you talking about, JB?
Hold on, I'm going to tell you what I'm talking about. Now it's my turn. You ready? I've already failed in my life. In 5 years incarceration because of my own actions. I own it.
Talk about you.
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. I didn't interrupt you. I let you say what you had to say. I've learned from my failures. And the best thing I learned was to lean on people that know more than me. Let me tell you something. I'm about to blow up on social media. You know why? Because I reached out to King and I said, King, I don't know how to do this. Because King's like, you should do this, this, and this. I'm like, I don't know how to do anything. He's like, I got you, bro. I got you.
Brother.
So hold on. See what I did there? I put my ego aside. I said, you know what? King's my friend regardless whether he helps me or not. But King is standing up when I need him the most. Speaking of which, Ted, I know you're successful. Hit my cash app in my profile. Let's see how successful you are. Okay, the mic is yours.
What I'm saying to you is this, brother, right? You can't carry the whole load, bro. You can't. You're one individual person. As much success that you have, as intelligent as you are, as creative as you are, you're part of a community, brother. When you sleep, I'm awake, bro. Understand that? People will try to hurt you, bro. That's a fact, right? And when they do, I would appreciate if you do the same thing. What I'm saying to you, we hire people to be in government, to be our civil servants, our public servants, to do a job, to appropriate resources and protections. That's what it is, right? So don't mix me with that. They don't interact. They don't have a responsibility. They do. That's their responsibility. Like, this thing is, we're paying taxes into this thing for our protections, brother. Right? We're part of this thing. All of us are part of this. You want to lock out, and even people say they don't have the ability, and they're going to. No, we should hold our legislators accountable. We should hold our elected officials accountable.
We got to hold ourselves accountable first, kid.
We are, bro. What are you talking about, bro?
Oh, hold on.
I think you're
I am a man. I can imagine. We keep doing that already. I do think. Hit my cash out. Somehow, you're not listening. You're speaking to speak.
Cash app.
Hit my cash out. Hit my cash out. That's it. 100%. 100%. It's a capitalist country, kid. I'm a narcissist. I want to go to King for a second. Let me go. I already invited you to dinner, bro. I told you I'll come to home.
I'm trying to understand the conversation, JB. What's the conversation?
Hold on. I'm glad you came off my king. Let me chop it.
The cash app, bro. You know what?
Well, show me. So let me chop it.
Who talk like me, bro? Let me be narcissistic.
You want to listen?
Bro, you know I'm bigger than the cash app, bro. I'll change your world, man. You know how they go.
Let me chop it up with King for a minute. Please. Thank you. So, King, let me ask you a question, man. Are you happy?
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
Do you consider yourself successful? Because everybody has different definitions of success. Do you consider yourself successful?
Yeah.
What part of Donald Trump had anything to do with that?
such a big JK fan since I was 9. I've been obsessed since I was 9. So it's just a total dream come true how everything's worked out really well. And with arcade, HHS, and I'm such a big advocate for freedom, it all coming together. It's like super special for me.
Speaking of fate, somebody who I hold near and dear to my heart just joined the stage.
Hey, what's up? Good afternoon, everybody.
Yo, John's running for Congress, guys. He's running for Congress in Illinois. What district?
This should be
So, hold on.
designer and a supreme being who is going to
Turn that shit off. Turn that shit off.
Yeah.
I want to talk to you.
I'm trying, yeah. I'm running in the 16th Congressional District, which is like Central Illinois, Peoria, Rockford, Illinois, Bloomington, Illinois, Quincy, Perkins, towns you've never heard of with 50,000, 60,000 people who absolutely know that their Congress and their Federal Reserve and their local and their state governments are it's clown world. You know it, I know it. We all live in clown world. And the fact that people get rich off of government and people can't even start small businesses. I mean, everything in this country is upside down.
So I've done some consulting for his campaign so far. We did like an hour consultation last week. But I'm not officially a part of his campaign or anything like that. But I am, here saying that he's the man. Jennifer, she runs American Mission along with some of the people on stage, Destiny, Kim, Cheney, and they basically, American Mission are the people that you would want to befriend for a campaign like yours. So I'm happy to make the introduction. I'm glad that you're here. Just so you guys know, John did receive the Troll of the Year award 2 years in a row on Clubhouse. So he's a legend. He is a legend.
So John, can you tell us a little bit about your background? Like, why are you running?
I've started many businesses in my life, had some failures, had some successes. I've worked in government. I've worked in big tech for many years. And at this point, there's 200 trillion in unfunded liabilities, 40 trillion in funded liabilities at 100 billion a month in interest. So there's a big philosophical and communication perspective to the problem in government, and whether it's really a problem or we just perceive it as a problem. And so really my fields of interest are communication, meditation, and really wisdom, psychology, philosophy. So we live in clown world, and I have a military background. I'm a service academy cadet, and there's ways to do things and there's ways not to do things. But either way, I mean, we're all on the same boat. And but I think good ideas and intelligence and wisdom, are like, it's the cream of the milk. It rises to the top. I mean, you're forced to do these things because A, it's a game, B, it's fun, and C, once you start interacting with actual politicians, you realize that they're not the highest form of citizen in this country. Many of them are criminals, they're liars, they're just actors, and that's not projection. I'm just telling you, I have witnessed clown world up close for my whole life. And so, to try to run for Congress and have people that endorse you and be enthusiastic and, push you to do this because they like your personality. I mean, it's just, it's like the stars aligning, and it's a lot of fun. So, and I met Augustus in politics because of Kennedy.
What service academy did you go to?
I went to the Citadel in Charleston, South Carolina.
Oh, very nice. I had friends who went to the Citadel. Well, nice to meet you. Glad you're here.
Hey, John, I have a quick question. So I clicked on the profile because I saw the book. What is that on your profile picture? It says mystical secrets. Is that book significant, or like just wanted to see what that was about.
Yeah, I record books on YouTube, 60-second clips, 15-second clips. So I read from books that I have. I've got 10,000 books in my house, and that's Rumi, the Persian poet. So there's a mystical element to politics, to government, to Trump, to Kennedy, to destiny. So, I mean, the fact that Robert F. Kennedy is now our secretary, and he's a leader in the government, and the CIA has been fully exposed, and the Pentagon and the military industrial complex for killing JFK. This is, manifest destiny. I mean, course correction, yin and yang. So, we are all witnesses to a great course correction. And Robert F. Kennedy, through Augustus and his beautiful fiance or wife, achieved something spectacular in terms of mass communication. And Augustus, has firsthand experience and implemented the strategy for essentially regime change. And, kudos and hats off to Augustus for being a patriot and a courageous artist and mass communication strategist.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate those kind words, man. Touches my heart. Thank you, bro. Brings a tear to my eye. You're the best.
So, what is your stance on, I guess you said, like, lobbying their job? Like, what do you think about lobbying? I think all lobbying needs to go. All lobbying, like, forward a bit, like, but that's just, we need to go back to, like, local campaign financing. But a lot of these politicians are coming up. Whenever they get in bed, boy, it's like they can't get away from it, and it controls them.
I see you, Coyote.
I was just saying.
Kudos on asking the question the way you did, though. That was
He's getting slicker. He's getting slicker.
That was slick.
I'm one of the good guys, man. It's like, I can't help it. I've changed my stance and all that. I tell all these people that go on this, that's fucking APAC and stuff, like, bro, it's not like, yeah, I get it. They need to go to farm, yada, yada, yada. But it's all lobbying. It really is. It's all lobbying.
No, it is all lobbying, right? And what you're saying, right, the reason why I wanted to point out how you asked that question is because I think that is how that question needs to be asked, right? As much as people have like a hard-on for certain places, right, it's not just one place. Like if we're allowing one place to do it, which means we're probably also allowing other places to do it, and we shouldn't be tolerating it from anyone. And I just wanted to give you kudos on how you asked that question, because that's how we move the conversation forward, not just singling people out.
Exactly, and it takes growing, I'll admit it, like, I was one of them. And you look at Backpack in my profile, you're going to see it, because it's just, I see the numbers or whatever, and it's polarized too, that conversation. But if you get down to it, like, all this lobbying, big pharma, like, Qatar, they do have some stuff. So, like, it just, all these narratives need to kind of spin off into like just an ultimate, like, what is wrong? All of it, right? Like, all the lobbying is controls our Congress, it controls all these bills that are getting brought across. And it's very, very serious. And if we could get back to like a local campaign financing aspect in the local, we can hold the accountability more. So we got to push on that, because I don't think that, look, JFK died. Part of the reason that he died was on this lobbying thing. Was because of he tried to register in the FAR and then the Federal Reserve. So this is dangerous territory right here.
I think we've got to offer some sort of like wipe the slate clean. Like, as long as you didn't touch children, we can wipe the slate clean, and then you come forward and you help us clean this up. We've got to stop the blackmail. That
right. The line in the sand is not touching children. Okay. Right. The line in the sand is selling your country out, selling your fellow man out. And of course, if you touch children, you should probably be hung by your balls in the middle of Times Square. So I'm just saying.
Yo, I just want to welcome Jacob to the stage. He's new. Nice to meet you, Jacob. If you don't mind giving me a follow, that'd be great. But it's a pleasure to have you. I hope you're doing well.
That's a friend.
Appreciate you. I just wanted to say something towards with you. What a little bit towards what I heard. When it comes to our so-called enemies, it's going to take a lot of we seen in South Africa with the apartheid, a lot of people understanding that even those who are taking advantage of the system, who are benefiting from the system, are still victims of the system. And I know a lot of us who are the harsher victims, the real ones who are going through the shit that we're going through. We're not looking at it like that. But I like to think people are good inherently. So the people who are forced to do these horrendous things in order to, protect their families, feed their families, whatever, I think those are victims as well. And I think that's where that's where we probably could find the peace at. That's where we can, okay, this is what's wrong with the system. We all can agree with it. We're all victims. Let's start over, clean slate. Let's get this shit done. And I think it would be easy. And we seen it in South Africa. It actually happened before, so I think we should take a page out of their book.
Well, I think that's what the Maha movement, right? Like, that's one of the easiest paths back, because you can be like, it's not your fault. You were poisoned. We've been had here. So I think that there's certain issues where we can bring that, put that path back to good for people.
I think it's and it's these uncomfortable discussions sometimes. Like Trash had a space the other day, and I'm gonna get to our team this, but he had a space the other day, and I reached out to the FBA, and next thing you know, Patriot Savvy and Trash, like we had the FBA, Jacobs was he came up there. I don't know if he's FBA or not, but like they spoke on things, and what we ultimately have is the same goals. We just gotta get to them, and let's go, Miss Destiny.
Yeah, I was going to say, since we were still discussing child trafficking and everything a second ago, I got contacted by Nick Bryant this morning. He's the guy who wrote the book on the Franklin scandal, and he runs EpsteinJustice.com, which works with the survivors and helps the victims. Anyways, he had put out a call to action today. I reposted it. I'll put it in the Purple Pill if anyone would like to assist in this. It's just calling out Senator Gillibrand in New York to ask if they are going to continue on the commission to get justice for the Jeffrey Epstein victims. So I'll put them in the Purple Pill. I just want to make that PSA because it is important.
Go ahead, Jen.
Okay, so Jacob, I totally see where you're coming from, but I don't know if South Africa is the best example, especially right now, because I would actually argue that South Africa is a reverse apartheid at the moment, where the roles have completely changed. And yes, we need to have a path back. Yes, there are people who are victims, right? But I also don't think that the majority of Americans realize how deep the rot actually is within the system, and to the extent to which people who we might look as innocent were totally complacent and participating in the system. And there are things you just can't come back from in society.
Oh no, it's going to break our hearts. It's going to break our hearts. It's going to break our society. And I think that's what we need. And just to answer Coyote's question, I'm not FBA by code. I'm more, my people have came here from boats. One side of my family, they come here from boats. They're Israelites though, so I don't really even like to be identified as black for an Israelite. My family is from Dimona. I can track my Portuguese to, my West African to Portuguese to American journey like myself. So FBA is more of a code. It's a PSYOP. It's a good PSYOP. It's one of the best PSYOPs that America has done in a long time. And I'm super anti-PSYOP, man. I see through that bullshit so fast. But I just think for us, when it comes to, and like you said, it is almost a reverse apartheid going on in South Africa. But that comes from the lack of self-accountability. And that's where and I say this shit all the time. American white men and American black men are the epitome of men, because we can sit here and have these conversations and build nations. I don't think those white guys in Africa or those black guys in Africa could have sat and made the conversation or had the conversation that needed to be had to avoid the things that they're going through. I just had faith in my country, you know what I'm saying? So I think eventually we will get to that conversation.
Well, Jacob, I think the vast majority, and I think what the problem is people don't understand the racial dynamic that is in South Africa, right? So where, yes, did apartheid end, in 94? Technically, right? But the white Afrikaans, which represents 10, 20% of the population, right? They are looked at as oppressors, right? So as in the just to give a United States example, right? So after slavery ended, right? All of a sudden whites and blacks are living together equally, but is the power dynamic ever really on an equal footing because they were always seen as the oppressors? And I think that's what the world isn't understanding right now, that it's not just, these, the black South Africans want farmland and they want this and they want that. They are seeing it as almost a vengeful act of what their forefathers went through under apartheid, under what they see as the oppressors.
But that is very true, but they're only doing what they are watching their peers do. You have to understand that the Jews are highly involved, and I'm not like an anti-Semite or anything, but the Jews are highly involved with this new wave of African mixed with your boy Putin situation. It's so hard to describe. The African is and always will feel as if they have an oppressor, even though they are the majority over there. They can take back their resources if they need to. That's not the problem. The problem is the perception. So we can say that Africans' land was took or whatever happened back then, but whatever happened back then, and it shouldn't be focused on. What we need to be doing is sitting and having the conversations so that people are safely being wherever they want to be. If whites want to live with whites, I think that's okay. If blacks want to live with blacks, I think that's okay too. That's where I just think America has the advantage. I think we're becoming less politically correct. We're just saying what the fuck we need to say, and I think that will get us to where we're trying to get to.
Is it that tribalism kind of talk that goes around? Everybody's got that. Is it okay to feel like you want to live in an all-white neighborhood? Is it okay to feel like you want? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We've been doing this since before we knew what races were. We didn't even call it that before it was a social construct. When the world was all one color, we still didn't want to. When the world was one color, we used to be like, yeah, their hair is brown. We want them over here. That's just human, and there's nothing wrong with it. But there is a group of people on this earth that want us to lose our ethnicities and our cultures so that they can be, the only person on the planet with one.
Right. Good morning or afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Aaron out here from over in Australia. The one thing that we can't criticize, is APAC. And I think that's the beginning of our problems. We have to understand that. And in Australia, we've got that. We've got an Israeli lobby, right? I've got so many things to say, but I'll begin and end with just a really short monologue. Just say it, Rick. Ain't nobody gonna call you an anti-Semite up here. You're good. No, I know that, but you guys are good over here. Thank fuck for that. But they want us divided by race, religion, creed, colour, gender. And the way that we're going to fix that, because the Kalugi plan's in full effect. So how do we fix that? We get along. And like what old mate was saying down there, regardless of whether we want to be separatists, we can still live together. That's their idea to
when Theodore Herzl, he was the one that laid down the plans for the Greater Israel project. He said that anti-Semitism would be the biggest ally for the Greater Israel project. Anti-Semitism, hate. So how do we combat that? With love and acceptance.
With love, with prayer, we start talking and having but kind of like what I did earlier, what Jennifer was saying. Look at the big picture. Look at all your lobbying. Try zooming out instead of just the Israeli, aspect of it, and look into the part. And I'm telling you, that's true, bro. Look at how much you're. Like other parts have to do with it, and I understand what you're saying. You got like 97% are APAC back down here. It's crazy to me. But look at RFK, how he's gotten attacked by some of the stuff that he's went through, and that's fucking that's other kind of lobbying, bro. It's a bad deal. And I want to introduce Augustus real quick to Cultivating. She's kind of a big voice over, I don't know how to say it. I'm going to say Cultivating Black Twitter or whatever. So she's one of the leaders that kind of we can talk to as I guess she's a buffer. I'm like that white boy that used to run up in the hood and go get like a free for real quick and then run back over there and get the buddy. How you doing, Cultivating?
She's from the south side of Twitter.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for inviting me again. When you invite me, I run. I'm a sprinter, so I'm right there. Nice to meet you. You guys.
Nice to meet you too. I hope you're having a blessed day.
I had a cool day.
She's from from Ethiopia, right? But she don't claim. She's got some honestly based ass beliefs, but she just wants us to be able to talk to each other, and that's the whole thing about it. So I don't know. I go over there to listen to some of the other spaces sometimes, which it's interesting. It gets heated, but I don't know, man. We gotta get together to be able to build this GOP up or whatever. Something's got to give.
Can I ask Augustus a question?
Yeah, go for it, brother.
So in terms of communication and the importance of regime change and getting better decision makers, how do you think you played a pivotal role in U.S. political history?
To be honest with you, I try to stay humble about it and continue to just be myself and be unapologetically myself about it, because it kind of gives me goosebumps. It kind of brings me to tears when I think about the impact that we actually made, me and my wife, and on how many lives that were affected because of the work we've done. And it kind of brings me to my knees, because bro, like some things in life, man, you do because you're motivated. You're motivated by this idea that you have for yourself, and it's a self-motivation. And we did this without self-motivation. We did this because we thought that we needed to stop putting our own will before God's will. And we were doing God's work. And we wanted to just be the executioner of God's will. And that's what we did. And it wasn't about, Augustus. It wasn't about Stephanie. It wasn't about RFK Jr. It was about something bigger than all of us. It was about changing the world. And it was because God wanted the world to get changed. We just so happened to be his instruments. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's interesting how, in the beginning was the Word created the world, the universe. So, and social audio is, the spoken word. So, if you know the truth of the earth, then you got the secret answer to the difficult question of the math. It's a word game, and that's really what we're all dealing with when it comes to these industrial complexes, which are draining, America and its citizens dry and giving nothing back to we the people. So, regime change is always now. In my opinion, I think Trump is doing an incredible job. I think Kennedy is doing it. I think everybody's doing the best work they can possibly do under difficult circumstances. And, but the spending is out of control, and it's so much money. I mean, we just have to ask ourselves morally, is it right to be borrowing this money? I mean, or is it all just communication and debt forgiveness is the truth? I mean, are we getting ourselves all in a anxiety bubble about the debt? But we know that the way they spent the money for the past 4 years, 10 years, 20 years has been horrific. So taxpayers and citizens have to unite and rise up and say, never again. This is fucking clown world, and we reject clown world.
The WHO was a symbol of tyranny. The WHO was a non-government organization that had the ability to, in certain states, strip you from your home, inject you with experimental biological weapons, strip your children from your home. They control our border. So we've got all kinds of globalists going on. We've got the WHO, we've got the UN, you've got the International Bank of Settlements, which is like basically Operation Central. So, right. My point is like the work that we did in collaboration with President Trump, in collaboration with God, we're no longer a part of the WHO. The WHO is now going to have a competitor on the scene, which is a new World Health Organization that RFK Jr. is going to be creating with other governments around the world. He was just in Ecuador and Argentina with Javier Milei, and that's what they're talking about. That's some good shit right there. Yeah. That's one of the issues. That's what we did. We did that. Sorry, Coyote. I just wanted to say, one more thing, which is that these medical journals have been basically the reason why they've been able to get away with this tyranny. And they shall soon be no more. It's been revealed just today that RFK Jr. slams corrupt major medical journals and reveals that HHS is creating their own new journals. Go ahead, yo.
So I wanted to ask us, Kim touched on something that I think is a big issue. It's like this whole, when we get on X, we find ourselves trying to find out the culprit, right? Like the culprit for all these problems. Is it the juice? Is it China, right? Like when it could be, like she just said, like this kind of globalist thing or whatever. And not gonna die. A lot of things kind of lean more sides than one. But how do we get past that to be able to have conversations like we are right here and just kind of recognize that there are a lot of problems going on, but we don't have to go at like one specific. It's hard to even ask the question, bro. Yeah. Like how do we pass trying to blame one thing or find one thing when it is many?
It comes down to the communication. Congress doesn't do meditation courses. They create fake money with the Federal Reserve. They don't care about you and I. It's the same George Carlin joke in 2025. They don't care about you. All they want to do is borrow and spend. And we are essentially, Chairman Powell has said we are on an unsustainable debt path, and he Freudian slipped and said we are in an unsustainable debt path. So Trump is going to spend the money. The Republicans are going to spend the money because big business wants the money. And like you said earlier, the other speaker, lobbying is the biggest issue. That money primarily goes to major industrial complex businesses. That's not American. That's essentially debt slavery for we the people, for grandchildren, etc. I mean, maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe if you take the oil out of the engine explodes. So no one truly knows the best central economy planning, etc. The point is, this is a monolithic empire, And Augustus and his wife regime changed the government. They saved America in a way through Kennedy and through their marketing and communication strategy. So we the people, these apps, Clownhouse, Clubhouse, X Spaces, other apps, being artistic and creative and subversive, but organizing, but really changing people's psychology about, I guess, optimism, about intelligence, but also really the money. If Kamala and Waltz were still, were the they would have. Do you know how much money they would have wasted on the dumbest shit in the world? All this DEI internal education scam. It's all communication industry. So, I mean, we the people need houses. We the people don't want to pay 40-50% in taxes. We want to pay 10% tax on income. The system is draining us. It's exhausting. It's a rat race, and we do it to ourselves because we're not greedy enough.
Back to Congress. All roads lead back to Congress.
100%.
That's why I encourage people like John to run for Congress. That's why I encourage people like Rob Lucero to run for Congress. People like John Kitover.
Jen to run for Congress.
Rich Cascato. Jennifer Lawrence should run for Congress. Coyote should run for Congress. Mike Mack should run for Congress. I mean, these are the people, the everyday people that are needed more now than ever. More now than ever.
You will work 60% of your life just to pay taxes and retain nothing. That's debt slavery. We were born into debt in this nation. Other people in other countries are born into a surplus, into a national trust fund. We, the people here in America, are born $100,000 to $600,000 in debt automatically at birth. We have essentially ruined ourselves with illicit spending, morally, fiscally unresponsible spending. You and I don't do that. We pay our bills. We save our money. This government has sold us out. And regime change and more regime change and perpetual regime change is the only solution to essentially saving ourselves from ourselves. We ship this money overseas and we ship it internally to corporations which are destroying us and the planet. Pfizer, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, Google, Facebook, these corporations are essentially destroying the liberty and the Republic of America.
So how do we get past that? Because you mentioned, Augustus, like, Coyote should run for. So I wouldn't take any lobbyist money, right? I'm just a podunk-ass white boy over here in Texas, showing around. So what am I going to do when I got 2 pennies in a pocket full of rent? How am I going to get past the big machine of all this or whatever? Is everybody going to come to my aid?
Yeah, that's exactly what you do. You run a grassroots program. You run a grassroots fundraising program. That's exactly what RFK Jr. did when he was running for president. And he ran for president and raised millions and millions and millions of dollars, bro. All off of a grassroots program. You don't need to, and bro, you got a huge platform. I mean, look at you. You got 40,000 fucking people that want to listen to what you have to say. 40,000.
Any American can file to run for Congress in 15 minutes at fec.gov. All you got to do is spend 20 minutes inputting your information, and boom, you're in the National Registrar to run for Congress. You need to doge your local Republican and Democrat congressman, and the time to file is now. Go to fec.gov and doge your local congressman. Remove, replace, and do not trust these congresspeople. They are frauds, scammers, and debt creators. $18 trillion in debt in 10 years. These people have no legacy. They have to be removed from government. And people here on X, ordinary people, can run a campaign very succinctly, quickly, synergistically, synchronicity. That's the word. I'm telling you, remove and do not trust your local congresspeople. Doge them, remove them.
I just point out to John there, up here in Canada, things are not much different. I have, like I said before, friends north and south of the border here. I have divers who work with me in Florida. They pay $6 for the same steaks from Alberta, Canada, that I pay $27 for. We're getting fucked by, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that, by whatever lobbyists and whatever big concerns that there are, and I won't point out any names because
because up here in Canada, we're not as free as you guys are down there to say names, but we're all in the same boat. I'm telling you, it is miserable up here to try to exist. It's miserable to think that my children will never be able to afford a home. It's never going to happen unless I pay for that home. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's generational at this point. I mean, I'm 42. I can't believe I even made it to 42. I know, lots of people that died in Iraq and Afghanistan that never made it into their mid-20s. And so, you're lucky if you're alive. And right now is always the moment. And it's not too late. If you live in a state in America and you are a citizen, you can run for Congress. Do it. It takes 15 minutes. FEC.gov. Create a campaign on X. That's the best place to start. You know it. I know it. This is a free speech zone. And you know that these vaccines and COVID-19 disaster they unleashed upon us, directed by Fauci, Gates, Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, forced mandates, free vaxes, like it's a candy shop. They destroyed the fertility rate. Babies aren't being born. People got the clot shot and died. And do you know how many people died in December of 2020 around Thanksgiving, Christmas in this country and around the world? It wasn't the COVID-19 virus. It was the vaccines, the injections, Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, patented copyrights to kill you, to blow your heart out of the fucking chest, to prematurely end your life. For what? For communication spam, for propaganda. You know it, and I know it. We've been lied to, abused, and ripped off because they borrowed the money on our behalf to even manufacture all these fucking scam vaccines. So the time to resist is now. File for Congress, doge your local Democrat or Republican. Do not trust, remove, and replace your local congressman, and do it yourself. No one else is going to do it. No one challenges these people, and it only takes you 20 minutes to file at FEC.gov.
So this is why it's so important for you to take my advice, John, about making one account and sticking to it. Because you come in with this sort of energy into a space like mine or the American Mission space, and you start speaking a lot of truth like that, that's how you're going to be able to gain a substantial amount of audience for your single account. But when you got 10 different accounts, it's going to be hard because now we're going to have to pick one because then it all gets spread out to then. So I encourage everybody to follow John, Republican-wise, and I encourage you, John, to stick with this Republican-wise account and do some more work to it that basically we've already discussed in the back channel. But yeah, man, for me personally, I'm not running for Congress. I'm not running for Senate. My job is to be in the background and be the support system and the muscle behind people running their campaigns, being the brain power, being the spirit power, being the one that, comes up with the creative power in order to get the communication across properly. So thank you for your encouragement, John. Thank you for your love. I appreciate you. You're a dear friend. With that all being said, I want to welcome Maze to the stage. What's up, Maze Love? I hope you're doing well tonight. And we've got Indy on stage as well with their hand raised. Indy and then One Shot. going that order.
Hey, what's up, everybody? See a lot of familiar faces here. Kylie, Mike, Maze, Destiny, Jennifer. Know some of you guys better than others, but yeah, interesting. All you guys are in this space. Yeah, I agree with the vast majority of the sentiment that everybody's talking about. Just the national debt, being lied to, they're going to spend, all that's 100%. So ideologically, I'm with you guys. The difference is that as an independent, the reason I'm an independent is because I hate the two-party system because I don't hate it. Right now I'm a pro-Trump, populist because I hated Republicans before Trump came in, the uniparty guys with Bush and Clinton and the globalists and blah, blah, blah. So, but the control that they have over our government it's extreme. And to sit there and say, it's so Pollyanna to think that some general person can run for Congress and have any impact you think there's one Republican Democrat who thinks all those things, that all those logical and make sense items and line items in the big beautiful bill make sense? Taxes on tips, all those things that can help workers? Of course there are. There's many Democrats who think that. You can't vote for that thing. Because they get primaries so fast. You think Republicans should call for primaries? Democrats have been doing this crap for decades. And they're way more like aligned and organized and Pelosi's than the master of it. There's a lot of technical reasons for it, in the book, The Politics Industry explains most of the evolution of how this happened. But my point is that, until we would love change ideologically, we get on these spaces, we get in private meeting, with our friends and families or whoever, whatever, and have debates or agreements. But until the nature of our political system changes, and there are ways to change it, I'm not going to proselytize that here, but until that changes, we are fucked. These guys will continue to run this thing unabashed, without anybody interfering, and we have no say in the matter.
I want to put it on you a little bit. I think that by doing what John is talking about, by having good people, just your ordinary people, get in the race. You may not win in 2 years, but you may win in 4. And the more common sense, good American people that we get running it for Congress, the more options the American people have to vote on, the more that we educate on civics, okay? I think that we could do this. I mean, we could overturn that whole damn house if we wanted to. And now is the best time that we've ever had a shot at it is in this next couple of elections.
Who do you think elects over 90% of our Congress people every 2 years? I mean, it's a rhetorical question. It's the extremes on both sides. And the extremes because less than 10% of the population. You know how many people voted AOC? You know how many people voted AOC in office in 2018?
But now is the time for the change, right now?
No, I agree with you. My point is this. I agree with you. I agree with you on the premise. I get this.
Can you hear Augustus?
I get this behind your point, which is just that, only 26% of Americans are registered Republican. 24% are registered Democrat. 51% of Americans are registered independent. And those are the statistics behind the claims that you're making.
And only
that's not it, though. My biggest point isn't the register, because that stuff's out of the front. My biggest point that I'm trying to make here is that now over 90% of our Congress people who are up for every election every 2 years are voted in the primary, because over 90% of our districts are either majorly blue or majorly red. So the primary is where we get voted in.
Well, that's why I said something about civics, right? I said we need to educate on civics, because if we make this interesting and fun, like as interesting as freaking Real Housewives or any of these other reality shows, okay, and get people engaged, and I don't care if we have to shame them into it. Like, do you want a stranger making the decisions for you? Are we not a self-governed people? People don't know that. They don't know these basic things. So that's where the education comes in. And again, never has there been a more innovative, more, ripe for change than now. Like we are seeing leadership get in there and just, upend it. They are upending the table, right? And we as people don't just need to sit back and watch this. We need to be like, okay, yeah, we're going to support you, from do everything we can. We can do it. We just have to freaking...
The communication technology has upgraded and updated. I mean, the belief is that all communication is hypnosis and spam, or political and propaganda. I mean, listen to my words closely right now. Click my profile, follow me, add me on Instagram. I mean, creating a parallel society on an app like this is essential to regime changing the real world. And the former speaker there's a communication network, and when you upload into that, you change the entire network. So the point is, if you can improve yourself, you can improve the world. And using an app like this to synergistically and synchronicity, you can and will regime change. Augustus is living proof. This man helped regime change the U.S. government and save America from Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
I'm agreeing with the premise, and I'm agreeing with everything you guys are all saying. All I'm suggesting is that the method, the system with which and the people that are elected officials, particularly Congress, are, the House is elected. They answer to less than 10% of their population. You guys say roughly 25%, whatever, just around it, is one party or the other, and the other half are independent. So most of the primaries in this country are not open primaries. So only the people voting, only Republicans or Democrats are voting for those people in a heavily Democrat or Republican arena. And then 20-30% maybe of the people vote. That's like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8% if you're lucky. And those votes in the primaries, the hardest core. Who controls the hardest core?
I know, but you're describing the opposite of Trump and Kennedy and the situation now. So what you're actually saying is totally nullified in the present situation. How do you explain that?
I'm talking about districts, okay? I'm not talking about the presidential elections. I'm talking about the elections at which primaries establish the winners of congressional votes.
Well, Indy, I'm an independent, but I'm a registered Republican because I live in a closed primary state. Now, I'm fully confident in my independence, right? But I can go ahead and put that R in front of my name so that I can vote and I can have a say in the primaries. And again, people need to understand that we can have a 3-party system. We're just not going to tell the other 2 parties about the 3rd party.
I just want to get to that one tribe go real quick before we get too deep off into this. Go ahead, one tribe.
Hey, appreciate the mic. So, yeah, you go a couple of different directions in the conversation, so I'll try and succinctly give you some bullet points. First of all, I am a Central Committee member in the Republican Party in Ohio. Have been for quite a while. Went to the RNC. Was held in Cleveland in 2016. Got to see Trump on stage. And it was fabulous. And he won. And then you fast forward to 2020. It's an objective truth that election was stolen, that election was fraudulent. There is absolutely no way Joe Biden got 20 million more votes than Kamala Harris just did. And being in the party, in the meetings, talking to other Central Committee members, and just ordinary people, everybody's like, if the of planet Earth's greatest superpower can be rigged, it can be fraudulent. How are we supposed to trust anything? Even just the official budget. Sometimes, I'm sorry, can you hear me? It took California 2 months to count votes. They're trying to gain another House or Senate seat.
We're normalizing it. That's how they were doing it. The whole stall thing they did, they need to take all that bullshit ass time to do all that. We all know what they're just making an announcement where they can refer back. Remember what happened in California? Whatever they take 3-4 days the next time.
Well, I mean, again, we're going to see investigation. Like we're starting to see investigations on the 2020 election, right? And things are starting to move.
Right. Okay. 5 years next, 4 years next. So, but
I mean, an election is an election.
Listen, man, I appreciate the energy, and it's infectious, and I love it absolutely.
It's 15 minutes to register to challenge these people. These people go unchallenged year after year. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, but it's not just running for election. Like, you act like you announce your candidacy and you don't have to run in the rat race, which is the primary process. Right?
It's a lot of work, no doubt.
Elected office.
It's a lot of work. You've got to be smart enough to essentially run a budget-free campaign. And X platform allows us to do that. This app opened up the floodgates of information.
How many campaigns do you run?
This is only my second campaign, but you know it and I know it that X transformed our government, transformed our society. The truth is out there.
I agree with you there, but just telling people, go ahead and register to...
Listen, I'm trying to transmit sentiment. I'm trying to spam. I'm trying to communicate the fact that these people... They kicked me from the stage.
Stunning man up here. Beautiful. I don't know what else you could. I need to put my real face up there one day. But you can go look at my real face that I am a real man. I'm not a coyote. And everybody on the panel that you resonate with, go down to the purple pill, push that thing, and go up, push repost. If you've already reposted, undo repost, and repost again. And don't forget to follow my future ex baby mama Destiny. Everybody never sees you. I'm an heir to Destiny. Destiny.
Yo, bro, you are a trip. That is too cool.
I thought maybe it's talking about and that's the thing about it. We do live in a time this fucking psychological information, informative kind of thing, and you do got to go with the people. I trust 100%. Like Rich from Alaska up there. I know you guys. I know Jerome Cameron. I know this. I know this. I know Mike. And that's the thing, man. We gotta be real careful out here. Real careful.
Congress. This is his own free time. I'm trying to give him best advice I can. But yeah, it really does come down to how much money you can raise. A lot of these establishment politicians are getting money from big pharma. And that's the biggest problem. They're getting big money from big tech, big money from big war. I mean, that's the reality of the situation. It's how are you going to, combat, raise more money than those people without taking big money from people? And that was your question earlier, Yodi. Like, and there's a formula to it, but it all revolves around a grassroots organization and mobilization effort. Just chime in. You don't gotta raise your hand.
Justice. No, guys, listen, honestly, it really isn't a problem of good people not wanting to step up and run, right? I meet people all day, every day who would love to run for Congress, right? And you might, I hate the system that you have to participate in order to get elected. I hate it, right? But just to be like, oh, well, all you need to do is run. All you need to do is this. All you need, hold up a second, bro. Because, how do you, Augustus, perfect example, money, right? Then you have to deal with the GOP and whether you're going to, need their money or not. Because if you have a good grassroots campaign, you don't need the GOP money. But if you need the GOP money, and in some districts you do, right? To just act like the whole problem is that no one wants to run. No, it's the actual process in which you have to go through to be elected that's dirty, scummy, freaking bribery, right? And by the time you get to the general election,
right? Because if you're a good America First candidate, the GOP, who say they don't participate in primary elections, which is absolute bullshit, will come in and secretly spend money against you in the primary. And then if somehow you get through, then they're going to go and spend money with the Democrats against your campaign in the general and act like, oh, he's just a terrible candidate. Like, no, bro. Right? So it is way more than having the balls to run for Congress. Right? It's having the balls to go up against some of the most powerful people in this country, because depending on what like congressional seat you're running for, you're going to have the Mitch McConnells coming in and spending money. And that motherfucker, he threatens to kill people. Okay? So if you really like, let's lay our cards on the table, you have to prepare the people who are brave enough to stand up and run for the actual environment in which they're going to have to like be successful in, which is totally antithetical to what you would think being successful is.
And now we're gonna stick. Now we're gonna try to, when we do run candidates, we're gonna stick with them. We're not gonna just turn them loose in DC for the cocaine and hooker parties. We're trying something different this time.
Well, not only that, I just wanted to say, go ahead. Look, y'all, honestly, I cut for rant 100%. Like, I know this dude offline and everything. He's a fuck. You don't even speak up in public comment or testimony. So, I wanted to hit on this. Well, even if we push an American First candidate, right, they have to understand what the process is once they get into office to actually officially make a change. Okay? Like, you can't just say, I'm going to go fix shit. If you don't know what you're going to actually go fix, you don't know how to write bills, you don't know how to write subject matter line, you don't know how to make amendments, you're not going to do anything. You're going to sit up in there and you're going to look like a dumbass in front of all these people that got paid to get put there, that know how the game is played. They're going to be playing chess while you're still trying to read the checkers board, you know? And I see this all the time when you look at, you know, especially in Alaska, and you just take our state and local representation. Most of them are teachers and the rest are lawyers, right? And if you look at who the ones that are running the PACs inside of there, all the people that are teachers or the independent people that don't have a background or something in bill writing, they're just there to co-sign and just submit shit. They're not there to actually make a change because they don't even know how to make a change, right? They don't actually get the bills. They don't write our representation, our senators, our
Rance, you've been to a restaurant, right? You know how a bill works at a restaurant? You think it's any different? You haven't heard of grok? I mean, it's all a scam.
I've been doing this for decades, all right? 100% is a complete difference. If you don't know economics, energy, education, right? Like, what the fuck, like, real talk, what the fuck are you going to do? You know what I mean? Like, what are your plans specifically in a policy format that would make a change that you want? Right? That's what I'm asking, right? So if you want to come at me that you want to be the next senator or congressman or representative and shit, this is what I ask the same people that run. I go,
Rance, it's all communication is hypnosis, and you're just ranting.
You're being obnoxious.
Just chill, bro. Like, we love, you know, people like your energy, but you don't gotta cut people off, bro, and like yell at them and stuff, alright? Just chill.
Minimum, I'm just giving you advice, bro. At minimum, I'm just giving you advice. You know, I'm never going to run for office, but I'm going to do what Gus is. I'm going to sit in the background of people that are intelligent and smart and are capable of handling this fight and playing the game. I'm going to help be there to support them. One, they don't know everything, so you have to help them by being a public servant, by just giving information to your elected officials. If you don't send them stuff, they expect that they don't know about it and have never been informed about it. All right? Don't think that they just know stuff and people are just telling them this information. You have to actually get out and hand this information to them so they physically know it. Whether they read it or not, you know, that's another thing. And I'm gonna let Jennifer go and land my plane there.
Thanks, Rance. Appreciate you. Guys, and not all congressional seats, I know Cheney's laughing right now, not all congressional seats are created equal. Okay, if you look at the vast majority of Congress people who you would actually know if they were walking down the street, it's actually minuscule. Okay, there are so many Congress people who will fade into the background, who we will never know their names, they never passed a bill, they never got anything accomplished, yet we are still trying to expand resources into these places where if we just changed
staunch conservatives, take those people who are going to call those offices and let's have them call the people who are actually on the committee, who are actually making the decisions, because right now we are giving these people way too much like we're being way too lenient on them, and we're acting like they're all created equal and they're not.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this shit does cost a fortune, if you want to do it right. And it will also take a tremendous amount of effort, people's free time and energy. So I highly suggest two things. Here's some tips. When you're doing creatives, I gave you this advice the other day, John, but when you're working on creatives and you have a creative team, let's say running an attack ad, right? Because your attacking is going to need to be on point, by the way. If you're running one of these races, because you will be attacked, and it's very rare will you run a campaign where there are no attack ads. So making your opponent a black and white photograph. Check it out.
Black and white photograph. I always assume it's me.
No.
That's not me. That's not gonna hear. Is it him?
No. He's in the Matrix or his phone cut off, but yeah, I always swipe left when I see a girl with a black and white photo.
I wouldn't add that to your campaign slogan if I were you.
Are we about to crash?
I hope so.
Listen, I wanted to say with the former Jennifer, what you were saying about what Republicans do to Republicans when they run, you were spot on.
Real quick, I just finished my thought though. So, sorry, my wife called me. She's on her way home, so I'm gonna have to log off in a little bit anyway. But while I got you here, here's some advice. Making your opponent have a shade of yellow or green gives them the idea that they're sickly. Okay, so when you're running an attack ad, give them either a black and white photograph or make them look sickly, and it makes them look older than they actually are as well. And subconsciously, the viewer is going to see that and think, oh, this person is a memory, this person is dead, this person is sick, this person is negative. So that's a really good attack ad strategy from creatives. And then another one is also doing a tremendous amount of research on your opponent in order to dig up dirt. So make sure you do that in your exploratory phase for when you are ready to make your announcement that you've already got some stuff in the chamber ready to rock and roll. And can I ask you a question on that, Augustus? Yes, I would. Since you have the expertise. Yeah, go ahead, ask the question, because I'm trying to, I didn't plan on giving a bunch of advice away, but I'm happy to do it. I'm just trying to think of stuff on the fly. That's what I'm saying. So up in the jumbo, okay, if you look, I quote reposted after I did exactly what you did. You can see that trans visibility day, the original post put out by the left-wing lawyer, which he kind of crawfished. If you go look at it, it's a crazy little story going on there. And it's like a little battle. But I looked up the trans visibility day, and it's on the 31st of March. 2026 is what's scheduled. And then the We're Done is on the June 4th. And I'm not promoting, or June 14th, excuse me. I'm not promoting, I'm backing, I'm going to the rally, but that's not what I'm doing. I'm not stealing propaganda. Otherwise, I do it a lot better than this. But anyway, I'd like to know,
what about the pink? You see how they did it, like with the pink, and then they collaborated in alliance with We're Done, but that is actually not happening. There is no Trans Visibility Day on the same day as June 14th, but what they do is they shoot it out to a bunch of accounts like me, thinking I'm gonna catch that shit and just go up there and post it. Like, what the fuck? But no, I communicate with the person of it. But why do they use the pink?
Coyote, who's running this?
Aaron Soros.
Interesting.
I looked into it. He ran for a lieutenant governor, a while back, and he's very. My thing of it is, I mean, is Rand still up here? Yeah, I mean, he could kind of describe it better. I like what he's doing. I back that it needs to happen because we need to get over this whole being scared to run for something. But I've never seen anything like this, like come against even me. Like, I got little fake Texas accounts like coming at me, so I know something's wrong, and it doesn't want that rally to happen, which, that's their right. So I'm kind of in a I don't know, man. It's just this shit's weird. Politics is nasty.
Yeah. What was your question?
So that pink, they did the whole pink thing. Notice the coloring, because I know that, like, if you look at Mike Mack, who the fuck can Mike Mack make with that? That blue and the little red USA looks good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's naturally to the optics that attracts the eyes. It's a positivity too. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, what do you think about that? Like that pink? Is it like bring a feminine aspect?
Well, what it is right, is that you have to understand the trans movement is a mentally ill conglomerate. It's a part of a mind virus. So in nature, what happens is nature finds its way of using bright neon type colors, like a bright pink, as a way of letting predators know that they're poisonous. You can see it in the Amazon with frogs. Poisonous frogs, tree frogs, and shit.
It's toxic communication. They're all over social media. Men dressed as women, talking to children, going to libraries, dancing and reading pornography. It's a sick communication, and it should be outlawed and shunned.
Yeah, I agree with that. And, subconsciously, that's what their branding is doing. So it's alerting you that they are virtue signaling that they are toxic, poisonous, mentally ill group. That was a great question, though. Thanks for that, Cody.
Well, I'd love to get with you on that, because it's like, looking at some of the things that I looked into, I had to learn the damn Hasbro, these things that are written in books of propaganda, and I'm not going to the subject, but like a human shield, right to defend us, everybody has a right to defend, like all these crazy things that a man named Frank Waltz, which is a conservative political strategist, went and did for, and it gets deeper and deeper, but the whole thing is researching a lot of these things that we hear that have been embedded in our heads. Like I say half this shit and then I start reading into a lot of these propaganda things, because that's what I dive into, is these to the rhetoric. It's crazy, because like I was taught this by my parents. They were taught that by so my grandparents are teaching, down this or whatever, and then ultimately dying with this old propaganda style strategies that we hear on here. But the optics are very, very important, I guess, and I think that, continue to point this stuff out.
Yeah, you definitely do. And, I'm happy to host a space in the future where I can do some homework prior to and consult with my team and get like a nice outline for advice on how to run a campaign and on a local level, and maybe I could collaborate with American Mission 10 on that.
I got you, Augustus. Dustin and I have ran like a whole shit ton of campaigns, all from local level all the way up to presidential. So we're good. I got you.
Maybe me and Mike can
space. I think my wife just called me. She said, "Hey, babe, what are you doing?" And I told her what we were doing. I was giving advice
on the X face. She was like, "Oh, that's really cool. All right, let me get off the phone and go back to doing that." So your wife's awesome, bro. She's awesome. Yeah, she's my best bud. She's my best bud.
You know,
I would like to get in with y'all, even if it's the American, but maybe me and Mike can go, talk and see what we could do too. But we need to do this because people need to know that. Like you can, you can win the hearts and souls and minds over. And if I was a bad guy with nefarious actions, like one thing is like you can tell Jennifer how beautiful she is. If you look at Jennifer's like, she's just beautiful. And who doesn't like her? She's outspoken with a great, no filter, raw, gives it to you right there. So did I win her heart over? And that's what people are doing to other people. Now I really do think this about Jennifer. But I'm saying, people, be careful whenever you hear people get on here. And a lot of the thing is telling you what you want to hear. Now, the thing is, it's like you got to stick around enough to know and get the game because, as Heather up here the other day kind of learned, like, this shit gets real and it gets wrong. It gets real deep. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Yeah, and guys, listen, even if you could be wrong, right, even that's a learning experience. But use your voice. Always be brave enough to be wrong. Always be brave enough to be the only person standing out there because, yeah, it might be scary, but at the end of the day, really all they can say is words to you. And you have a block button. But if you're standing on the truth and you're standing for what's right, you can stand on that no matter what. No matter what's happening to you, take what you have to take, right? All they can say to you is words. And if they're threatening your life, report their asses to the police. Let's do this.
That's the thing, man. I mean, if Augustus knows, I've been called every name. He's been called all this shit. It doesn't even bother me to say because that's the thing. It's crazy, bro. But like, look at us. Like, we're still in the same. We don't have the same all the way views as everybody on this panel and shit like that. But ultimately, we know that when it comes down to it, that we want America to benefit the most. So that's all that matters to me at the end of the day.
You know what's so crazy to me? I was in Target the other day talking to my wife about this, but it's like on X, you got this Republican space, free thinker space, independent space, and the Democrats really don't bother us. You don't have like Dems coming in here and like trolling the room and shit like that, and like libs fucking wigging out on stage and being libtarded, right? They're fucking all keeping to themselves. But you go into a UFO space, bro, and you're a fucking based motherfucker, and bro, the fangs come out, dude. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck, like? And she's like, yeah, they're like basically like trying to control that community. Go ahead, Jen.
So a lot of times, right, sometimes it's pointless, right, to sit in a room where everybody agrees with you, to sit and talk to the people who, no matter what, right, they're always going to be on the right side, right? And I think so many times, like us on this side, right, we go into these spaces and we're like, oh no, we just have to like blatantly say what we want to say. We need to convert them, and if they just hear it, they'll know what we want, right? And it's like, dude, you're not going to get anywhere with that right now, right? You have to go in, right? Read your audience, right? And introduce topics in a way, right? I know that you're not going to agree with me on abortion. I know that you're going to disagree with me on all these various different issues, right? But I know that we could have some common ground with, like, say, campaign finance, right? Do we really want all this dark money running our campaigns? Do we really want to make our people who are running for office on both sides sell their soul in order to survive? No, we don't. Right? So instead of like concentrating on the issues that divide us, right, just leave those alone for right now. Not saying you have to compromise on your values, right? I never compromise my values, but I don't even touch those topics. Right? I want to talk to these people, create a rapport with them, and then if we want to have that discussion, let's have it. But if there's big topics, right, that we can agree on, why are we not trying to agree rather than beat somebody over?
Sorry guys, I gotta go. I have a call. All right. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Jennifer.
Yeah, I just want to welcome our friend Dr. Lori to the stage. She's one of the only doctors I trust. Welcome to the stage, Dr. Lori. How you doing?
Thank you, Augustus. Thank you very much for having me up. I sent you a message. I guess you didn't get it in time. I was down in your area over the weekend, so I wondered.
You know, he's a married man.
Oh, no, I mean like that. He's my brother. What did he say?
Coyote, it's okay. It's okay. She's a doctor.
Yeah. No, I didn't get the message. I actually just moved to DC.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, well, that's even better. Well, congratulations on your move.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I was there for a weekend-long Metallica concert in Philly, so.
Oh, that's dope.
Oh, for sure, though. It was amazing. Probably one of the best concerts I've ever gone to, so.
Sick.
But thanks for having me up. I appreciate it. Thanks for
no problem. Yeah, for sure. Enjoy the space, chime in whenever you see fit. We're just talking about campaigning right now. I think it's a productive conversation. Mike Mack, how are you feeling about the conversation? You think it's been productive, or has it just been a shit show, or what?
Yeah, no, I think it has been. It's like Jen said. You don't want everybody agreeing with each other, but you also don't want people to come in and infiltrate your space and kind of take over and dominate, stuff like that. So I think it's been a great back and forth, bro.
That's the important part, if I may, Augustus, right there, because if you get, Augustus gets a host, and then you get a co-host that can vet pretty good and see who's coming up, familiar with it. Yeah, you got to take care of it. You got to be real careful. That's why I think. Am I right again?
Has it crashed?
They came up, you gotta look at them. I keyword search. I'm a hell of a co-host, honestly. I can fucking, when they hit that, I haven't seen them before, boom, I can pretty much tell you who they are, what they're about in about 10 seconds, and I'm pretty right all the time. Not all the time, but like 90, not 95%, but that 5% I'm wrong. And then I'm humble. That's the thing too. We're not humble enough. There's not enough humility on this app to say, hey, I was wrong. It's not like the end of the world if you're, but something about this app, all these little avatars, it's like, we don't want to get mad at us, I don't want Mike Mack's little avatar to get mad at me. It's crazy, bro. It's like people got to talk more and just have a little humility and we'll be good. But thank you so much for this right here. And if I'd like to ask Mike Mack, welcome to the Thunderdome, bro. And that's the thing, we're going to have to navigate through this or whatever. But you're one of the good guys. Mike Mack is definitely one of the good guys. And we'll figure it out because this is what it is, baby.
Believe it. It's all about to start up.
Yo, guys, my wife just got in. I think I might log off unless you want to hang out with them.
Nope, they get in the boot. These are getting the boot. I mean, I work all day. I'm tired.
Say what's up to everybody, though.
Okay, that was pretty cool. Okay, this has been the campaign to elect John Kitover. Hope you enjoyed.
On the other hand, when you're talking about Syria and the jihadis, first of all, in the
Simon
Quran,
can't kick.
our prophet was asked what is the best type of jihad. His response was the jihad against one's self, one's bad self. So jihad in its religious sense, it's meaning oppressing that animalistic feeling that we have inside of ourselves and control ourselves. Unfortunately, through politics and through all these other shits that messed up the religion, this became a jihad type of war, but it is not the actual meaning of jihad. As jihad has to start from within, so oppressing that animal instinct in us and becoming, more elevated through our humanity. That's what jihad is. Yeah, exactly. And as for the terrorist group and organizations such as in my country, which I personally thank the idea for having.
Where are you from?
South Lebanon. And a village nearby was just bombed a few hours ago. Not the village, sorry, but a place where they were keeping weapons for those terrorist groups. And I'm so glad that they did that they bombed it, because we don't need those shit anymore around us. I want to live happily, and I want to grow in my business, and I don't want to be in fear of being oppressed by those terrorist organizations anymore. And there are many people who think like me, but they are oppressed and they cannot express themselves. I might be going to jail tomorrow for saying what I said, but I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna fight for my freedom, because freedom is hard.
Where the hell did this guy come from? I love him.
I've always been a follower of you guys, and especially Daniel, because he always brings me inside. I like the positive shock he brings into the conversations, and I love that. And so yeah. So Islam, and traditionally, I have a friend of mine, a very very dear friend of mine, who was unfortunately, after childhood and after I went to Dubai for some time. When I came back, he turned out to be a supporter of Hezbollah, and he's a survivor. And so I asked him a few times, why do you feel that Israel is the smaller devil? Because they say, like, Israel is the small devil and America is the big devil. I was like, oh, because they are blah 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 blah. The stereotypical stuff they talk about in the Middle East. I was like, oh, but did you know that your Khomeini actually never mentioned Israel as being the small devil? So what do you mean? I was like, if this is your belief system, go through his books and you will find out that your very own partner, regional partner, or an international partner, Russia, is actually the smaller devil that you refer to. So how come you don't call Russia the small devil anymore? Is it because they support your belief system? Because and when it comes to politics, things change? Or are you totally brainwashed? Or do you not know what you believe in? Or are you so confused? And so, there's a lot of, and this is, of course, a person who belongs to a terrorist organization that is supported by Iran, and all those countries that are launching rockets and attacking Jews are actually supported by Iran. Because in Lebanon, Lebanon is not a Muslim country, by the way. That's what the first thing I wanted to correct. Actually, Lebanon is a mixture of like three main religions, in which Judaism is one
But
of
they
the three.
executed a lot of Christians.
Exactly, but there's no more Jews in Lebanon. Why? Because after the Israeli-Arab war, when the Arabs lost the war, of course, it was people let their anger out on Israel or on Jewish people. Actually, the Jewish people who lived in Lebanon had passports or had Jewish came here. Some of them had Lebanese ID even, and their religion sect was an Israelite. It would say on their ID Jewish, and the sect is Israelite. So the word is very familiar. Dude, we had a newspaper in Lebanon before 1947, before even Lebanon had its independence. The newspaper title was The Israeli World. And in the word Israeli did not have a negative connotation to people living here. It was a very normal thing. It's like the Kurdish world, for example, or the Assyrian world, whatever it is. So the word didn't really have a negative meaning in people's mind. But post the war, when Arabs started letting their anger and frustration after losing the war on Jewish people, what I ask myself as a Lebanese, a country that depended on Jews drastically in its growing economy to become the pearl of the Middle East. Jews have played an extremely important role in the banking sector, in the export. They brought luxury brands to Lebanon. They brought jewelry making to Lebanon. They have actually revived or established the economy of Lebanon. How do I treat these people after the Israeli war? By bringing in Palestinians with their weapons and giving them support with weapons, and then they turned their weapons onto me and caused me 10 years of civil war. That's how I say thank you to those people who came and found refuge in my country and established an economy, helped me establish it. That's how I say thank you. If you Arabs, if you Lebanese politicians, you want to blame Israel for the problems that there are, all the conflicts that's happening with Palestinian terrorist groups, you should ask yourself, what have you done to the Jews who live here? How did you protect them? What did you do to protect those people? Nothing. Nothing. They've come together as one people. They were united throughout history, and in the past, in the future, and in the future, they'll also be united, just as they were before. And you know what? You should fear them. You don't want to mess with these kind of people because they stood together. That's what I love, and that's what I respect about Jewish people. And that's how I read the Quran now to see and learn. The Quran has never, ever, ever mentioned anywhere in the Quran that we need to fight Jews at all. It actually tells us that we need to respect and understand the Jews.
The Quran has a few parts when I don't know if it's the Hadith or the Quran.
The Quran itself does not. I don't believe in Hadith. I don't think anyone who would transfer Hadith from to could have not missed something.
Anyway, Tarek, I need to go to bed because it's late, but I just want to say you're super cool, man, and I hope to see you again because I don't know. The more I actually meet people from this area, like Syrians or Lebanese or Iranians, like the people, not the government. I mean, the people are not bad people, and it's a shame that these Islamist groups, are basically shitting on all of you and are weaponizing the people. Because yeah, you're right. And they're indoctrinating your people in order to hate your neighbors, and that's not good for anyone.
But I think now there's a bit of a ray of hope for Lebanon. I know that the Lebanese army is now actually starting to demilitarize Hezbollah, which is in one side of the economy, and I do hope that they will be able to do the second part. And what I hear from many Lebanese is that they actually want peace, and I do hope that it will happen.
And that's coming from someone who's living in South Lebanon, not somewhere else.
Well, take care of yourself. Don't speak out too much because we need more people like you alive and not in prison or dead. So be careful. Just fight from within, and don't expose yourself. And just keep doing the good thing,
Thanks for listening, guys. I mean, you're awesome. I love listening to you. You always give me insights.
I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye, honey. Bye, Simon. Bye, everyone.
Wait, it's not leave yet.
Isa, Mark wanted to ask you something before you go.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, quick question. How did you get 44.5 followers? I thought you can only get 4,000. I thought. How did you get?
No, I'm just very loved by everyone.
No doubt. Because your wisdom,
What were they current from? And Masri, they thought I was gonna close the room or what?
I don't know. Masri, as soon as you left, he ran away.
She had explained to all of her followers.
So what I'm getting at is, I can only get 4,000 followers. I tried to follow you.
Really, there's a maximum amount?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, because I thought the maximum amount was 4,000. my friend. I got 4,000.
We are friends.
Oh, yeah.
Like let's say you have 4,000 now, and I will add you. And let's see what happens.
I'm gonna add you then.
Now I added you. It didn't give me an error, but because you have 4,000, it doesn't show you like me. Only when you get like 100 people, you will see 4.1.
Yeah, I just added you, Daniel, to my friends, but it says I can't add any more friends.
Well, then you need to, maybe you have a lot of friends that you are following, but they're not following you. And so you have used more than 4,000. You have used, I don't know, like 8,000 or whatever it is.
Yeah, is that how it works? So if they're not following me,
then they don't appear as in the count of your followers.
Guys, first of all, very important conversation. I appreciate it. Very smart. I appreciate you guys.
Come again.
I will.
Keep coming, and then maybe you'll get a green bean. It's just that I need to trust people, because if I don't know them, they might book their room or kick people out or whatever. So.
Where are you from, Mark?
I'm from Connecticut, USA, United States of America, right?
Is that where the fried chicken is from? Alaska.
It's like between Boston and New York, right?
That's Kentucky.
Yeah, the tri-state.
We'll get it right, no doubt. We're all gonna get it right.
You guys stay here. I mean, like, I'm just gonna go to bed, but Simon is here until 4 a.m. and Daniel until 7 a.m. So.
No, I want to fight with jihadists.
Oh my God, Joab, what the hell is Joab doing awake? Joab should be asleep already. It's 1:30 for you.
But it's the weekend.
Yes, that's in the afternoon, so.
Oh my God, you sound drunk. Did you go out for drinks, honey?
No, but it is my birthday today.
Oh!
Happy birthday!
And he would say, "Who made the stars?" And they would look at him and not answer him. And it turned out they had no concept of the deity whatsoever. I'm sorry. Can I? No.
Well, you've been talking for quite a while. Is this a conversation? Is this a monologue by Skeptic?
No. I just want to finish my sentence.
Is this a conversation? Okay, finish your sentence.
This is a long-running sociological experiment that has actual documentation, not just. This isn't a.
You assert this on the grounds of human authority.
Can you rephrase that in an intelligible
Do you assert that there are some people that once they reach a certain level of human cognitive and neurological development, that there are some people that have no idea of the concept that there's an eternal one and there's God?
No. I think there is no connection. I have never. If this is what I understand you to mean, I don't believe there's any connection between intelligence and a belief in a God.
I'm not talking about intelligence. I don't know where you're getting that from. Is it your position that there are some human beings, once they reach a certain level of cognitive and neurological development, has nothing to do with intelligence?
Well, that's cognitive and neurological.
There are some human beings that have never even considered or contemplated and then rejected the notion that there being a supreme being, creator God, but have adopted a materialistic alternative.
I am asserting that there is a tribe in South America that has no concept of a God. They have no concept of a God.
Can you get into their minds? All you're going by is what they say. Could it be the case that they had at some time or other contemplated that what is absolute and eternal is a mind rather than the matter from their perspective is eternal?
I mean, they could have thought that I had the biggest dick in the world, Gary, but that's not all of that.
Alright, so you decided you want to troll. Okay, let's block you.
No, I'm serious.
No, we're done. You're blocked. Bye.
Okay, bye, bitch.
Yeah, bye. Another low class, low character, sleazy, deceptive atheist try to have a reasonable conversation, and they just become low class and low character. Not surprising for atheists, very common among them. Welcome, comedian. What would you like to say?
I'm running for Congress in Illinois, and I was just wondering, what would your advice be, if you were, or I guess if if you were to become the president or a congressman, what would your advice be? What would your actions be? What would your messaging be to your constituents, to the people voting for Darth Dawkins?
You're completely off topic. Do you want to broach the topic at the top of the room or not?
Yeah, I can discuss that. So, I think if you view all of this from like a communication theory perspective, in terms of atheist communication, as opposed to even just reading scripture, like I have, a bunch of Psalms in my hand from, 3x5 note cards with passages from Psalms and all.
You're just rambling at this point. Are you an atheist?
No, I'm a baptized Christian.
Okay, so you're rambling at this point. Do you want to make a substantive statement about the topic or not?
Yeah, it's an all or nothing statement. I mean, it might mean something different to a Catholic and a Protestant or an evangelical, but I mean, the Christian worldview ultimately is the final summation of philosophy, of history, of theology, of God. So if you reject that worldview, you are essentially in opposition to the most powerful force in the universe. And, may God have mercy on your soul.
Anyone else in the audience, if you want to broach the topic, you're welcome to come up.
That's the biggest propaganda strap. He took it.
So, as usual, whether I stream on, if I go on Discord or TikTok or here, no intelligent atheist opposition. They're all cowardly. They only like to pick on low-hanging fruit. Does anybody know how, I see you can kick people from the room, but how do you move people back to the audience? Is there an option for that?
Yeah, you click on the profile and then hit put to audience. But maybe it's a public view. I don't know. Public room, maybe you have to kick them from the room.
Okay. Yeah, I think that it doesn't allow you to do that for a public room. I guess they have to self-remove.
I want to get a screenshot of this history.
So, the more I listen to atheists year by year, the more I'm convinced that what the Bible says is true. They're suppressing the truth and unrighteousness. Like I was trying to say with that previous guy, the fact that they self-report that they have no concept of God doesn't mean they don't have a concept of God. It means they chose not to retain it and that they're adopting a kind of either an animistic or a materialistic view. And his claim that there are some people that don't have any concept of God whatsoever, he's making that statement on the grounds of human authority, whereas God has revealed that he has made all men to know that he exists. Of course, assuming that you're not neurologically impaired, brain damaged, or a registered Democrat. So he's claiming by human authority that some people don't know of God. Well, God says otherwise.
Yeah, but if they're not really willing to read the word or even attempt comprehension, I mean, they're essentially just spam trolls, and they're creating dopamine.
Well, we saw that he couldn't even last a few minutes in here without becoming obscene, rude, and attempting to antagonize me. So it's another common trait of online atheists. Yet these are the very same people who claim that they're in hot pursuit of truth, reason, things like that, which is laughable. I even try to go on atheist streams on TikTok, and they even get triggered and go into panic mode, saying that they're not going to let me up. Yeah, complete powers of mods. What are you afraid of? Well, we know, because they realize that their ordinary atheist cliches and slogans aren't going to work.
Yeah, I mean, I've come to the conclusion that I'd like to automate my communication here on this app, and actually not engage, a lot of people or listen to what a lot of people say, because it's just a total waste of my time. So, I mean, but I believe in essentially publishing people in the sense that I'm like a producer, recording and distributing, and I don't really care what people have to say because I don't want to listen to it. But I would prefer to just, retransmit, respam their nonsense, because apparently their hypnosis works. People are willing to engage with them, as you demonstrated.
By the way, if there's anybody in the audience who would like to broach the topic, you're welcome to come up. You have to invite yourself up. Yeah, they're an irrational bunch, and a lot of low information people on TikTok as well as Discord, and most of them have emotional problems. A lot of them have moral failures, and this is why they don't want God to exist. Almost every single one of them, when I talk with them, they'll say stupid crap like, I'll say, why doesn't God exist? And they'll say, oh, well, there's no evidence for God. Well, first of all, that's not even a sustainable claim. Number two, it's a non sequitur. What's the logical entailment from the claim to God doesn't exist? Well, the answer is nothing. It just goes to show you, how pathetic they are in their reasoning. They got nothing. They just repeat the same mantra. There's no evidence for God. There's no evidence for God. So God doesn't exist because you invoke that you have a psychological state that's absent a positive belief. How does that follow?
Well, I don't spend much time with gay men, but I have observed gay men on this app have conversations.
Yeah, dude, you keep on going off topic. I think that.
I'm just saying that there are prurient people on this app and other social platforms. Am I not accurately describing that? He was just talking to a gay guy.
Yeah, just write it down. Welcome in. How are you,
Hey, have you heard the one about the Palestinian astronaut?
What is the Palestinian astronaut?
He got back from Mars on a Doge space Starlink spaceship, and he went back to the shawarma stand in Gaza. It wasn't there anymore. But what I'm trying to say is, if you think you know where Palestinians came from, I would love to hear it.
Are you enjoying Clubhouse?
Actually, yes, because it just makes my life easier where I don't have to spend time going phone to phone to phone to phone to get back into a room under a banner.
I think it's this entire class was made around you specifically, and I think that they kind of looked at you and like, okay, how can we make this dude pay?
Now the question is the following, because you gotta pay $5, okay, $50 a year per account.
need is one account, and that means that I have already created a new burner account, which is always set to anonymous. So that means
Okay, then that one is never blocked by anyone because
right.
Oh, you cannot block them, right? Like
You can't block it.
You can't block them. So, for example, if I have Simon blocked, he cannot come into my rooms as anonymous because he
no,
will
but now you have like an anonymous person here, right?
Yeah, I have a new burner.
Yeah, but they're not blocked by us, and we cannot.
Exactly.
You cannot
kick them out either.
Unless I make it public.
Exactly.
With a new account, he can do whatever he wants.
But the thing is that he has been blocked by so many people, you know, that everyone is tracing his accounts. But what he's saying is he has a new burner that is not blocked by anyone, and it's set to anonymous permanently.
Exactly. Well, they broke the system. I didn't break it. But the funnest part for me is people who kick me, knowing how incredibly stupid it is to get emotional about me now, because now you know that even if you kick me, I can be right back in. And so like your kick means nothing, you know, it means nothing anymore. But what's interesting to me is the person who kicks me, you know, how I'm actually in their mind and how I'm living rent free. And the fact that they hate me and want me out of there, even though they know that I'm in an anonymous account and thus they've accomplished nothing. But it's also, you know, I speak to people, you know, and so I have a relationship with people. But the fact that I still get kicked and I can come back in an anonymous, it becomes a me problem. I'm the schmuck wasting my time.
Yeah, I was talking with Roger about this, and he's like, oh my God, yeah, exactly. And they were talking about Edmund. I'm like, well, I don't care, you know, if anonymous people come into my room because in the end, I mean, like, I have never cared. I'm not going to start caring right now. I don't care if Edmund is there or if people are, you know, whatever. I'm going to say exactly the same thing, right? And they're like, yeah, but this is not fair. And so I could see that the people that are very sensitive to it, they are the ones that are going to control really, really hard. The ones that really have obsession for people that have control issues, you know, authoritarian in the rooms. They're going to be the ones that are going to suffer with this a lot. And I was thinking about Ben Mandelson, you know, because he's got this leftist room where he kicks out everyone that brings the word Trump. And so now it's like we can all get into his rooms and start playing, you know, like putting emojis and the gifs, you know, with Trump, and he cannot do anything about it. He'll go crazy, I know, because everyone is so sensitive in those stages. It's going to be amazing.
Like if I was a troll, I would definitely pay those.
Yeah, see, he will kick new burner accounts. There are people on this app that are so paranoid. They will kick a party hat with no real friends, and it's like some girl in Texas, you know. So that's kind of the interesting aspect about this, that it does create one. It's pathetic though, because it's all spam. So it's thus.
Demonstrated in the audience.
They're taking the words. That's on board. Yeah, let's do it together. But we have to wait back up because they haven't known about it.
What's interesting is I have people.
We can go to Amir's room, you know, all with Israelis and flags, and just to bother them there. Like,
yeah, that's cool that I can go into Amir's room.
When I go to Amir's house, I can be in the audience. They can talk about me for an hour. Literally, they talk about me, and I write in the chat like, guys, like move on, like I'm just listening. Like,
and they're like, no. Do too much to the Amir's rooms, but the people that are super sensitive and need to have control of the rooms like Ben, that would be hilarious. You know, I think it will drive him crazy.
The truth is they don't really care. They don't really care. They're just spammers. And the fact is, if they kick somebody from the room, it just gives them a dopamine, you know, boost. It's like a video game. It's literally like Super Mario Brothers.
And especially knowing, because it's like, how can we know if it's Edmund in the room? I'm like, you can't. You can't.
You can't.
There must be a way that we can prevent him from streaming on YouTube. I'm like, come on, really? Are you going to worry about it?
You might be recorded right now. Who knows?
Well, one of my YouTubes is actually blowing up, and I'm getting like consistently 15,000 live streams. You know, when I'm on Clownhouse, so it's just the algorithm. I don't know because.
So many phones. Can you dress like in a microphone also?
Yeah, this phone I'm surprised isn't good. It's a fucking high quality, expensive phone.
No, but this one is good.
Oh, okay.
Really, for me, sounds like.
Can you interrupt Daniel when he's talking so to see if I can hear him?
Yeah, we can talk at the same time.
Yeah, I don't know why his phones are.
Anyways, you know, what I've learned is I don't want to talk. I just want to record. And, you know, occasionally I like to have conversations, but real discipline would be not having a conversation on this app. It would just be recording it. Because it's all spam.
Talking to you, you're funny. I mean, sometimes you're so fucking annoying like today that I have to kick you out of the room, but normally you're funny. I like you.
Yeah, I mean, I like trying to be funny and be experimental with comedy and imitations. I mean, you know, I'm an actor. I was in Annie. Many people don't know this, but I played Franklin Delano Roosevelt in my 8th grade play Annie.
Eleanor Roosevelt?
Franklin Delano Roosevelt. I sang the song Tomorrow.
Did you know, Daniel, one time, you know, sometimes I just go to Edmund's rooms, right? Like, I don't know, I just like to spend time with him there and just talk about stuff. And one day I go into one room.
Some of his rooms are just him screaming out the room.
No, just him, but he's there. And so sometimes I just have a chat with him. And so I went there and he was streaming something, but it was not Clubhouse. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? He was streaming a conversation of his mom and his sister to Clubhouse. Crazy. And he was having this conference call with his mom and his sister, and he was streaming them everywhere in Clubhouse.
But to himself, how many people were in the room?
No, the room he had open, and Simon and I were there listening to the conversation with his mom and his sister. Like, this man doesn't know boundaries.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just including them in the game. Like, I was talking to my mom the other day, and Concrete listened to the whole conversation for like 10 minutes. And see, that's the thing is you realize that even your parents, you know, it's all spam. I mean, my mom essentially wants to talk to me on the phone in the same way that I have a conversation here. Like, she just wants the conversation and the dopamine creation and the talk therapy aspect of it. And that's what happens a lot when I talk to my mom. I mean, she just wants to get her dopamine off. Yeah, and if you think, no, my mom is definitely a troll type person, and she's got a horribly obnoxious voice, and you will not escape her eye. You know, if you overquote her on a contract or a bid or something, like, you'll just watch her eye open up and say, "No way, no way."
How old is she?
She smokes.
No, I'm just saying she's got a very nasally Chicago accent. She can be, you know, really annoying.
How old is she?
71.
Oh, okay. She's like my mom. My mom is 72.
Yeah, that German girl that I was dating who did her master's in Switzerland, she just moved back to Germany today.
Oh, yeah, what happened to her? That was just last week.
Yeah, it was like a three-week love affair, and then I helped her box up all her stuff, put her send her back to Germany. Yeah, I helped pack her box. It was nice.
Wow, Pepe,
that sounds sketchy.
What do you mean, ew? That's like literally people having sex. Ew.
With your mama, dude, that's ew.
You know, every Palestinian has come out of the vagina of a Palestinian woman.
I'm sorry, that Muslim guy just like got to me earlier.
Which one?
Whoever the guy was, he started yelling at me. I didn't know that one.
Who was yelling at you?
Masu. Because he was Masu is really, really sensitive when you're insult Islam. Like,
he doesn't tell me fucking Christianity. It's like, oh, And so that makes sense, about Jesus. It's like, really? Do you want me to talk about your fucking prophet? And he's like, you motherfucker.
I mean, fuck yeah. I didn't say that they have a problem with insulting religion. I have a problem with insulting Islam.
Where did she say this?
Have her come in here.
Let her, come on. Let that psychotic bitch come. I love her. And swear that she can be cross and you threaten
Do you remember me on this app when I used to go at Muslims? Do you remember me on this app when I used to go at Muslims?
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christian versus atheist?
Don't say smart.
Either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
You're going to fight something.
I can't, but you don't really fight nothing. Right, you're not a Christian.
Hello there. I'm Dr. Jordan Peterson. I'm a clinical psychologist, professor emeritus at the University of Toronto, an author, podcast, public speaker. One day I'm surrounded by 20.
I don't know, they must have some kink with black people because they went into these black rooms and they were bashed and completely violated.
That happens all the time.
Fucking freak.
That's because they take it. Like, they were, like, people like me, I'll dish it back to them, and so they actually respect me because I dish it back. And, it's just like.
But they thought that they could be nice, like, oh yeah, well, they will be good white women, but they will accept. And they will bash them like.
Did you hear what happened to Anne in the last week or so?
No, what happened?
So there's this girl, or woman named Miss. She go by Mahalo, and she's pretty well known on the black side of the app. Long story short, this is like the third that I know of, like, big name person on the app that she was living with, and so this last one, I guess she was. The guy's name is Detroit. The man lives in Detroit. And so she ended up getting a hold of Anne and saying, hey, can I have a place to stay? I'm like in an abusive relationship, yada, yada. And, I guess, she started talking shit. I don't know what exactly, something happened in their in the house. And, I don't know if Anne eventually asked her to leave. And she was like,
so she accepted her.
Yeah, so Anne let her, but then she was like, I guess kind of taking advantage of her or something. And then you have, long story short, this girl ended up like running her mouth about Anne, saying, oh, she's dirty, she doesn't wash her dishes. And she ended up so Anne's dad just died recently. And she ended up posting a PTR, his obituary and his photos and stuff that she took from the house, pictures of. It's just really rotten. But then, the black side of the app is half of them are dogging on Anne because of this, making fun of her, and then there's some black people standing up for her.
What is it, like a full-time job or something for these people? Is it a full-time job for Anne or something? Like how long is she gonna continue to allow herself to get abused by people here? Like how pathetic can you be?
But that's why you just tell them.
She tried to be good, I guess, but being that it's just dumb. It's not dumb because it's Anne, not dumb because it's the specific person. You don't get someone in your house do that, especially when it's in a social media. You're exposing yourself, you're exposing your daughter, you need to protect yourself. You cannot just be like a child, you need to be an adult and think of the consequences. Thank God it's just that happened. Imagine, she can, I don't know, get people that can rob her or hurt her or do something bad to her. She needs to take care of it.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust her. Especially with death threats I had on here.
Can I give you a quote from Hamas leader Osama Hamdan and tell me what you think of it?
Is he still alive?
Yes,
he's not in Gaza. He's fat and comfortable. So he said, we expect our great people to thwart the method of receiving aid today, just as they thwarted it yesterday. We trust that our people will endure hunger and not extend their hands to the occupier asking for aid.
Wow. That says a lot about the love that they have for their people, especially if this is a fat pig.
No, they shouldn't take aid that also has like Hebrew Zionist letter on it and like, no.
Yeah, we expected from our people to endure this suffering in the name of
Honestly, the more, I think.
Can you send me that from Telegram? Sorry. Can you send me that on Telegram for now?
That whole region of the world no longer existed, it would be a much better place. The whole fucking world.
No, I mean, it's not about not existing, it's just about being civilized, you know? Like,
But that's what I'm saying, they're so uncivilized.
Gazans could be living with an amazing life if they fighting. You cannot fight forever. What?
I would say if Islam didn't exist.
Yeah, we would agree on that.
Because the Jews are so small in number, I feel like it's irrelevant. And the Christians, their book is generally pretty tame and mild. You know, all the past horrific things they've done had nothing to do with like doctrine.
Yeah, but have you heard they control the world, so it doesn't matter if they're just two.
They don't control the world. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I think if neither Israel or the rest of the Middle East, like literally just never came into existence, it would just be a lot more peaceful.
Well, I'm gonna
Actually, you are wrong. Actually, you are wrong, Pepe, because
civilization. No, it doesn't.
Like the rules of like humanitarian comes from us. If you like, you're so wrong, and I think that you are just like, oh, it's too noisy. But basically, the fight that is happening right now is between morality and immorality.
I didn't say like if the Jews didn't exist. I was saying like if Israel didn't exist, the whole fucking region, these people living next to each other.
Like you, let's
They all hate, like everybody. Like all of these people in that region don't get along.
No, it's not that we don't get along. We do get along because in Israel we have like 25% Muslims and it's okay. The problem is not us not getting along. It's about that there is an indoctrination within the Islam against Jews. That is the reality. And by the way, look at your own fucking state. I mean, look how many incidents you have there with anti-Semitism. I mean, just last week they literally murdered like 2 Israelis. The number of anti-Semitic attacks in the United States is the highest and like growing the fastest from the entire world. So the problem is not Israel. The problem is this ideology, and it's spreading. There's like a virus. The world is right now sick, and I have to be honest. This anti-Semitic disease is not our responsibility to cure. It's a society problem, not the Jewish problem.
I'm honestly surprised there haven't been more people killed. I mean, being serious, like.
Are you working in a supermarket?
I'm checking out. If you were to look at, like when you did have attacks on synagogues and shit, like I don't know, like 10 years ago, like anti-Semitism wasn't even like close to as popular as it is now. But
right now it's crazy.
Now it's like mainstream.
Now it's crazy, and the fact that people feel that they can attack Jews in the open, like they can attack anyone, right? Just because of their religion. Like I was watching the news that a couple of days ago there was this kind of like concert, like Christian concert or whatever, and the LGBTQ and trans people and whatever, they disrupted the concert, saying that they were provoking, that this is like far-right movement. It was a Christian concert, and people were there, like in a park that they hired, and we were having their exactly. And so cannot. You have to be threatened physically, for your own preference. This cannot happen to Christians or Jews or anyone. And it should be stopped, whoever it is. So it can't be that because you're a Jew you cannot go to a synagogue, or that you're gonna get killed because you go to the Jewish museum like this couple. They were Jewish, or were they? Yeah, they were Jewish.
One of them was
They all had I mean, the Christian guy had Jewish ancestors.
In America, this is happening in the U.S. for fuck's sake.
Yeah, but terrorism has always happened. Like, I'm gonna say, that's why I said, like, I actually think it's like, it's actually almost a miracle only two people have been killed.
This is beyond terrorism. This is common people feeling empowered to go and attack someone and kill someone.
He's not a common person, though. That guy was a radical.
Well,
no, he's being radicalized on social media.
But he was a member of like the Socialist Party of I forget which one, but he was involved in protests and stuff.
Yeah, but he is not acting on behalf of ISIS.
He's acting on behalf of a national domestic terrorist organization. They're communists and socialists. They're organized.
No. It's not an organization. People are being indoctrinated, and that is the problem. It's not like an organization that sent this guy to do this. He was like sitting at home on his Twitter feed, on his TikTok feed, getting rage, and then he just took whatever he got and did it. And this is actually, it's also happening in Israel.
Those are the people who want to control.
It's you don't have intelligence on them. You don't know where they're coming from. It's not like it's an organization that is doing it. It's individuals. That is a problem. That is a problem. Yeah, exactly. And this is a problem of abusing this free speech and all those platforms that you can say whatever you want about whatever you want, and there are no consequences, and there's no responsibility, and there's no accountability. And then someone goes and does something. It's like, oh, he's a loner. He's a crazy. No, he's not.
What you're citing is what they would call stochastic terrorism, and this was widely weaponized against right wingers by the left. If we were to point out anything about race, for example, they would say, oh, well, do you know that people with your rhetoric end up going into schools and shooting people, or black churches and killing people? And it's kind of like a way to like silence your opponent. Now, I do think that you may not agree with a lot of the rhetoric, but even somebody like me who's not, I never really had a issue with Jews. I never had a real issue with Israel. I've always thought the Jewish or Israeli lobby here was obnoxious. I always thought they over-weaponized the term anti-Semitic. And I think a lot of us are always like, it's about time that like they can kind of get treated like the rest of us. Is it, it was always off limits to target Jews, but now it is. It's like, oh, they were going after white people, and white people have been going after black people. Now you guys all of a sudden, it's like, oh, you want to be reasonable, but you realize they're not going to be reasonable with you. That's how it happens.
I'm not sure I followed your last stuff.
In other words, if I was that, it may not be in your timeline, like on social media, so you probably don't care about this stuff, but if you were to look at the shit that black people in particular will say about white people, it's like, it's violent, it's like very dehumanizing. Not that I care what they think, but it's like we're used to dealing with that, and it's obnoxious. And they're used to us demonizing or dehumanizing them as well. Jews, I do think you guys have like a protected status where probably the one thing that would be the worst than saying the N-word is type. Like that will literally get you deplatformed, lose your job, you'll be forever branded a bigot. Saying anything.
Hey, I'm live streaming over here. Can't you just say the K word?
Not anymore. Now you can say whatever you want.
Not anymore.
No consequences.
Well,
that's the thing. It became legitimate to attack Jews, and it's not just like you're talking about blacks against whites. I'm talking about like governments. I'm talking about UN people that are spreading like blood libels. Like there was like last week. I don't remember who is this UN high whatever commissioner of
bullshit something. He said within 48 hours, 18,000 babies will die of starvation in Gaza, and the entire media was outraged about it. You know,
Well, I think I talked to people that are I was last night. People that are Christian, they're not that religious, but they're kind of Christian like me. One of them's a left winger. They're not left wing, I think liberal. And so we were talking yesterday. None of us were Muslim or Jewish or anything. Now, all right. So here's what I see as kind of a problem. This is what at least as I've seen it. What you see right now is people protesting the war, and they're saying you guys are genocide and you guys are bad. Now, I know that a lot of
what is it you want?
Some like, well, I don't get it.
And some ale.
They're only doing it to us. Well,
what we do not have is silver. If it is ourselves, we want our lives. I ask you, why? What I want is everything. There's no one in this house called alphabet.
another nation of people. And by the way, I don't think that anyone was attacking Americans in colleges or American people. It's not the same. In Israel, we have protesters against it. We are allowed to protest nothing like what you're talking about.
I think it depends on which. I think you get the people that have been propagandized and the useful things for that Muslim. I was sure how old. You know what the Muslim Palestine. You do have like the genuine left-wing people that do think it's like horrific what they're seeing, and these are the same people that protested during our wars. Now, I would say this, and this is where it becomes very tricky. There's a lot of things that we are seeing, okay, that even amongst the right in America, we find to be pretty fucking disgusting about what's happening to the Palestinians. With that being said, it's hard for us even to gauge. Are they doing the right thing? Have they gone too far? Is this appropriate? It's like, how do we can, and I and many others that don't really, yes, you can say like we don't like what we're seeing, but it's really hard to say what can they do when you look at the totality of circumstances. Maybe you guys did go too far. Maybe you didn't go far enough. I don't fucking know. Like, I'm not somebody who can really give that answer, but it does look ugly. There's going to be people that protest it.
Yeah, but first of all, they're not protesting to stop the war. They're not protesting to release hostages. They're not protesting against Hamas. There's not a single protest against Hamas, which is a terrorist organization that is committing war crimes, crimes against humanity, and violates every fucking law in the book, written by God or written by man. Not a single person is going out on the streets of New York or Washington and protesting against Hamas. Not a single person. Make it make sense. Is that morality? Is that humanity? Is this justice? Is this anything?
Well, I think October
7th, I am too busy with my work to lie.
Do you know when the protest against Israel started?
The next day. But that was mainly by the Muslims, particularly in Europe, where they have a high population. You weren't really seeing the protests were quite a bit smaller, at least the ones that started the next day, because those are only Muslims. We have a small Muslim population here. But yeah, the Muslims didn't even apologize. They didn't.
Same shit.
Yeah, when he won the first time, you remember the first time Trump won the election?
Yeah.
Cool. And devastated.
Right.
With the girl that's yelling,
Yeah, crazy bitch. That picture of the crazy bitch.
So it's the same here in Israel. Every time there's something good, Bibi is doing something good, that's how they react. Every time. When he won, the next day they went to demonstrate because of that. Because he won the last time. That's the only reason why I like Bibi. He makes them suffer. So go out of the.
No, it's good to know that the Jews out over there, Harry, are the same as the Jews over here, fucking retarded.
The liberals, yes. The retards, yeah. Libtards, how you call it?
Yeah, libtards.
It's not liberalism.
Liberalism or the leftist mentality, like I just say, is a poison.
It's not exactly liberalism as you have, because in Israel, I consider myself as a liberal. Because I'm not orthodox, I'm not conservative, I'm not go to...
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that you're a liberal either. I would say, you're a little bit more, you're a centrist. That's what you would think. Yeah, you would be considered a centrist.
Yeah, I support the gay community, but I'm not gay, you know. I support...
Right.
I don't go to march with them, but I do support their existence.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, they need to get full rights like everyone. They need to suffer like us. They
need to suffer like us.
Yeah.
Fucking guy. Why they want to marry you? Want to get married? Then suffer like the rest of us.
No, in Israel, gays can't get married.
They can't?
No.
Yeah.
They have to go out to...
Oh,
Find a reposition beside
you're not aware.
Of course not, because it's religious.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, my great grandfather got married in Israel, but he didn't. Obviously, he wasn't. The rabbi wasn't.
The people from
wasn't like
Persia or Iran.
It was recognized by the government.
You know what? My oldest, my beliefs are when it comes to Jewish people. Yes, but tell me what the other word is. Let's go to English. I want to put the. Yahoo just means Jew.
Jew. Oh, so what does Jewry mean?
Again, that's a European
Jewish people. No, it's the Jewish people.
Yeah,
that's
again,
it's like saying there's the Muslim. That's like saying there's a Muslim.
This is all stupid here, right?
How is it? You said I was a liar. You claimed I was a liar. It's literally
I was only happy with the civil bills.
Understand how language works, right? When I'm saying the Europeans use the term Jewry, right? I don't care that it means that Jewry, that specific word, is only to the European countries, right? The way the Arabic people go ahead and describe Jewish people, they use Yahud, Yahudim, all that stuff. None of that translates strictly back to Jewry. That's not how that works, right? They go ahead and give it respects to a historical context on how the Jews call themselves, right? Now, if you're going ahead and using a European term,
because you're lying.
No, stop.
English is a European language, yes or no?
English is not. It is a European language, but it's not an English language, right? So how can we go ahead
to a European language? For
I'm
example,
not.
the
That's
Quran is
you're making my point for me. You're making my point for me. Then you're making my point.
If I take an article from Arabic and I translate it into English, the news article, is this not what the Arabic is actually trying to relay? I don't understand you. Yehud means Jew. If you're going to translate the word Yehud in a common understanding, if me and you understood Arabic and English, Yehud is a Jew. The same thing as if I told you in English, a Jew. Jewry is the Jewish people, the collective of all of the scattered tribes. Because you never read the Bible. I'll tell you, the Bible says that.
No, I've read it several times, but again, you're not. You answered my point, and you even admit it, right? Not a single word goes back to the specific word of Jewry. Yes, Yahudim goes ahead and talks about the people itself, right? But it does not translate specifically to that English word. That is something that you won't find.
It's not what I specific. No, it's not.
You went ahead and agreed with me on that, right? So you have to understand when you lie, it makes you look stupid.
It doesn't make me. You're literally saying Jews and Jewry have no connection when Jew is literally the translation.
This guy does not understand simple English.
What does Yehud mean? You're not making any sense. Tell me your question, Alpha. Go, tell me.
So you believe in Hashem and the power of prayers and the Torah and all that stuff? You're a reader. Okay, would you pray to the Hashem to destroy the oppressors, the murderers, and the unjust rulers on the land?
That's yeah.
Whoever they meet, maybe?
Yeah, yeah. If you know who that actually was, yeah.
Do it for us, good.
Do I have to pray for the oppressors?
No, pray against the oppressor. Pray Hashem.
Why do I have to pray in English?
Because every prayer shows that you're actually praying.
May the wicked and evil kingdom be destroyed, and all those who oppress the truth and pervert justiceness be humbled. And may the kingdom of David come upon the land, and they all know God and prayers means. So that's what the prayers means. Are you talking to me about Judaism?
No, I just wanted you to pray. That's all.
Okay, so I just prayed for you.
So I just thank you for praying for us.
Thank you.
I just got you some hasanat, man.
Just want to say one thing, Chucky. I didn't mean that you don't have an actual lineage. I don't know you. But I would say one thing. You should never be embarrassed of your heritage. I mean, you should never be embarrassed of your heritage, Chucky. Never. Because other people make you go against your people, you should stand firm. You should stand firm. You don't know what you're talking about.
The fact that you prayed doesn't, take away that you're fucking dumb, man.
You can say what you want. I have history to prove it. You're just trying to prove a genocide. You want to kill all of us. Yes, Alpha. You're not stupid, Alpha. You know what you're trying to do. You want to end us. You want to end the last
Running a genocide and committing a genocide are two very different things.
So Mike, if what
I mean, you couldn't understand that Wikipedia is not a viable source.
if what you're saying is true, you might, if we're gonna look just at October 7th, they could have just went in and randomly started killing everybody, right?
They did that and recorded it, by the way.
No, so
thousands of people just lying.
I'm gonna tell you, you're right. So what they did was wrong, but the fact that you guys had a party running 5 minutes away from a military base and right across the border from the people that you call terrorists is something that doesn't make sense.
Okay, so the fact that you have houses 2 minutes away from where you sent the bombs, it's your fault. It's your fault the people were bombed. It's the same logic. You're going to defend shooting 1,000 people at a party. It's not. I'm not triggered. Your logic is stupid.
People at that party that were killed.
Okay, there was 200 people at the party. And there was 200 people 2 minutes away from where you shot the rockets in Gaza. So you're a Jahesh. You're a Fuqtan. You're a Jahesh and you're a Fuqtan. Listen, you cannot justify. You cannot justify because they were at a party. You're moving for 2 minutes away. Same thing. No, I'm not your mom. Your children in Gaza. Your children in Gaza. Allah have no heart attack. Your children in Gaza are 2 minutes away. Same thing. No. Oh, fuck, same thing. Your children are 2 minutes away. Same argument. Your children are 2 minutes away. You want to justify shooting my people in the back of their heads? No problem. Your children are 2 minutes away. Your children are 2 minutes away. Same argument. It's a idea, man. Bro, if you want to be a man, you can be a man. Otherwise, I'm not gonna argue.
I'm not arguing with you.
Bro, we only understand. You literally just said they were 5 minutes away from a military base that gave Hamas the right to shoot them in the back of the head.
So what I'm saying is that their plan went sideways, and they also came out and said it did go sideways, and that wasn't the plan, right? They said that. But why the fuck would you guys have a party 5 minutes away from a fucking military base?
It's 2 minutes away from where you should rock.
5 minutes away from an
In Gaza City.
Next to the party the night before.
And you do a party as the women that were raped, giving out candy, screaming Allah Akbar.
Your Jersey accent is disgusting, by the way.
Jersey accent, you dumb.
Yeah, it is a Jersey accent. It's disgusting.
You attack me, and never when I say it.
He's crying. He's about to cry. Are you?
I'm not about to cry. So you're okay. You're okay if you're 5 minutes away from a military base, but when you're 2 minutes away from when you shoot rockets somewhere, it's no problem. Don't attack. You never had the option. If you had the option, you would have jumped on it.
The option was there.
Never had the option.
Oh yeah.
Happened in 48.
No,
tell you where the option was. The option was when October 7th.
Maybe I'm gonna say, yeah, they're fucking me.
Oh shit. Girlfriends are back.
Oh, my ex is here again? Fucking bitch.
Your exes from... Wait, is that Texas from your exes?
Nah, I don't have any exes in Texas. I killed those. They're dead.
Well, that's something I got. None of us have a big ticket.
Perhaps if you ever came over my house and my wife, well,
Oh wow. Oh wow. Moving is exhausting.
You do others. I mean, at the end, obviously, there is.
They went city to city, shot people, butchered people for 4 hours. I don't think you understand. Hello, you're gonna let me talk? Let me talk.
They had 6 hours.
They had 6 hours and they injured 3,000 people and shot 1,200 people to death.
They couldn't kill.
Okay, so that's already 5,000 people that they went down city by city at 6 a.m. in the morning. Hello, no, 5,000 people they encountered by 6 a.m. in the morning. They had 40 minutes to do everything. Hello,
They had total control of it.
It wasn't 6 hours. It was like 3.5 hours. In the area.
No, Israel says over 6 hours.
No. They were in the Gaza border. They breached the French. They were in the Gaza border. They had 3.5 hours. They went city to city. Okay, no problem. We'll disagree on the facts.
This is Israel saying this. And you're disagreeing with your own country.
I'm talking about the people that are in the army. You think we don't speak?
No. Okay, I'm saying to you. Okay,
no problem.
6 hours. They had control over the other. Okay.
Different 6 hours.
So did you kill everybody? Did you kill everybody?
They went city by city trying to kill as many as they can.
Why didn't they?
They got shot down. Half of them were killed in the land.
No, they had control.
They went back.
No, they didn't.
That's a lie.
The military was not there.
It's on video. It's on video. You can literally deny what is on video.
So they wanted to take hostages, Jahash. Why would you kill them?
Not the Jahash.
Well, because them.
I don't know. Where are you from, Mike? Where are you from? From China.
Yes, I'm from Bangladesh. Exactly.
He's a Jew man from Bangladesh.
Bangladesh, exactly.
Listen, Jahash. So Hamas wanted hostages, right? Why would they kill them?
What?
If Hamas wanted hostages on October 7th, why would they go into cities?
The same reason why, because they got their leader, the one that got next time. You do prison swabs. You do prison swabs. You Muslims who justify letting 1,000 prisoners in for one. Shabbat.
How would
You're a child, bro? What?
how would killing the people help them?
Who's killing the people? Maybe you should put some. Why don't you tell the people in Palestine? Maybe you see. I'm answering you. I'm answering you. No. I'm answering you. I'm answering you. You don't let me talk. Okay. Their goal was to kill as many people possible. You can deny it all you want. That's what they said they were gonna do.
They want to kill people and go back.
That's what they said they were gonna do. You're saying something different. They said it.
You're not making sense.
You fucking idiot, man. Shut the fuck up.
What do you mean I make no sense? They said it. They said it.
It's not
Look at the house. They said it. Bro, what are you talking about? This is on their mouth. They said it. They said it. They said it.
What is it?
Yo, bro. I don't know what. You have no mind or what, bro? They said it themselves. They said it. They said it.
By the way, the people that thought like this guy, wallahi, they called them slumlords in Jersey.
You told me
Guys, want to know about the